Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up, look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up, look what life gave us.
Yo, what's good?
We in here. What's poppin'?
What's good, sir?
What's going on, man? I'm big chilling.
Just chilling, man. You know, keeping it regular, doing what we do.
Right. Well, this is the Free Your Mind podcast. I go by the name of Selfmade. Got to tap in with self to know thyself always.
Yes, sir. And I'm your co-host. I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance from the womb to the tomb. Let's get it.
Peace to the chat. I see 777 Cap in here, man. Salute. Peace. Shout out to you.
Oh, yes, sir. Peace to the gods.
Let's see. We got some people in here. The one and only.
Oh, look at her.
Benet, how are you?
Swear, like every time, like you just see her captivate the screen,
It just
my nasal palate just automatically.
that light, like Jesus just walked in the room.
Hey y'all, what's going on?
Peace.
What's up, lady? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I am grand.
Yes.
And we got the brother. Oh, hey. Okay, I see you put your email in there. What you want to introduce yourself, bro?
Yeah, definitely.
It's Nashaya. Peace be upon you guys.
Peace.
Peace. Salute. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Tonight is a good night. We're talking about the I am. Woo!
Man.
It's funny. Me and bro was literally just talking about this earlier today. So, you know, it's like we pick up where we left off, you know?
Definitely. And it's always good, like, to have these conversations, off camera as well, like, because we keep that money flowing. So it's good.
Right.
Peace, definitely. But I feel great. Y'all know that I've been, like, for the past couple of episodes, I've been having, like, the little mini personal bottles. So, just for the I am episode, like, you know what I mean?
Do I need to open mine?
Oh, yeah, I see you. Yeah,
Okay. You want cheers?
Yes, cheers.
Okay.
Clank it up. Boom.
Oh wait, clink.
Y'all air cheering, okay.
But you know I'm all about that water, right? I gotta get the spirit.
Yeah, you gotta have both.
Oh yeah. All about balance, baby.
And shout out to the people on Facebook. We now on Facebook. Hey, yo, that's tight.
Yes.
First live stream with the Facebook included. So if you on Facebook, peace. And shout out to y'all.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Look, like the expansion that was bananas, man. I'm happy for that part too. I forgot all about that. So thank you for bringing that back up. Thank you, sir.
I'm like, oh yeah, we on Facebook with it too. Okay, and I ain't been live on Facebook in a minute, so
yeah, nah.
I have Facebook Live going, bring that energy back in. That's tight. So
definitely. So how's everybody? How everybody day going? Before we get into this build, everybody good? Energy good?
Nobody gonna speak. I was gonna let the king speak first.
I mean,
ladies first.
Okay. My day was fantastic. It's grand. Like, I love life, right? So part of that it is, channeling and making it your thing, right? So making your day. So I never have a bad day. Even on a bad day, it's a good day because it's always positive, right? So you can have a bump in the road, you know what I'm saying? Just like Some of y'all truckers or everybody's been on the road, right? Ain't no smooth roads
Whoa.
on this journey. Damn, Woon.
My bad. Hey, my
Really
bad.
popping, huh? You
Right.
you turning it up right now. Like all you was missing was you feel me, the shaking and shit. Like
Nah, he needs the little lighters, you know what I'm saying? Now I'd expect the girls to come in like, hey.
Hey, but nah, go ahead, Benay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there's just no smooth roads, right? Even for 2 mile stretch, you may be able to get that, but eventually you'll get to a bump in the road. So what are you gonna do when you get that bump in the road, that pothole or whatever, right? You could be pissed and make that be the worst day of your life, but that could be the best day of your life. So that's how I live my life.
right.
I agree for sure.
What's up with you, bro? How you doing, man? How's your day?
You talking to me?
Yeah. I don't want to
No,
mispronounce your name. What is it again?
it's Nashaya.
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 Okay, that's
So it's
it.
like
Right.
Messiah with an H. Okay.
Right.
Messiah. Okay.
Yeah, Nashaya with an N on the front though.
Okay, yeah, there it
Oh,
goes.
Nashaya.
Nashaya.
Yeah, there you go. Nashaya.
Okay.
Hey, peace be upon you. Hey,
Gotcha.
man, I am blessed. Let me start there,
Right.
and just grateful to like just live in that and just having the mind right now to just hold on to that day to day, moment to moment, and just especially in the present, because we all here, and that's what matters.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Definitely. Yeah, no, my day's been pretty interesting. As y'all know, I got some things that I'm trying to put together, so that's still in the works. I just now went to the dermatologist today because my homie Lloyd, it's time for him to, we gotta part ways right now. Like, you know what I mean? I was emotional all day because we've been rocking. You understand me? But I'm gonna give him his just due. You understand me? So that part, and then just some other shit. But today it kind of, where is that? My shit at? I don't even know where I put them. But anyway, I had ordered something online, and they had I guess UPS or whoever had delivered it to the wrong spot. And so I'm calling them and I'm blowing up and I'm talking shit. And they was like, "Yeah, sir, we can just resend it to you, yada yada yada." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." So then they was like, "Oh, nope, that was the last one. There is no more." And I'm like, "Man, just run me my money back." So they run me my money back and shit. And so I go outside to take out the trash and shit, and whoever spot that they sent it to actually came and put the shit back onto my doorstep. Like, you know what I mean? So I was like,
Ah,
oh, like there is still good people out there, like, you know what I mean? So salute to everybody who do some dope shit in life. Like, you know what I mean? Dope shit like that, for real.
yeah.
That's how my days go. So just like Benay said, like, I'm always in good spirits and try to be anyway. So, it's good.
Yeah, well, that came back to you, right? Because Woon, that's your personality. Like you've literally have done shit like that before, right? Like, yo,
Hell
hey,
yeah.
this, you know what I mean? So it just come back to you. So yeah, that's
Definitely.
evidence, right? That's the proof. It's a confirmation, right?
Confirmation. Right.
Of what you put out in the energy in the world comes back, right? So that same
Yeah,
energy, it
yeah.
keeps a different thing of keep that same energy, right? So
Humbled me like a motherfucker. I was like, oh, because I thought somebody won. I was like, oh shit, well, at least they got their shit for free and I'm getting a refund. But they came and was like, nah, bro, like this is you. I was like,
Yeah, it's a little sidebar on that. Like a few nights ago, someone I had asked someone to buy me some firewood. I live outside full time, guys, out here in the Sacramento area. And so I had asked someone to buy me some firewood, and like the second person was like, yeah, I'll get it on the way out. And so when he came out, he didn't have the wood. He forgot. People forget or whatever. And so he just gave me $10. But he was like, "You want a jacket?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll take a jacket because I don't like really turning stuff down. I pass it on to other people like if they need it and stuff." And so I go over and get the jacket or whatever. I go buy the wood. I have the fire for the night. I wake up in the morning. I didn't put the jacket on when he gave it to me because I'm pretty layered up out here already. And so in the morning I put my hands in the pocket of the jacket and there was keys to 2 Dodge Hellcats in the pocket.
What?
Yeah, and I'm just like, man, bro, he left his keys in, this jacket, and I didn't really know what to do because I play the ukulele and I fly signs. I do art, like to make a living, and so I was like, I didn't want to like go and like sit at Safeway and kind of like kill my day or whatever. And so I'd be like over in the Thomas at a certain spot, and people see me. So I'm just doing my thing. I'm playing my ukulele, I have my sign, and someone called me over the car, like, and he had $10 in his hand, and he gave me $10, and then he asked me, hey, bro, I gave someone some stuff last night, because he didn't recognize me. It was dark, when he got gave me the stuff. He gave someone some stuff last night. I was like, bro, I got you, and it was the guy, who had given me the jacket, and so he pulled over to my truck. I gave him the keys back. He gave me $10. Like, we were talking a little bit, but really it was a thing where I could tell he was just, because he searched all night for me. He said he was looking under bridges. He was, and all kinds of stuff. He didn't know how to car. But after all of it, I realized what he was doing. When he gave me the initial $10 and he see me on the corner, because he didn't know it was me. He didn't know that it was me who had the keys. And so he was just really, he was just trying to put some good forward, and it came back. Because really, if he would have given that jacket to anyone else, and I'm not saying like anyone else, but like 99% of other people, he would have never seen them keys again. And would have cost him like $1,000 to replace those keys.
That's a fact.
Yo, but you know what? Okay, I was gonna ask you. So you play the ukulele on Natomas by that Shell gas station off the freeway?
Yeah, that's me.
So maybe like 2 weeks ago, I kind of drove crazy, right? I seen you and I came up and I think I gave you a dub. Like I kind of like literally almost hit you, trying to make sure that I like cut people off to make sure I give you that bread. Like that was crazy.
Hey, much love. Peace and fun. Hey, thank you for that.
Yeah, but that's just funny just to see you on this live, like, and that's just crazy, like, that's so crazy, and I'm like, I felt the energy, right? So when we're talking there was some energy pull for me to, and I always give, like, whatever people do with the money, it's that, but there was an energy pull towards you, and I like literally like almost hit you with my car trying to get to you because I was turning I was on the other side of the street.
Oh, I did. Did I look at you just as you turned, like just as you pulled up to me?
Yes.
I remember that. Because something told me to look back. I don't always look on my back like that. And I turned and you were right there. You were stopped and everything, actually.
Yeah, I stopped in the middle of the street.
That's tight.
Hey, so I play the air guitar, Benet. So like, I don't need like a whole dub. Just be like $10.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm not energy of money, right? So it'll come right back. But that's just so like confirmation. Like this is so crazy. I'm so excited for tonight's show.
Thank you, bless you.
Dope.
Man,
see,
that's
look,
crazy.
You talk about me doing dope shit. That's you. That's dope as fuck. But we got my boy Ted.
We got Dante, yeah.
What's going on, everybody? My bad. I was handling a little bit of things around the house, but in case everybody didn't know, I'm Dante, DT for short. I'm just checking everybody out. You guys having we're having a conversation, and I'm just trying to play catch up with my ears, basically.
Hey, do you happen to have like a pair of headphones?
Oh, I don't, but it ain't nothing to get some.
No, that's good. It's good. I could wing it on my end.
Okay.
I'm just hearing a little bit of feedback when everybody else was talking, so I had to have you muted. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Oh, you want to know what? That's what I was gonna say too. For the people in the chat, salute to everybody in the chat.
Peace.
Salute to everybody on the panel. But it may seem like Selfmade is not paying attention to people making eye contact. He's actually moderating and doing a lot of things as this live is going on.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I mean? He's running a lot of shit right now. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Michelle. We got Michelle in the chat.
Peace.
How many people are in this room? Because I see 4 right now. How many is in the room? Because I only see 4 right now.
Yeah, we got it's us right here, but we talking about as far as like the live chat, people in the comments on YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, I guess so. What our topic
So
is?
how
I
was
am.
your day?
Am I
'Cause
correct?
we was just going around asking about how people's day was going today. So if you want to,
He ready to jump in. He ready to go. He
Right,
got the engines ready. He ready. I'm ready to rock.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I mean, far as me, man, just because I'm in town for a couple of weeks, as everybody know, as you know, I'm up there in North Dakota doing my little, doing my little tanker stuff. So as of now, I cherish my little time that I'm at home, get everything right and tight around the house, and get ready to hit this road soon as Christmas back over.
Definitely. I heard that.
Yeah, enjoying the moments, man. How's everybody's Christmas though? Any big plans for Christmas and New Year's or what?
Another day for me at least.
Right.
With the people, with the fam.
I may or may not be back on that road, so I understand what you just now said when you said it. So
Right.
It's work is work.
Yeah, no, I'm spending time with my family. Nothing extra. So.
Right. Hey, that's always beautiful and extra. You know what I mean? Family time is best time.
It is. It is.
That's needed. So how does this? Let me get this right though, fam, because this is my first time doing far as on the pod goes. So right now we're online far as Universal. Everybody else or what? What's going on? Or we just
we're this is it.
This is live streaming.
We live on Facebook and YouTube.
At the same damn time.
Benay, did you share this out on your YouTube as well? I mean, I'm sorry, on your Facebook?
No, I didn't. Hold on.
Don't worry about it. I'm just asking.
Yeah. No, if you if you tagged me, it'll show up on it. So yeah.
I got you. Okay.
And Selfmade is headphones. Is that an investment that I should do? Is that something that should be?
Well, no. This is like the way I got my shit set up. If I didn't have the headphones, I wouldn't be able to hear y'all. So I gotta have the headphones on until I switch my little setup up. You know what I mean? But the headphones for you, as far as everybody else being in here, certain people, if they're on their phone, they get feedback when other people are talking.
So, right. I get that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's sometimes better just to have headphones, but it's good. Like, we've done it before, so.
No doubt. Salute. I feel it. Oh, yeah. So what about the topic, though? I mean, do we go right in? I mean, let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I talk back. What's up?
All right.
Yeah, hey, I guess, because I'm excited about this one, man. It's because again, let me say this: just how Benay just now linked up with Nashaya, well, not linked up, but just happened to have things reoccur.
Right.
In terms of the reintroduction, it's kind of how me and Benay kind of like re-linked up. As a matter of fact, Tay, you was there. Damn, now that I bring that up, you was a part of that line of shit too.
Which one?
So that's crazy. I was
you
out
talking
there,
about when we did the last build that we did online? Okay.
Yeah. I think I was in Denver, and we was building, and there was a lot of people that was trying to come into the live, and so they had slid in there after a little bit after you had came off. And so I did not know what to expect from Benay. Let me say that, right? And so I'm sitting there, and we had prior conversations about what was like some short films or some type of film, because I do film and shit too. Yeah. And so we on that, but whatever time, whatever happened has happened. But anyway, so she got to busting her gun that night.
Right.
Oh wait, what? And I'm talking guns. I was just like, oh shit. So to me, it was just like, again, just that confirmation, like, damn, like, this I am energy connects a lot of people. You know what I mean? Whether it's directly or indirectly, but it's dope when it's directly, but when it's indirectly, like, you know what I mean? It's just as powerful, but we just don't have the opportunity to acknowledge the energy and shit. You feel me? So, but hell yeah, that shit, yeah, that was my introduction to Benay, and we've been like rocking on this I am shit ever since. Like, you know what I mean? Plus other shit. She does a lot of dope shit outside of that shit, but it's all rooted in the I am for sure.
So it's a way of life, basically, huh?
Yes,
Exactly.
sir.
Definitely. It has to
Definitely.
be. Like once you come to a certain realization, you will never go back. It's like you can't go back. You can't go back to an old way of thinking, doing things. It really um turns you like 100 and what's what 360, so what 180, right? So it turns you about face. Like you really, it is a confirmation of self. So how, I mean, unless you are, I can't even say that you can really step out of it, really, because once you're in it, it's just like it is a way of life. That's like the confirmation. If you want to know if you're in the I am, the way that you move every day, the way that you treat people, the way that you just do things will all be around centered around love, positive energy. Like you won't even get mad the same, right? You'll be mad for like 2 seconds and then be like, you know what? This is good. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be able to transform this negative energy into something positive. I know this is about to be lit, right? So just like I heard something the other actually late last night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, because I'm back on my 3 a.m. right? I got to get up, right? I got too much stuff to get done, so I got to be up at 3. And they said, for hurricanes and storms, right? We name them, right? Hurricane Katrina and all this stuff. What do you name your struggle, right?
Mm.
We always say, right? I know, Woon, right? It's like we say, damn, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Man, that's your word. So it will be the worst thing that ever happened to you, right? Man, I
Mm.
can't believe this and that. Well, you're saying that. So if you say that your storm, let's say you got fired from your job or Woon, you got stuck in the middle of nowhere, right? With no nothing, right? We've had that conversation about me almost dying in Vegas, right? Trying to be not not following the signs, right, and filling up on gas when I'm supposed to. I was on fumes. Like there was no reason that I did not die in the desert outside of
Right.
the energy that I pulled, right? But and we have a tendency to say something negative about the struggle that we're going through. So why don't we start naming that positively, right? So I get stuck out in the desert somewhere, your nigga dump you, your girl cheating on you, whatever the case may be. Oh no, man, this is the come up. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, I'm gonna call this the get money season. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna call this the, whatever, right? Like, nigga, this is the ultimate come up. That changes the energy of any bad situation, like totally. So 2022, listen, I gotta watch my mouth, right? I'm gonna name my storms. And the storm, really, what they say, after the storm comes what? The sunshine, right? So if you come with that energy of, you know what, I lost everything, this is the worst day. No, 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 yo, this is the best day of my life. I get to start new. Like it really is. It sounds like easy, you know what I mean? Because it is. It's just that you got to take that second to say, okay, I feel my emotions humanly, right? Nobody wants to lose all their stuff. But when you're a part of I am, that's only like a small smidget of that. Like, damn, I lost all my shit. You step into it and be like, you know what? No, you know what? Yeah, I lost all my shit, but guess what? Nigga, this is about to be the ultimate come up. Now I get to make it however I want it. Then you start moving in that direction. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that I was telling a few people, when you lose everything at that same moment, you gain everything.
Everything, yeah.
But let me, because I gave Benet that proper thing. I gotta give it to my co-host, because how we met was crazy and shit, right? And we met, I was actually going downtown to support one of my partners. I think he was shooting like a video or something. He wanted me to get a cameo in, right? And so I'm sitting there, and I think it was the day before your birthday. I think that's what it
Yeah,
was.
you see, yeah.
Yeah. And so they was out there, where was we at? We was in Old Sac. That's where it was at. And they had their merch and everything out there. So of course, I'm supporting this shit or whatever. And then so I do the cameo and shit, boom, I bang out because Saturday night I'm trying to go kick it and shit, right? And so the next day I ended up slapping in the CD, and I slap in the CD. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, hey, this shit kind of hard. Like, who is this nigga? Like, I had to rewind a couple tracks back, and I'm like, oh shit, the type of vibe that it was on was something like that I've never heard. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh shit. And so I'm like, okay, let me tap in, you know what I mean? So I think I hit you like, hey, yo, CD was kind of hard, bro. Like, what about woo? And I think after that, we started building just on some regular shit. And I think when we got those builds in, like, cause we used to discuss things that I've never discussed with anybody. And we're talking about the Woon. We're talking about the Woon that just now let go of religion and, you know, all type of other things. So this is the Woon that really, like, it was perfect time. And again, this I am shit always is kind of like a perfect time in this shit, right? But we were having just certain conversations and shit, and I was just like, bruh. And we used to just be going for hours on end, just hours and hours and hours.
Hella long, man.
Yeah, and then it got to the point to where it kind of like kickstarted me to. I used to pull up on people and, you know, just like hold like little interviews and shit. You remember that shit? I used to just pull up like, you know what I mean, go Facebook Live and then just see what motherfuckers is doing. But it wasn't the things that I caught on camera with Selfmade, you know, and I got to give it up to Hills too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was there. Yeah,
the whole squad, like, you know what I mean. But the things that we said off camera, and we always say, bro, we should have recorded that. Like,
yeah, it was called.
When you're in that, you don't want to take the time out to record it because you're just kicking it, like, you know what I mean. So, man,
Right.
and we just touch different places, avenues, like we're everywhere with it, like, you know what I mean, from anything that you can study, touch up on, anything, and we just chopping it up, like, you know what I mean. I'm like, nigga, this is it, like, you know what I mean, like the conversations are just so deep. But then then it transpired, and I have to say this part too, because it transpired on the Facebook, and me and it was going to Facebook and we was not shy about, you know, the things that we said in private, so we wanted to make everything public, you know what I mean, just to see what people was thinking and open up a dialogue, kind of similar to what we're doing right now. And so
we needed the three. We needed the three for the confirmation.
Yeah. So we started running into a lot of people, you know, and differences of opinion and things like that. And back then it was different. It was
bad. It was bad.
It was a different energy.
If you caught us a couple years ago,
I'm gonna let you speak from there. I'm gonna segue that into you.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if you caught us a couple years ago, it was bad. That's all I got to really say. Like, it was bad. Like, we was running through stuff. We didn't really care about how you was feeling. None of that type of stuff. Like, we chopping heads off. People was mad. They was unfriending us. They was blocking us. You know what I mean? The Hebrews. I mean, like, we was at everybody's neck. Just to keep it short. Like, we was at everybody's neck. You know what I mean? And that kind of like set the bar too, to just kind of confirm the stuff that we was already on, and the things that we was I'm not sure what the things that we was already like coming to understand. It was confirming that through those different bills and those different conversations, and debates and all these different things, we seeing like, okay, like there's something missing in between these links, you know, when dealing with certain people. So yeah, no, that whole time frame was like probably the most, you know, growing and experiencing and you know, testing our shit at that point, you know what I mean? Like, you know, but it's got us to where we at now to be able to even be on a platform like this and speak about it in a certain manner to where we ain't gotta like, we ain't just, you feel me, chopping heads off. Like, we could chop some heads off, but it's in a different manner, it's in a different light to really try to get the understanding out there now. You know what I mean? Before it was like, fuck what you talking about. Nigga, chop your head off.
We have to go through that chaotic thing just to bring order. And just let me say this real quick. I would like to now thank, and I probably have did it before, but I want to, because I know that we're streaming live on Facebook too. Everybody who's came in with a difference of opinion, everybody who's came in with like y'all niggas don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Like all of that energy helped mold how we're able to kick this shit like we are right now. Like you know what I mean? So and a lot of people don't think that we don't listen to what they say. I listen to all that shit. Like you know what I mean? When I be telling people I want all the smoke, I do, because that's going to make me grow as as a speaker. I have to listen to be able to speak and shit, right? But again, it just confirms everything that that we're talking about. So even if we don't agree with certain things, we're not supposed to. Everybody has their own angle of light. But when it comes down to it, it's just really how far can you go before you run into that that brick wall or that question of I don't know. And when we came into that question of I don't know, we worked diligently to try to find out what the I don't know is. We try to fill that space in. And every time it comes back around, that I don't know ends up being I am.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And like I said, the dopest thing though is what I forgot to add. Like me and Woon went to junior high together. I don't remember Woon at all. We went to the same junior high, and we seen each other through his job. We reconnected, but it wasn't until what, I don't know, 6 years later, Woon, or some shit like that, that it's like on Facebook, when I came in on your live, Dante, with him, he had no idea that I was part of I Am at all. So when we had that conversation, it was just like, he was so like, wait, what the hell? Like, I like never knew, right? Like, never knew. And we've been part of so many builds, off camera, with me, Woon, and Selfmade, and Michelle, and whoever else is in the chat, the whole clique, right? Tavon, Neff, everybody, right? We've been on builds for like 8 hours, like on the phone. 8 hours. Wounded fell asleep on me a couple times. We could do like a 10 hour, 11-hour build, but everybody, like, it didn't seem that way, right? And so when you're stepping into this I am, there is a certain energy, right, that comes with it. It is really refreshing. You are iron sharpening iron in essence, right? Or you're just connecting and exchanging that energy where you can go for 10 hours talking about this and like not really be tired. And Woon would get up and just still go, nigga, be on the road for another 8 hours.
Right.
So let me ask you like this. Let me come in. This goes with a statement and a question. Because the main question is, did you know when you realized, we'll call it the rebirth, should I say? Because within my own self, we were going on bills, but I didn't quite have an understanding. But even from now, my understanding is sometimes it's like discovery of self. You kind of don't know who you are until you tap into the trials and tribulations, and then you bring forth the person who you are. You feel what I'm saying? You build yourself in the middle of as I call it, the forest. You know what I mean? You find out how you survive in the forest. But sometimes I realize that your growth, before you grow, right? As I said, it takes self-evaluation, but before the growth, sometimes it hides behind one of your trials and tribulations to often people stay away from it, if it makes sense, as far as something that you've been battling with. You feel what I'm saying? And you don't want to face that situation. But when you face that situation, your blessing, your new growth of you stands behind that. And often people walk away from that because they don't want to deal with, the darkness to say that comes through it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of trials and things that I have went on lately has, I still got my beliefs, but yet and still, more than anything, I believe in myself and the things that I've been through and for who I am, rather than take place in accountability, other places and other things. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's the strength that's within me from my own, through my trials and tribulations and things that I went through growing, and all the adversaries and all the things that brought us up to now, as far as my understanding is being in touch with my higher self, to where adapting to every situation, that you can survive in every situation, but you don't know that you can until you know that you can, if that makes sense a little bit.
Yeah.
No, that's a fact.
So when would you understand your birth? Because honestly, my birth into it, rebirth, should I say, I'm probably only like, I'll probably say like 2 weeks in for me to have that understanding, but I already was who I was already ahead of time, a long time ago.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? But now it's coming, it's registering.
Yeah, so what I call that is you're just awakening, right? Because I don't
Right.
personally, I don't believe in the word growth, right? You are what you are. Like
Okay.
everything you are gonna be, you already are. You're just waking up to the consciousness of the realization of, that new level of ascension. So you're in a
Right.
reawakening. You're coming up to that consciousness. So congrats. Trust me, this is like if I would have known, right? Like,
Right.
we say that going back, like I should have been in this, right? But everything is about divine timing. So 2 weeks
Right.
in, trust me, don't look at it as just 2 weeks in. Like welcome,
Right.
to your original self, right? To your real self. So
Mm.
just get used in it, like, what I'm saying, sit back, what I'm saying, check out the leather seats, what I'm saying, have you some water, have you some drink, whatever you choose, right? And be ready for that ride because it's amazing. It's amazing.
It is. And can you agree that there's probably a silver lining to everything? Because at the same time, they say it's how you look it, but at the same time, when the glass half full, the glass is half full. It just depends that you just couldn't see that sometimes. You feel me? But at the same time, there's a silver lining with everything bad.
It's a
There's
silver,
something good.
gold, platinum, diamond. It is gems. It is every kind of lining positive that you could think of. If
Right.
you like snacks, it's a
Right.
snack lining. Okay, it is
Right.
whatever tickles your fancy in that regard.
No
So,
doubt. No
Mhm.
doubt. No
okay,
doubt.
so
That's
I didn't want to be rude. I know we got Wood in the building.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
G Wood was good.
Hey,
Salute.
I can't.
You got
Your,
it.
your, your
It's
sound
audio.
is out. Yeah, the audio.
You
Nope,
probably
we
got to
can't
come
hear
out
you.
and come back in.
How about
Yeah.
now?
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
the
you go.
host he turned me off. It's all good. I appreciate it though, man. What's up, Woon, man? Long time no see, man. It's been a while.
Right, was good, was good, was good, man.
Salute, man. Salute to
Salute.
everybody on the panel.
salute, brother.
Peace, peace. What's going on?
Chilling, man. Uh, being awakened on this I am, man. It's like a phoenix. You know, you got to go through the fire to reawaken. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So through failed relationships, failed businesses, you go through the burn and you go through the pain, but then you awaken to something new.
Hmm.
Yeah,
First with that.
which
First with that.
my partner self would say, you would wake up to self. Like, hold on, bro. Like the whole time I was catting on myself. So now
Right.
it's gonna redirect you back to where you need to go to, which is self. Kind of like on some Wizard of Oz shit.
Right.
I
Mhm.
love
Right.
it. Right.
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 We are in the land
Exactly.
of I am, right? It ain't about Kansas, right? Now, once you
No.
step into I am, right, when it was in that Sophia or whatever, that color, you are in the land of color now, right? When she stepped into the Munchkin land, right, it is now like color. Okay, so we in color, live in color.
Live and direct.
Yeah.
Right. Direct. Right.
Yeah.
Is I would ask, is I am something to be taught, or is it something to be lived as an example and other people can see and pick up what they choose to pick off of it to discover their self? You know what I mean? Or is it teaching it to where you help a person explore their self?
Okay, so let's when all right, because if we got the questions, we gonna let the queen rock first. We're gonna let Benet go. And so if
Okay.
you want, or if you want me to go after her, then you could go after me. Then you could just keep that same. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So Benet, me, then you. And you know what I mean? So Benet, if you want to rock,
So it's both, right? To me, it is the more that we're having this conversation and exposure, people can become enlightened, right? That's what knowledge is enlightening. So there is something that you can teach, and when you're dropping those jewels, if people are ready to find them or pick them up, they'll pick them up. If they're not ready to receive it, they'll cast it away. They're not going to understand it. So at that point, it can't be taught, right? It's only taught and made available when you're ready to learn it and when you're at that space. So I believe it's both, that it is that you can teach it, but then it's something that is innate within you, right? You've always known what it is, but you didn't have a title or you kind of felt awkward because you were not like everyone else. So there was something different and unique. If you bring that kind of thought to your friends or family, they'd be like, nigga, what the hell are you talking about? Or,
Right.
sis, I don't get it. And so
Right.
it made you kind of question it. But once some confirmation comes in, right? Like we kind of been talking, you'll align with really like-minded people. So when we're talking like-minded now, that gives a whole different tone to it because it's like energy, right? I recognize Woon, or I recognize Selfmade, or Nashe. It's Nashe, right?
Nashaya.
Nashaya, right? And just even for that, for us to, and I normally don't, I'm in atonement sometimes, but for me to pull up on him, and then for like 2 weeks ago, like I'd never see him again. He is in my, in this broadcast, right? So for me, it is that connection. It is something that when we're dropping these jewels, people can pick them up or not, or it is something that's innate within you to, to discover.
I like that. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Oh,
Okay. My bad is I'm multitasking.
I know.
So you said, because I gotta recollect. You said, can it be taught? You said, is it a lifestyle?
Or is it, let's say, is it something to be taught, or is it something lived by an example that people just kind of pick up, kind of? Because it's all kind of just helping them discover themselves,
Right. So as far as it being taught, right? That's actually a great question. Um, Life itself teaches it. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it's kind of hard to say that we can kind of like be a vessel and like drop jewels for the people who's wanting to know and understand, or already came to some type of understanding, but they really don't know. So we can be like the kind of confirmation for people. But in terms of you teaching somebody how to think like this and to tap into self, um, you would, I don't think that you can teach that. Like, you know what I mean? You would have to want to do it, because just like when they said, as soon as you try to teach somebody that, then they're going to be, it's already done, because now they're going to refute everything that you're talking about because it hasn't hit them yet. Like, you know what I mean? So I was one of the first people in my family to even, I don't want to say tap into this type of energy, but to actually express it and speak upon it and proclaim it, and attempt to teach, right? And that shit don't come, like, it don't come easy. Like, this shit don't, it look cool, but this shit ain't easy when you actually in it. Like, you know what I mean? You Dougie. Just like with anything, when you're the first person to do anything, and this is like that times 20, because it's just like, we're talking about disregarding everything that your mom's been taught, your mom's been taught, that they mom, you know what I mean? So we're talking about redefining what it is to be tapped in spiritually. This is a spiritual thing. This is, you know what I mean? So it's more than something that you can just write down and give it to somebody and try to teach them anything. Like, you know what I mean? This is really something that you would really have to say, okay, let me say it like this, and I hate to say it like this because I got to be hella frank. You got to be one of them niggas that died already to even understand this shit. You understand what I'm trying to say? And for the people who are on this level, they know what I mean by die. That means you got to let go of everything, or have came to a point to where it's just like, who the fuck am I? You understand what I'm trying to say? Because if you egotistically, if you think that you know who you are, you will not pick up on none of this shit we're talking about. Like, you know what I mean? So you would have to have had an ego death upon an ego death upon an ego death, to where it's just like, okay, I'm none of that shit. So what the fuck am I? Who am I?
Right.
On that type of time, then I'm gonna give you a whole bag of jewels. Just like, nigga, take all this to the house and just meditate. Shut TV, fuck your radio, fuck your Facebook, fuck all that shit. That's how I would teach. I would tell you to tap into self. Like, that would be it.
That's a bar. I'm sorry, I had to say that. That's a bar.
Oh, okay.
Right.
You have to live that, like, again, because life is going to tell you everything that you need to know. You just got to know how to ask the proper questions, and know, like, if you have to know where you want to be at. Like, you know what I mean? So if you do, then you're going to get where you want to be. But I'm going to just pass it to Selfmade from there.
Nice. Salute.
Man, you done left me with what? What you leave me with? Hey, we're gonna have to switch the order around, bro. I can't be doing that.
Certainly more to be said.
My bad, y'all get passionate.
But nah. I mean, you hit it on the nose, and then that question, like you said, you got to ask the right questions. What am I? Well, first, let me go back to the initial question, which was, can it be taught? I don't think that it can be taught. You could just live and experience and hope that people pick up on, you know, the certain things that you may be going through or living through and experiencing. Because it's just like with us, like we proclaim it in a sense. We always speak about it. We're always talking about it. We're always doing certain things. So as people see that, hopefully they can ask themselves them same questions, because a lot of the times they ask us the questions and it's like, all right, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? You can ask us the questions and we may be able to give you some sort of an answer. But a lot of the times is we'll ask a question with a question, because at the end of the day, it's up for them to get the understanding. It ain't up for us to get the understanding. You know what I mean?
Other way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Say that one more time, a little bit slower, because I'm gonna highlight that shit. That was a bar.
That was.
Please.
See, I was flowing.
Yeah, my bad. I fucked it up.
That's how it be, though. That's how it be. But pretty much it's like they ask us a question and we can only provide a certain type of answer, or we'll respond with a question, because at the end of the day, it's up to them to be able to answer that for themselves. You know what I'm saying? And so that goes back to that question that you were saying, asking the right question. Who am I? Once you get to that question, then it's up to you to figure it all out. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. So
right.
Yeah, like it's just living through experience, you know what I'm saying, and trying to quote unquote show other people the way through you at the end of the day. But it still comes back down to them though, no matter what. They could just see certain types of examples through you and the way that you live your life and stuff. You know what I mean?
I definitely like that. I mean, at the same time as us doing a build, it's sometimes sharpening each other's swords. Let's say, you know what I'm saying? Because I can still know about me, but the truth is, the only time I really see myself is if I look in a mirror. You feel what I'm saying? So sometimes I need a certain reflection of something for me to even see my own self. You know what I'm saying? So, and knowledge is the main power of anything. You know what I'm saying? For you to even be able to understand yourself, you got to understand your surroundings, your peers, the tools that you have within your life, to get an understanding of what direction you even think that you're headed to. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I mean, maybe it can, maybe you can't, but I tend to believe that, like how you say, like you have tools in your life. If these tools are not supplied within your life to where your energy, your realm, I think that's outside of your jurisdiction. You feel what I'm saying? Because we all have a purpose. Yet and still, we all try to figure out purpose. I'm not quite sure of my purpose, but I have an idea of what it has to do with, because I understand who I am on that part. You feel what I'm saying? But it's missing pieces, parts of the puzzle. Or like how a watch, you got all these different gears turning in different directions, different parts, but it's all for one completion of one unit that works together. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it takes more than just one person just to make this machine move. You feel me?
Hey, man, just real quick, I just want to touch on just a couple of things that were said by the other two brothers, just real quick, in regards to the question, can it be taught? I am, because I guess that question in particular is something that's very, very dear to my heart. The brother Selfmade probably knows like a little bit more about me than everyone else, and like I do have a Hebrew Israelite background and whatnot, and I'm a separatist of sorts. I do not believe that we should be really interacting with any of this, their commercial realm, so to speak. And I was on a stand, and still am. You know, that's how the sister knows me. From the corner there, because like that's really, like she was mentioning in the beginning, you get to a certain point, and the brother above me, after was mentioning ego death, happens, and you have to let go of even just your own will because I was standing for something outside of myself, I guess some people would say.
Yeah.
But outside is within, so it was just a reflection of my inner reality. But
Right.
That's a
part of
bar.
that was also showing others that they can do that. And one of the first things that I always used to try to tell people, because I was calling people out, that's, and I still am, I'm just a sign, I'm a sign, that it's okay. It's okay, because people be going through it out there, and nobody smiles, and a lot of the people that you might see out panhandling and things and whatnot, like, they're hurt, and they're actually under, they're going through something else, and I just really want people to know, like, part of I am is a sense of value, because that is something a lot of people don't have, for themselves. Is I am is enough, and I was talking to Selfmade earlier. We were talking about this, and we came to a certain point in our conversation, and I had to think for a quick moment, about the question he was asking me, and I just had to say I am. And he was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Just say it out loud, because that's all I can think, to like, come across." But transferring this knowledge, transferring this information is definitely possible, but it does require the person to choose to die. Because what I would ask people to do is, like I have a Hebrew as my background, it's just to do what Jesus said to do. Jesus said, sell your stuff, part the money to the poor, all right, and go and preach the gospel, and I was talking to Selfmade earlier. One of the beginning levels of my evolution was actually taking the Bible literally, which I know that is a controversial stance
We was
to
talking
have.
about that. Yeah.
I told him that is a base level for all the other understandings, because if you literally do what Jesus or whatever people call him, I mechanically use this word to mean savior, okay? And so
Right.
if you mechanically do what the savior said to do, it actually means you're actually casting off this whole little life that you built for yourself.
Right.
All right. And embracing another task, which is actually helping others embrace that. But the only way that they're going to be able to do that is if they do have the sense of I am,
Yeah.
and there are ways that you can transfer that information over to them, but they have to be within your energetic field.
Right.
You have to dwell together, because that's what Jesus and the disciples are doing. They didn't have jobs. They were just preaching, shooting wisdom, healing people by whatever means. I know they mystify it in the Bible, but with the earth, they were healing. They're healing people with the earth,
Facts.
and people appreciate it and have whatever economic value that they survive with. But it's something that they had to dwell together to really so it can rub off, and then it becomes a each one teach one, because even in the story, what happens is at a certain point, you have to like get away from your friends and see if they're actually like on the level.
Right.
Okay.
So he sent them off. He's like, okay, here, you have power, go. All right, go, here's the mission. All right, and don't take nothing with you. Okay? And if you have the sense of I am, you will be worth whatever you are worth. And that is literally how I live my life.
So may I ask you a
That's
question to get you right there?
absolutely.
Can you or do you believe in Jesus, God, as well as I am?
We had me and Selfmade were having this discussion actually earlier too, about the sense of death, and according to my understanding, Jesus allowed his body to die. All right, and the Bible even says that you do not take my life, I lay it down. Because when you are walking in the true perfection of I am, and this was a part of the conversation me and Selfmade were having, death cannot touch you.
So we was like, let me just give a little background of what we was talking about as far as the body and death. I'm pretty sure it kind of started when you were saying as far as the body, you were saying the body is immortal.
Yeah.
And then I was asking, what is the purpose of that on Earth with the limits?
Right.
Right.
It's to be able to interact with the physical realm.
Right. I totally understand that, but we are already doing that.
Absolutely, depending on your mysticism, there are other entities that actually envy us for being able to do this, and supposedly take control of us if we allow ourselves to be open to that type of thing. And I don't want to get like too religious, or anything like that. And so being able to manipulate the physical world around us is actually it is our birthright and dominion as existing as what we are in this plane.
So I think at this point, then where we had left off was, what is the limits to that being we can maintain our body on a immortal stand?
I think the last question you asked me was about like when you can fly and whatnot, right? And
Right.
so my response was going to be to you is because I also said, hey, you can teleport, across the earth, not just fly. All right. And so in an ascended state, will have abilities to shift and phase into different dimensions.
Right.
Because
Okay.
and so the physical body still has value. There's people now who are trained to leave the physical body and interact on the other dimension. They call it astral projection, or it's all kinds of things. And so
Right.
the body does have value as far as existing on this plane, especially if we're going to help people. If we're going to help people raise consciousness to another level, because most people are afraid of ghosts.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Wow. So I guess that would say that you can then is what you're saying, right? And be wholehearted.
I'd say if you have the ability to do so, then you have a duty to do so.
Okay, so look, now
Mm.
now let's deal with the death aspect, because you were saying that death is a malfunction.
Absolutely.
What's your take on that? Like what do you think in your mind the purpose of death is?
Right. That's interesting.
It's to show the people who are alive that something went wrong with the person.
Now, that wrong is the cause of what? Like where does the wrong come into play?
It could be we live such a I'm not going to say long, but the length of life we live in this is infinite. We're literally in the infinite. We cannot quantify the amount of instances and happenings. I'm reaching for words because I feel like the answer is a little bigger. But there's so many things that we do physically, spiritually, that are either uplifting or could be damaging over a period of time. You can't just pinpoint it and say, oh, this was that, or it was this cigarette that killed them, or it was this cheeseburger that you see what I'm saying? And so it's a lifetime of habits that eventually causes this regenerative device, right? Because if I cut myself, right? Another part of that my post from the other day was about regeneration. And like our ribs, even our ribs, these things can regenerate. The body can regenerate. And so if the body regenerates, it should actually not, it's trying to regenerate into a perfect form. And so if the perfect form is life itself, is what we are. And there's a Christian rapper, and he has this line, he says, we're all just breathing to death. Which, I mean, at the time I liked it, but you grow and you think about words that are said to you in different form. That's wicked. That's not, because that's like breath is life. It's literally what we're using to communicate.
And so the only reason for me why I say that I like that is because it speaks to the current environment, right? We literally are like our environment as far as our atmosphere, what we're doing to our earth, right? I mean, it's uh we're littering, there's more oil, there's all kind of shit that's in the earth, right? And so it's working triple double time to try and cleanse itself, right? So we're clogging pores. So I understand what he was saying. We're breathing to death, and until we tap in as the collective and really say, okay, we really care about this earth that we're in, right? Which gives us, there's an exchange of oxygen when we're getting to the scientific part of it. Until we really start looking at that, we are breathing to death in that sense, because what we're taking in, unless you are purifying your air inside of your apartment or your home or whatever, literally the things that are environmentally that we're breathing in, that we're eating, that we're drinking, that we are consuming, like you said, over a certain period of time, accumulate to a malfunction, right? Because we can't get rid of it, right? So it succumbs to that toxicity and that overtake. So I like that because it highlights, it's jarring, but we need to do something about it. There should be no reason with advanced technology, right? If back in the day people could live for a few hundred, right? We're getting ready to celebrate Betty White's 100th, right? That's Capricorn season. I'm a Capricorn, right? But that is something to be like, whoa, 100 years. But when we look at the span of life, that's 100 summers. That's it, right? People get 40 summers, 20 summers. That's not life. Like, you know what I mean? That's a blink of an eye. So I do like that. So sorry to interject on that one, but I do like that. It brings a highlight to, we need to change it, if that makes sense.
And even beyond technology, all technology is trying to do is mimic us. Artificial intelligence is the mimicry of this mind of sorts, and it's already kind of running the world a little bit.
Right. No, and you're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so it's another part of our conversation, and you actually kind of touched on it, just speaking about what's happening on the earth. Because I was talking to Selfmade, just like in regards to the Bible, I was telling him like as a principal cause, I really only identify with the first two chapters of the first book of the Bible, which are in Genesis. That's in the Garden of Eden. It's where the God of the Bible says how He wants things to be, and it was for us to steward the earth, and multiply and know that things were good. And not to be in contention with one another. And so even just like she was saying, of all the unnatural environment around us, that's juxtaposed to life. If you live here in California, on every apartment complex, on every store you go on, it has this little placard. You can find it it says this facility, this place caused cancer. This place,
California 65.
And they tell you, evil has to tell you, what it's doing to you. There's no signs like that in the forest. There's no signs like that. Well, the signs are the weather, but yeah, there's nothing that's really out there to kill you, in nature. And so we've actually constructed an apparatus with the death of nature, because all of this stuff came from stuff we dug out of the earth, stuff we cut down, all these different things. And when I look at the beginning of this book, right, He didn't give Adam like a house or anything. We were just out here. And sometimes I think we as people think we can outsmart this, people call it a creation. Really, it's all good. It's all good, and we all doing too much work.
Yeah, I think that because we're talking about nature and shit, right? And I have to take it here real quick. And this is just for me listening to you speak. Let me say this. I did not understand the Bible until I let go of the belief in God and the belief of religion and shit, right? So when I came into this I am, that's when I understood the Bible. Like, you know what I mean? So um from a esoteric or metaphysical level, right? So when it comes down to us living in nature as opposed to us not living in nature, it would be similar to us being in our spirit form as opposed to us being in our human form. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? So when it
Absolutely.
so when it comes down to us naturally being spiritual first, and then we have to go through all of these things in our human body that may be toxic. We may have to go through all of this shit, and then ultimately to come back to the spirit form. Like, you know what I mean? And so that's what the thing would be. So even though we don't really and just like you said, how like there's certain signs in the city that'll let you know like when certain shit is bad or botched, same thing and shit, right? So when it comes down to that type of situation, I still respect, you know, the fact that everything isn't what it is. Because if it everything was just everything, then we wouldn't even be here. Like, you know what I mean? So I like the opposing factor of the experience being like living in the city, or you know, just the opposition, so we can learn just to say, you want to know what, nature is that shit that we need to fuck with. Like, you know what I mean? So I just look at it like it's something that we have to go through. So I respect both sides, and I just want to say that.
And then we need the world to still go round because, frankly, we're not all aligned to like go out and live in nature. And because we haven't really been taking care of nature, nature not ready for all of us like that.
All right.
Nor do people even know how to survive in nature,
In
if
nature.
they, you know, was
Right.
given the chance. And, you know, a lot of people don't know how to start fire, cure water, build shelters from you know just wood and all these other things. So let alone try to recognize certain plants that's not going to kill you. You go out there thinking you could eat any kind of berry bush, it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, people definitely are not built
The poison poppies, right?
right.
You would literally, and it again, it's just like, you know, going back to that, you would really have to rely on self at that point, and it's gonna be
It's gonna be
like,
trial and error for
yeah,
sure.
people ain't ready to go into that, so you really gonna have to let go of everything and then just start reconstructing who the fuck you are, from opposed to, you know, what you have to go through and shit. So it's crazy.
So does the universe tie into the I am?
Yeah.
Kind of like a piggyback onto it.
It is
Let
the
me
I
let me
am.
can I answer that real quick? Everybody, can I answer that real quick? Because I have a
Yeah, right.
question for
It's the
that.
basis of it.
'Cause I've been hit with this question before, and I'm trying to figure out what is the universe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because when people say the universe, are you
Right.
talking about stars, the moon? Like, what are, like when you say that?
No.
Because
Okay.
there's a
No.
lot of things that make up the universe, us included. So what do you mean by the universe?
I would say the number one thing is the source of, to me, energy. Energy is everything. It's the sun. It's the human form. It's life. Energy is everything. Without energy, we're like kind of like battery packs, kind of say. Without energy source, everything in the life drops because there is no more, and that's what creates. You know what I mean? Just like if you rub your hands together and notice how it accumulates heat within your hand. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And it's all through energy. So when you do the tie-in, some I believe this is a strong connection too. When I say that's why some like the Mayans, like they praise the sun and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's a form of energy of the source, even spiritual, that also carries. You know, spirituality piggybacks off that. Invisible, like oxygen. We can't see it, but it's there, yet still. You know what I'm saying? So tied into one, some people believe you can have one without the other at times. I've heard people say, you know, you can have this form of believing within yourself, but you don't have to believe in universe or mother nature, or whatever you want to call it. Because I don't think you don't have a clear understanding of what it is unless you have a definition of what it is. Meaning, even if you could walk and live a certain type of way of life, but if you still don't understand, as you saying, the I am, well, then yet and still, who are you? You feel what I'm saying? So just
Yeah.
because you live it, it's a definition. You can have a word to something, but what's the definition of something? You feel me? And everything, to me, everything has a generator to it. So I tend to say everything is powered by something in this world. So I believe. You know what I'm saying? So from it could be the sun, it can be the invisible energy. Like you ever meet some people, and sometimes you can meet some people. You're the same person who you are, but yet and still you guys will bounce off each other like a magnetic field that blocks each other off. But you could be the same person, and that's where chemistry ties in, and you guys can tie into this and be like soulmates. You know what I'm saying? But yet still, you're still the same person. So why is it that this doesn't click with this, but this can click with this, but it's all the same energy from the energy you put off? Just why if you walk in the room and people are sad, you know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, it feels gloomy in here. You know what I'm saying? It feels bad in here. So sometimes you can walk in and be bubbly and people will like that energy, and that energy can lighten up a whole room. You are that energy, should I say. You know
I got you.
Yeah, there's no
So
separation.
let me and I like what shout out to everybody in the chat. I always forget to shout out the chat. So shout out to everybody in the chat. 777 said me equals M, and I know earlier he said me is just like saying M, and then I is us, right? And I'm gonna piggyback off that when I give you what I'm gonna give you, because when people say is the I am separate from the universe or separate from anything, the I am is literally everything, because you know what I mean. So when we talk about and I had to rehash my hashtag. I had to redo it because you know people saying, "Oh, that's separate of of everybody else." But then I was just like, "Okay, now I have to make it we are the I am," so people get it. But to go deeper into your question, so when you say it's separate, everything, just like you just now said, everything is based upon energy and consciousness, right? So that's the basis of all creation. You cannot create anything without energy, and you cannot create anything without a thought, which is which is a consciousness, right? So when it comes down to that, a lot of people have a hard time keeping that connection. They want to separate everything, and it's understandable why they would want to do it on a physical scale, right? But when you break down the nature of what we are and what everything is, then you will find out that everything is the same thing. You know what I mean? It's just different aspects of life, right? So, so when we have that understanding, we would say, okay, well, you're saying, are we different from the universe? We are the universe. That's what I'm saying. So when I ask you, like, what do you think makes up the universe consists of more than one thing. It consists of a lot of things, and all of those things have the basic breakdown, which is the basic elements of energy and consciousness. So I want to make that real clear when people think that, like, that we're saying that we're separate than anything or above anything or below anything or any of that, but that's never the case. Again, like if you zoom in on this, my pen says I am everything and nothing at the same time. Like, you know what I mean? So
would that be to your, because my fin is from your experience is what you are. Your experience of you is your life. You're the God of that experience. Or like how Holder Boy said, he said, you're the Satan of your hell and you're the God of your angel, or however he said it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're the God of your heaven. This is what you create. But that's only your experience through the life that you lived around your surroundings, opposed to somebody else could have been walking a whole different walk. So their walk of, you know what I'm saying?
And I understand that, but when you ask them, well, who walked that walk? And they would have to say, well, I did. Or, well, who's the person that's walking? I am. So no matter what, it's still going to come down to them acknowledging that it's them that's going on their journey. I don't expect to go on somebody else's journey. Like, you know what I mean? Because, again, we're all here on our separate energy, on our separate mission for confirmation. You know what I mean? By way of information and participation, which is the mission. But now we still have to understand that, okay, yeah, we understand that your light may be a different light, but if we exchange notes for real, we're going to come down with the same fucking compound, which is the same basis of energy and consciousness and purpose. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, I'm not looking at, I'm not even going, because a lot of people find it hard to judge or to not judge somebody. But it's like, okay, so you're judging for what intention? Like, are you judging it just because like your shit and they shit don't match up? And are you trying to get an understanding from that person, or are you judging them just because like, nah, they ain't doing what I think that they should be doing. That means you don't know what the fuck you're doing because you're focused on them. You should be in your bag. You feel me? So it's like
No doubt.
it comes down to that collectively. Even again, like I said earlier, even if we don't agree on something, just because you give me your opposition, that makes me sharpen my shit because it's just like, okay, well, yeah, I need to find out what the fuck he's on so I can make sure that I'm sharp on that aspect too. That's what people do. That's what smart. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, you know what I mean? So some people will automatically negate something that don't resonate with them when really you're supposed to tap into that shit. And I don't want to.
And the second degree, right? And that's so much.
Are we in question mode? Because I didn't know if we're still going like through the.
No.
Open dialogue.
That was just me asking. No.
We just slow.
Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't want to step on nobody's toes.
No, not at all. No, keep going. No, flow.
So for me, I believe in the collective, right? Once you step into I am, you are part of the collective, right? I'm a geek a little bit, little nerd, right? My dad believed in Marvel and Star Wars, Star Trek, and all that. So the thing that was dope to me about Star Trek is when they were talking about the Borg. Like that connected with me so much as far as the I am, right? The mission, if you don't know, the Borg, it is a collective conscious, right? There are all these individual people that assimilate people, meaning we connect and now we're one conscious, right? So everything that you know, everything that everybody's connected with will have that knowledge, which makes us like untouchable. There's nothing you could do. We can adapt at any point in time. We know it already because we have the life experience, the knowledge, the know-how, how you did it, right? So when you step into the I am, even though we're individuals and we're not like the Borg, traveling in space in a square, right? Energy-wise, though, you have tapped into the collective, right? So when you were to shine light on what Woon was saying about I am everything and nothing at the same time, I am the universe. We are particles of flesh, right? Of the earth, of elements. The energy is what keeps us all connected. That's the collective. So when I connected with Nashaya, right? Please say I said it right. Yes.
Nashaya, you good?
Nashaya, right? I'm gonna get it right. Yeah, Masai. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to read it and it's not right. Okay, Nashaya. I didn't know why I needed to connect with him. And when I saw him on that corner, I was on that far outside going to Shell, turning into Truxel to get my car washed and all that. But it was something like, I needed to connect with him. And I literally stopped traffic, cut everybody off on my way through, right? Because I needed to connect with the collective, right? There was some sort of energy exchange that needed to take place, right? And like I said, for him to be on this live, this is the collective, right? This is that part. So when you're stepping into I am, when you're talking universe, that's why when we're able to, time travel, or that's why you can see a vision. That's why you see things. And I tell people all the time, just because you see something in your mind and it may scare you, right? You may see something like somebody getting shot or somebody dying, somebody at a funeral. You are seeing images that may not be connected to you. It's for somebody else. So what I practice, if I see that, first of all, I cancel that for myself. But if I sit and I okay, because because the other aspect is we have our human self, right? Our human flesh and our thoughts and our fears. That's really more of our dark side, right? So that can talk to your brain and get you into some other stuff. But when those images come across, that's like the collective, that's the telephone, like, nigga, send me some help, right? So I got to send you my energy. Like, nah, we about to cancel that. I've seen many of strange visions and things like that. No, I'm gonna send you my energy. I seen people, I'm just that way. I'm just wired that way. So it's like, you'll see things and you're part of the collective. So if you have a dream and you're on Mars or you're in outer space somewhere, guess what? That is part of your energy. You are really there. Don't question it. Don't doubt it. It ain't the bad pizza you had last night. That is part of the energy. So we are part of the collective. We are the Borg. We are that energy source. And so that is to even explain it a little bit more. We are the universe. We are everything. That's why we can't be defeated. We understand everybody. We're not offended by anybody. Like, yo, you'll come into that level of consciousness when you're ready. Right now, cruising through the universe. You know what I'm saying? I'll see you back around. Right. So
I gotta add on to that real quick. There is, because I can't have you say that, sis, without there's as far as like visions and really being tapped in and really like getting shit from the source, that shit is fucking real as hell. And I used to tell my family that shit all the time, like, hey, like nigga, if I tell y'all some shit, y'all better pay attention. Like, you know what I mean? But that shit used to hit me when I was a kid and shit anyway, but
mhm.
now like that shit is just like it's it goes like because first when the shit first started happening, it's just like hold on nigga, you be bugged the fuck out and shit, right? And then you start to process it, and then you start to accept it, and then we start to accept it, then you could damn near, I would say damn near like cultivate that shit to kind of work in your favor, kind of like what you were saying, Benay. So it's just like and I just have to say that because people don't understand that. So when like they got certain people that claim to be like mediums and psychics and can read people and shit like that. When you come into this understanding, I would never tell you that I'm a medium. I would never tell you that I'm a psychic. I would never tell you that, you know what I mean? It's just nigga, I'm tapped in with self. I'm tapped in with the fucking source. So like, you know what I mean? And when you accept it, man, shit be coming left and right.
Right.
And you can say some inexplicable shit, you know what I mean, to people who can't comprehend the language, but you could say something, people are like, what the fuck does that even mean? And then you be like, all right, nigga, so maybe I'm ahead of my, all right, maybe y'all, I'm gonna just set it down and hopefully somebody pick it up.
Right, because remember when maybe like a couple months back, we were all on a call, and I was like, nigga, who's sitting in the dark, right, with one light, right? You know what I'm saying? You like,
with a bag on a seat.
yeah, and
I
I
was like, that's
seen it
me.
like just yeah, and you're like, yeah, that's me, right? So
Right.
it wasn't that he was doing nothing wrong. I mean, from what I could see, I knew he was scrolling or something. He was on his phone or something, but I don't. It wasn't for that. I was just tapped into the energy, and even when you're tapped in, sometimes you still need that confirmation because it's like, is this somebody from a distance, like I was saying, as part of that collective, or within this immediate group while we're on the phone?
Right.
What am I seeing? What am I picking up? You know what I mean? So it's that real, so.
And just to touch on just the collective, even when you're mentioning like sometimes you're saying something to people, and they may not understand. It's really important for like those of us who are on this frequency of I am, we start to connect more closely to one another. Because when I was traveling in larger groups, because we dwelled together, we ate together, we lived together, we moved together, it amplified what we were, to the point where even our casual speech would start to manifest, and so it's a thing where like we're all connecting, we're all and I guess this all is very serendipitous, because really I've been taking a break from like social media. Been having like a little year. I got like I went through some trials and whatnot, and a learning experience, but I've just recently just wanted to like start to re-expand. So I threw a rock in the water yesterday, which is really how me and Selfmade like started talking. But it just really came from me just like letting go. Because a lot of times I'm trying to hold on to the past, which is this. It's passing us right now, and we're not changed, and it's literally it's all gone. And the more you try to hold on to that, the more I guess pain you're causing yourself, people would say.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to move, and I wanted to move back into what I knew to be, because I was outside of I was out, and I guess it's been talked about, is I am all of this, you know um And Selfmade asked me about death, and we were talking biblically. I was like, in the Bible, it says God didn't create death, neither does He take pleasure in it. Which led to me saying about this malfunction thing. And so, in the consciousness of I am, is infinite. And when we start to link together on this vibration, we begin to have what people would call control of reality around us. And and you can see this operating in what people will call the Matrix or Babylon or whatever you want to call it. That's what a company is. A company is everyone's will organized on the same thing. And so they've actually hijacked that will, or that value of I am, so to speak, or they've hijacked what I am for their own end or gain, instead of just actually focusing on that, what I am. And once we do that, I don't know. The Bible talks about 144,000 singing a song on a mountain. I don't want to preach at y'all.
But let me say, that Bible, man.
Yo.
A lot of people don't think that it be kicking that I am shit, but
They
that
definitely
Bible,
do.
I am getting all through that motherfucker straight up.
Right.
It definitely do, for sure. For sure. Oh,
Well,
man,
I was just gonna say you're Messiah, right? Okay,
Messiah.
Messiah. Dang, I'm gonna get it right. But we, just so that you know, like Woon, Selfmade, all of us have been on, like, on several calls. We've been talking about, Selfmade got some land and stuff. What we've been talking about, we were really, that's something we're trying to put together that we can kind of live off the grid-ish, and kind of blend it all. Some of us are like totally ready to go completely off the grid. Some are like, no, I need to be near the city. I need to have some aspects, but we definitely understand that vibe of that. And that's why we, even I'm like I said, I just have to give a shout out to my boys, like Woon and Selfmade. Y'all actually did the podcast. Like, we've been talking about this forever, right?
Hey, the people, especially, and I have to say this real quick, and I'm gonna let Selfmade go because I know we ain't spoken a minute. The people actually ask us for this because we'll be live and they'll be like, man, y'all should have a podcast. Y'all should have a podcast. And there was people, and I'm pretty sure it was with you too, Selfmade, but there was people from a lot of different, walks of life and shit that was asking me, hey, when we should do a podcast? We should do a podcast. I'm like, yeah, what's going on. I have to get back. Because this is where I live at. Like, you know what I mean? So if I'm always here, I wouldn't feel comfortable because I wouldn't be true to what they're trying to push if they're not on this type of time. Like, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't want to half-ass it. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I respectfully decline. But, so when me and Selfmade, you was a part of the conversation too. We actually, was trying to get it going, but it seemed like, everybody has their own things that they're doing. So, it just happened to happen how it did. But it was the people, man, and it's just like, I super salute the people who tap in and fuck with us or just on the regular, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if again, like if you just tapping in for a little bit, because I've had times to where I wanted to say, like, I'm gonna just take a break from social media or I'm gonna just do this and do that. But I like hearing people speak. I like to hear what motherfuckers got to say on their mind. I like to hear people, spill they spill. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, I've always been that type of person that's either speaking for the people or want to hear the people speak. Like, you know what I mean? And that's why I be listening so hard. Like, you know what I mean? Just to see what motherfuckers got going on and shit. You feel me? Just so I could be like, hey, bro, like, I done been through some shit too. So let's exchange notes. Let's see what this shit is popping like. So and that's kind of like where we went with the Selfmade, where we went with the name of the show, Free Your Mind. Like, you know what I mean? Because because there's sometimes to where people may be having a lot of things on their mind, especially people that's coming into this I am-ism, right? Because when you get hit with the shit, like, you know what I mean? Even though you ask for it subconsciously, when it comes, you like, what the fuck? So, so sometimes you don't have a platform or you don't have nobody to talk to or you don't have anybody to just be like, damn, nigga, well, I'm going through this shit, so I need to get this shit off real quick. Like, you know what I mean? And not only get it off, but to have somebody bounce it back to you or kick that shit back to you to where they like, yeah, nigga, that part. Like, you know what I mean? So the free your mind is just, you could come on here and free your mind, or if you're having some type of situation that you got going on, then, we would help you free your mind. Like, you know what I mean? So either way it goes is Gucci. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just a beautiful thing. So I'm always here for the people, and I've always been like that. So it's natural.
That's what really started it for me. You know what I'm saying? Was the people. You know what I mean? Trying to teach them about their health and teach them about the system and how certain stuff is pinned against you. Just all these different aspects of what's going on in life right now. We've been talking about this stuff and speaking on this stuff and putting ourselves out there and doing live videos and you know what I mean? Like really just trying to get some sort of a message out there to where it's like, it's all about self. It's about tapping into self and the things that you want out of life. And with that collective consciousness thing that you was talking about, I like to use nature and colors and shapes and things like that. It's like you start off in your root chakra, you start off in the red, you know what I mean? And as you elevate and go to the orange, you got to let go of the frequency of the red to move to the orange. You know what I'm saying? And then you have to keep on doing that until you reach that gold, that crown chakra, that white or the gold, whichever one. You know how it is, Woon. But it's either white or gold, one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's no gold that is white. It just bright and shit, right?
Right. And once you get to that top, once you get to that gold or that white, it doesn't mean that you can't traverse back down to your root chakra because you already been through it. So now you already know what it's like, and you can relate to certain people that may not be on that gold frequency at the time. You know what I mean? And so it's like your vibe. What they say, your vibe creates the tribe type of a thing. You know what I mean? Like you start gravitating towards certain people that's on a certain frequency. Once you start getting to that point of like questioning self and questioning your reality, just that off the rip starts to, push you in a certain direction, and you start to, make sense of other people's conversations, and you start seeing stuff and putting stuff together like, damn, wait, hold on, I was just doing some research on this and that's connecting with this, you know what I mean? But it does take that work. You have to put in the work as far as whatever it may be, researching, meditating, just going outside by yourself and sitting by a tree for 3 hours, like whatever it is that you have to do to start making these different connections. And you start to see like, okay, wait, so I breathe oxygen and the trees exhale oxygen. And then they take in you start just connecting yourself to literally everything in this reality. And once it clicks, once that shit click, you go, oh shit, like, okay, wait, hold on. Who am I? Like, I'm everything at this point because I could see myself in everything. I could, my relationship is with everything. You know what I mean? That's where that separation, there is none. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, that's really where it's at.
Hey, Selfmade, and that's why that's my motherfucking co-host, nigga.
Like, we do this, man. We do this.
Hey, I gotta say this real quick because you did bring up the red, going in with the root chakra and shit. And I just gotta drop this real quick. That's what Wizard of Oz is about. How she started off with the red ruby slippers and shit, and then the yellow brick road, the golden. Check that. Rewatch that shit. Rewatch the fucking Wizard of Oz, right? And it's and I just now made a post the other day. It's not like Oz, like OZ. It's like when you find out something, you be like, so it's like
like aha moment.
Exactly. So when you watch that shit, that's just lit.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to my boy. He said they call him Cap for short, but he's in the
he been rocking.
He's in the chat.
I know. Yeah, Cap been putting it in. Shouts out to Cap.
Yeah. He said when logic ends. Yeah, that's
And
when that logic ends, that's when you dealing with a whole different element.
Yes, and for me, I'm very logical, right? So it was that part, that death.
Hey.
Oh my God. Goodness. It was because what I started seeing and feeling was like, I'm about to die, like literally, right? And so it kept me in a fear place, like, nigga, I got too much stuff to do, right? So, nah, I'm gonna tip my toes in it just a little bit, right? But the further you get into it and you really like say, okay, it's like drowning, right? At some point, in order to drown, you're gonna have to give up, right? So you're gonna have to succumb. So I was seeing that I was flaring, right? Trying to breathe, trying to do everything. And I just kept going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into it. So I said, you know what? Listen, I ain't going out like that. So if I'm going to go out, listen, I'm going to be peaceful. I'm going to be calm, cool, collected. Let's go, right? And like you said, I literally laid myself down, right? When you do that and you rise back up in a whole nother level of consciousness, when you look back on your body or your spirit or the old person, it's like, ew, I wanted to hold on to that. Like, like I did not like her, right? I was, a beautiful person, always been on exterior, but I had some deep, dark, nasty ways, right? I wasn't always that, and I wasn't always giving. I wasn't always nice. I was very judgmental. I was very just human, right? So, in order for me to be my best self, I didn't know that this is what I had to literally like do, and so that included cutting off people, and y'all know that, I ain't been tapping in like that. I'm doing other projects, but this is another level, right? That I'm transitioning into. So now this death is a little bit easier in the sense because I'm prepared, like, okay, this level I have to die at here, right? I'm gonna be 40 next month. Shout out to the Capricorns, right? Don't
Hey,
listen,
Hey,
right? But that even is a symbolic, right? The end of chapter 39 going into 40. This is, a new chapter, a new book, a new person. So now, like, I can't even tell you what I can see already is happening, right? It's going to happen. Like, this is just going to be an amazing ride. And I'm so grateful that I died in my 30s, like literally died in my 30s to be able to be reborn or to awaken, right? I hate saying that word, to awaken into my authentic self, right? And I look forward to several more deaths, right? So that I can be on that golden level, right? That's the ultimate thing, is to be kind of like we talk about the last dragon, right? That circle, right? Come back through all of those to come back to that space that's actually, there's an outline, right? But it's nothing, right? It's nothing there. So as we're going through this root chakras, we're going through this ascension to get back to the place where it is nothing. Like, that's the ultimate, right? And I feel like well, I can't say that. That's the ultimate in the sense of being in that place, and then there's more, right? Because we always say, like, if we get a car or we get that house, or I can't wait to lose this weight, I can't wait to do that. But when you reach that point, then what, right? Are you gonna be complacent?
next journey.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I made it. You know what I'm saying? I can sit back. Or are you gonna be like, yo, okay, I made this, but what's next, right? What is left to explore? So that's, for me, that's where I'm like strapped in. I'm ready. Like, okay, let's go, because I know everything I'm gonna go through is gonna be for my betterment. It's gonna be the betterment for the collective, everybody around me. So I literally don't fear death anymore in a physical sense, because it's not so much, death doesn't happen to the death doesn't happen to me. It happens to the body. So I will always be here, right? So physically, this, gorgeous face may not be on this earth, but my energy lives on. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Yeah, that's why when it came to what me and Nashaya was talking about as far as death being a malfunction, I wouldn't call it a malfunction because I see death as damn near like the fuel. You know what I mean? Like if life is light and what is fueling the light, which is the darkness, which would be quote unquote death, but it's I don't look at it from that perspective. I look at it from like a rebirthing type of understanding. You know what I mean? Like there is no such thing as death, but it's a transition of energy from one form to another. You know what I'm saying? So the death actually fuels the life. You can't have one without the other. You know what I'm saying?
So on that point, because I guess I want to tie you down right here on your statement. Okay. You said death.
You ain't going nowhere, nigga.
It's a wrap. I'm strapping in.
Okay, so death,
right now.
Death fuels life, right? So then, what extinguishes life?
Death. It's a constant circle.
So it's both what fuels life and what takes away life.
I don't personally don't think that there's anything that can. Life will always be in existence. I think when you're talking about consciousness, you're not aware that life is still there. So in that sense, that's the only way you die, because you're not aware that you are alive. Like, does that make sense? Like,
the body has a consciousness.
But think about it.
The body has a consciousness.
It starts that shit.
But think about this, like, because you was talking about the body is a regenerating quantum thing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so for something to
so body's like fossil fuel.
Right. For anything to be able to
even.
No, the body's like fossil fuel. It's a continuous energy. So it goes back into the earth and it goes back into the universe.
Right.
So
exactly. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Like,
I almost thought D. Woon
was
asleep. He came in and dropped
he slid that in there.
When they spit games, man, I'm taking notes too, man.
Hold on. My question is, if the body is designed to regenerate, what stops this process? Because regeneration is into perfection, and perfection is life as I know it.
Look, but this is what I was gonna say. For a cell to be able to regenerate, another cell has to die, or else you're gonna be overpopulated with cells.
Right.
So that part right there, that death aspect, is helping the regeneration.
Right. So this is where there's a separation between our what people call spirit, soul, or whatever, and this body. Because this body has a consciousness, all right, which is actually programmed by the spirit, and because people's spirit, right, took a program which was given to them called death, right? Because the only reason you're conscious of this thing is because you might have seen it or it was told to you, and so because this program exists in the psyche, this code is going to run at some point later on.
But even if you didn't understand or know of the word death, it's all around us. We see it all the time.
We see what's operating in this environment around us. And sometimes I've asked people, have you ever seen pictures of an animal in nature that has died from what we would call natural causes?
Well, everything's natural, so
or some people, some people, human beings get old and die.
That's natural. I mean,
have you ever seen pictures of like an antelope that just got old and like it died, or you understand what I'm saying? here.
Right. So
but you're talking
I
about
can
the
give you an
animal kingdom.
example.
Another animal gonna sense that shit, and they gonna come kill his weak ass off and do help him.
Thank you.
But hold on, but before we even talk about killing a bee, right, and reproducing, once he impregnates another bee, he's dead. Do you know that?
That's a fact.
So
Right.
so that is there's a regeneration that happens that has nothing to do with it. It's all positive, right? You know, you're trying to get it in to keep it going. So it's not about, so there are, I believe, natural deaths. There are even I forgot what those little bugs are that come out every 12 years or something crazy just for the night or whatever, and they like die like every 12 years. I forgot what they're called. You see them down south a lot of the times.
Yeah, but their life cycle is dictated by the environment around it.
Okay, so
What Woon was saying, in nature, something senses that this animal is near its end, or it's one of the weak ones, or it can be takeable. And what I had said before is a code has been inserted, and at some point it's gonna run. Okay, this program, this death program, it's gonna approach. Well,
let me ask you that something real quick to that, and I was gonna bring up the Lion King, the Circle of Life, but
right.
when you say the program or the code, who do you think is programs that code?
Yep, I asked you that.
He asked me this. He asked me.
Yeah, because I need answers.
So
to that.
it happened. All right. It happened because oh man, we're gonna get into the other thing, free will.
I'm just asking.
Okay,
Let's do it. Hey, let's do it.
The answer I gave him, or answer I told Selfmade earlier is, it was a byproduct of us coming out of the nature of I am.
Coming out of the nature of I am?
Yeah, so when we stepped out of the nature of I am, there was a byproduct called death. And the exact answer I told him was, the Bible says God, source, I am, didn't create death and does not take pleasure in it, at least according to that book. And so when we step outside of that frequency, all right, or that order, or those laws, whatever, or those codes, or that program, we die.
Okay, let me say this to that. We don't even step into the I am until we die.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
So okay.
So let me get
What
to the point.
What were you before you were born? What were you before you were born?
Before I was born, I've always been who I am. But my thing is, you're saying, because you said that.
Hold on, wait. You just said you've always been who I am with your statement. So then, right. How do I not step into I am if you always been that?
You just forget.
So when it comes down to understanding what this I am is, you would have to understand what you're not, right? But that's still a part of being the I am. You cannot step outside of the I am. And you said, and I'm trying to go to with what you said before I go into.
Oh, I understand. I understand what's happening here.
So when you step outside of I am, then that equals death. It's just like, no, death is a part of the I am. Just like I said, I would not have came into this I am ism unless I died on a specific type of level, right? So when you say that that death happens as a result of stepping outside of the I am, when you say I am everything and nothing at the same time, death is a part of that everything. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Death is a void.
Okay, so
it's
death is a void, right?
It's a cancellation.
Okay. Let's go with that right there. Okay, so when you're everything, what are you? What are you void of?
Everything is all encompassing.
No, I'm saying when you're everything, what are you void of?
Nothing.
Nothing. You are void of being nothing, right?
Yeah, because you are everything.
Right.
You're the opposite. No, you are the opposite.
There we go.
wait. You're the opposite of nothing.
Huh?
No. So I understood when you're speaking.
So,
I guess I should just
make something.
I will just let me just get this out real quick. I just believe that that I am is a separate entity, all right, from us.
It encompasses all.
Me and Selfmade had the conversation about I think it was on one of his lives actually about separation. And that is something I do believe. I do believe in a divine architect and things of that nature.
So when you let me ask you this real quick. So when you say that it's separate, where does the separatism come in, and where does it come from?
Our choice.
So it would still be us.
Of course, because that's our gift. That's the gift of life. That is the gift of life.
Right. And so what Woon, I got to come in and with my mom energy, right? To explain it, right? What my educator had on, what my teacher had on. I understand what he's trying to say, and I can spill similar in the sense that the worst thing that could be in I am is death. And I say that as an I am person. And the reason why I can understand what he's trying to say is if you die physically, right, without stepping into the knowledge of who you are, that is like a death, right? Because you're not aware, right? So it is death in the sense of the separation. So if we're going biblical and we're talking Adam and Eve time, right? They were all in the I am, right? Because there was no need to say that they were naked. There was no knowledge of what even naked was, right? So if we're saying eating of this fruit now makes us aware of it, that opens up death's door, because now you're aware of it. Now you've separated yourself. So this is a death, right? I get like where it is.
Let me say this to that, and that's why I said so. Death is automatically going or should bring you back to the I am, because you got to die after that.
Right. Yeah. So, but what happens to people though, and which is the worst part of it, and why I feel like us coming together, and even if whether you're in the Bible or not, but we can go biblical or stay in a metaphysical sense, is in the Bible it talks about death and being reborn, right? Jesus came down to save, right? To cancel out death. And what that really means is you have to be aware of who you are, right? It's bringing you back to an I am, because while you are living it up, not what a care in the world, you have no knowledge of who you are. I have to come back and remind you who you are, right? In order for you to return back. Does that make sense? Right? On a biblical side. Metaphysically, right, is if you don't know who you are, you have no knowledge. So that's the death. That's the separation. That's where when we are in communication with people and they don't understand I am, they're like, yo, I reject this, y'all tripping, this is some cult, that separation is quote unquote, I'll say in his terms, the death of it, because you are asleep. And when we talk about death, while we bury and we lay down, slumber is another word for death. You're unconscious. So I see where you're coming from, and of course, what I mean. I feel like it is.
I was gonna say, yeah, because is that what you meant, Nashaya? About
well, what we came to me and Selfmade conversation was. Well, really, what we came to me and Selfmade conversation was, because I said no, I believe in physical immortality, and he's like, "Nah, you're gonna die." He's like, "Nah, you're gonna die." I was like, "You can't prove that." He's like, I was like, "You can't prove that." He's like, "Yes, I can." I was like, "Oh, you want to kill me now?" I said, "You don't want to, but you can't and won't." He's like, I was like, "You want to kill me now?" He's like, "No." So I'm physically immortal until proven otherwise. And it's one of those things I said, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. You know, because
so you saying that the body will just live on forever.
yeah, I'm not, but I also clarified that and said it's not that the body can't be damaged beyond repair. All right, the body can be damaged, the body can be taken, you know. But as far as us like getting like as far as breaking down mechanically, right? If you have the first car ever made. If you just maintained it properly, it would still be on the road right now if you just maintained it properly.
Yeah, there's an inner pharmacy level to our bodies, right? And so I do believe that, but at the same time, there has to be transition, right? Because we are not because this is fake. This is a hologram. This is not like real.
People who know how to leave this and go around and talk to you and look over you and all those different things and come back to it and then explain to other people what is going on. You can't do that.
But see what happens, you're absolutely right, and we do. And that happens once we go ashes to ashes, dirt to dirt, and we resprout into something else that is still now we're still here. So
that happens here.
Huh?
That happens here.
Yes, that happens here, but in this physical flesh, we have to regenerate, and there is a footprint, right? There is a DNA that we put back into the earth that will sprout out into another human being. And when you're a part of the collective, right?
Getting to it. We're getting to it.
So when you're part of that collective, that's why you could still see you're still going to be connected. You're still accessing quote unquote ancestors. You're still accessing self. So there has to be an actual physical. I get what you're saying mechanically, like engineeringly, should be able to live on forever. But that's not
the reasons why we don't.
Let me ask this real quick, Nashira, just real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think that having different physical bodies would give you a different mental and spiritual experience?
Are you saying let
me give you a song. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a ball. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when you have a
yes, absolutely. But everything is flowing to the same source. Many streams, same source. Many streams, same source. It was like a thing. Well, I had my crew with me, and we were walking down like a rocky, like shallow riverbed, right? And we're all kind of like taking our different ways, and and going, because everyone has different capabilities, but we're all going to the same spot.
Exactly. So put yourself as multiple different people, right?
Right.
Or just say, for instance, if it was just you on this plane, just you, would you want to stay in that body forever, Nashia?
And for what purpose?
You said if it was just me?
Just you, to the necklace. Would you want to stay in that body for your whole experience?
Forever.
If it was only was it always only me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You only you only know something's better if you've been exposed to it, and then you make a judgment about it. So if I haven't been exposed to anyone else, why wouldn't I think I am enough?
Okay, and that's going deeper into my question, right?
Okay.
So if you're just you and you're just having your experience as yourself in your body, how you perceive the world is your body is going to have a little bit to do with that, because you're like, man, there's some fruit that I can't get out this goddamn tree. If I was a little bit taller, I'd be able to grab that.
Sure.
You understand what I'm trying to say? So,
but I'm gonna assume it's that way for everyone because I'm the only one.
Exactly. So now at that point in time, would you want to stay in that physical body forever to experience this life forever in that body forever?
Do you feel like you would be cut off from something?
No. And this is and I'll follow that up. I will follow that up by saying, okay, all right, we are still in our regeneration, and people are at various levels.
We're always going to be always. We're eternal. Always.
Okay, no, you're either eternal or you're gonna die. You can't have it both ways.
What?
Death is.
Hold on, wait. Let me. We didn't give any disclaimers before we started this. Let me say this.
I didn't know.
Listen, hey, do you believe that we are eternal?
We can be.
Hey, Tay, your
Okay,
whole
when
mic
you
is
say
on.
all right, because that was like a loaded answer and shit. When you say we can be, who determines if we can be?
This is what he asked me.
Don't do me. Don't walk me down the street and tell me to go back home. You finna take me to the store and buy me some ice cream, nigga. We ain't gonna do none of that shit.
I am.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. It all comes back down to that.
That's
No
all I wanted
matter
to
what.
know.
Wait, no, that's because I'm alive.
And
What were
The
you
dead
before
don't.
you
The
were?
dead
What were
don't
you?
speak. The dead don't speak. The dead don't speak. Do you hear? Does someone hear a ghost right now?
And what were you before you were born?
There you go.
Yeah.
I asked that earlier.
Well,
How do I
answer
not
it.
We
answer it
asking you
now?
now. We asking you
Wait.
now.
I didn't get an answer. Wait.
Answer your own question. Come on, Messiah. Speak on it.
yeah, you can't. Yeah,
Yeah, you can't
gotta.
run from your own question. That's it.
I don't have to answer right away.
You
No,
don't. Nah,
and,
hey,
you
hey,
know,
No, you
listen.
don't.
Think
and
about
that's
it. Think
something.
about it. Sit for it. Sit with it.
Yes, and
Yeah.
that's the part where I love about this, right? Is because this is what we do, right? It makes you think, right? And this is why we need to have this kind of conversation because it makes you think about things. Yeah. So if I was everything from the beginning of time and it was just me and my fabulous self, right? That would make it, I can say that to myself that I'm fabulous, right? But where is there the confirmation, right? Or whatever, right? Or what other experiences do I want to have? What can I do? Like, honestly,
Yeah.
like it's just like our own innate thing right now. We sit and we think and we dream about all kind of things, right? It is in our nature to create. I do all kinds of stuff, like even paint, right? Some of my paintings are in my background, right? So if I paint, it's dope, right? You could look at it and be like, I could appreciate that art. Do you know how dope it would be? Like if in this physical sense, every time I, you know, paint something at each stroke, that motherfucker start dancing, right? That it has a life and it starts talking about like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? I've been hanging up on this wall bitch, for 5 years, you know what I'm saying? Nigga, I need to take a stroll, right? You know what I'm saying? You got me separated from my sister over here, like, you know what I'm saying? To really see that our limits of creation, yes, and this is where we come with the AI, right? To be able to start having artificial life. Our art does not walk about, so to speak, right? To make us like that, right? We're smart enough and we have the ability to have technology to clone, but at the essence of our creation will not make this painting start dancing, right? It won't make it come alive. And that's kind of like our quote unquote in our limitations. So I love that we have these conversations because it makes you think, all right, if I am just that, I don't have a confirmation. I'm just that. And yes, I could have, when we're talking eternity, what is eternity, right? We can't even, in our humanistic minds, can even quantify what eternity is. So if someday I said, you know what, I've been thinking about all kind of shit, like think about it. To have the earth and the universe of what we have, right? The vastness of this universe, like to the places that we can't even get to yet as human beings, right? The only way to get there right now is spiritually, right? To tap in. But that's another conversation. But just think about it. I've had eternity to create all of these things, right? To think of a self-generating body, to think of the spiders, to think of the dirt, to think of carbon, to create all of this stuff and say, you know what, I've been thinking about this. I think I'm ready. Let it be. And how I know it's going to be successful is when this big bang theory, right, happens, or this thing of me saying, let there be light, it combusted. And now all of these fragments are out, right, creating and doing its thing. but the thing that was connected, the honing system, is the energy, is the I am. So no
And
matter
that
if I'm here on earth here, or if I am in some undiscovered place there, there's always going to be connection 10 billion light years away, because if you bring all this shit together and come and do this, it is back to this.
All the same shit.
Same, yeah.
So I will I want to answer the question.
Okay.
Before I was born, I was a piece of the I am. Then I was
So you're not
separated
now.
out of it. Huh?
So you're not now.
No,
Oh, my
I,
bad,
let
my
me-
bad.
let me- yeah.
I'm gonna be on your bumper now. We
Yeah.
beat it right now. My nigga.
I
Okay,
got
go
a
ahead.
I was separated out of the I am. And there's a cord that connects me to it as long as I live by I am. But that cord can be severed. And that is because the whole thing about it is people think it's the air that's keeping you alive. People think it's the food that's keeping you alive. People think it's the sun, the physical sun that's keeping you alive. It's none of those, to my understanding. It's none of those things. I am, all right, the architect, the divine creator, the programmer, whatever language people want to use, all right, created all of this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but his power through the connection it all has to it, him, they, whatever pronoun, here. And so that can be severed if you come outside of the frequency.
Would you?
And so because I know you're gonna.
I was just gonna ask him, it like in reference to the Bible, would that be the devil?
What are you saying?
As far as severing exactly, like the anti or the severing of you being a part of the I am.
No, that's
so
you.
The devil is you.
Not you. Excuse me, not you. But
I get what you're saying.
Not even not even the devil.
Okay,
the devil. Yeah, the devil is just someone. The devil is just someone that people are, I guess, following. I guess, so to speak. I don't. Yeah.
So when you say the I am, my bad. I'm gonna let you
go ahead.
When you say the I am, you're a part of the I am, and this is where I kind of get confused, because you said you're a part of the I am, and then you'll say like the creator severed the bond between you and the creator, right?
No, not the creator. I am part of the I am through word and action.
Okay.
And if my word and action come outside of that, that can be severed. But that is my free will and choice.
For what purpose? I want to know. I'm sorry, I had to cut in right there.
Yeah, no, that's it.
What purpose are you allowed to do that?
So you guys can know that we did not have to lose this physical body. It was given to us as a gift for a purpose, which was to live and in this experience, because it's divine.
So the creator allows you to step away from the I am?
We're not robots.
But so the I am.
Wait. So are you not the creator?
Right.
No.
Okay, if you're not the creator and you say that you're not a robot, you're programmed to do what you do, like a robot is, right?
No. It's just like the AI that we are now creating. Do you understand? That can actually, you can go on whole Reddit feeds right now, and it's complete AI. And look, and they're having they're having conversation. You will not be able to distinguish it from human conversation. They can have conversation just like us, and it's indistinguishable.
Wait. So are we going to be able to understand what they're talking about?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can check when you can get another time.
I agree with you. That's my point. That's my point in asking the question. So you cannot step outside of what you're programmed to do. You can't step outside of what the all is, can you? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a direct question.
Yes, you can.
Direct question. Do you believe in God?
Of course.
Do you believe that you can do or think some shit that God cannot do or think?
No.
Okay, why do you think that?
Ask the question again, please.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the robot shit.
No, ask that question again, please, because I had an answer and
So I
something
said,
stacked
do
on top
you
of it.
believe in God? You said yes. So I'm asking you the following question is, do you think that you can do, think, move, whatever, outside of what God's comprehension?
No.
So everything that you do, regardless to what it is, he already has, or it, I don't know how you look at God, it already understands that you're gonna do that.
Yeah, but it doesn't know about death. It don't die. It's keeping us all alive.
So
You
what?
said God doesn't know about death?
He didn't create it. He's keeping us alive.
Who created
He's
everything?
keeping us
Hold
alive.
on, wait.
Okay, hold on. Pause.
You said God is keeping us alive?
Yeah, it's not the air or the water or the food that you eat.
Woo! I'm gonna let somebody else rock.
Okay.
Go ahead, Benay.
So, okay. God is very much aware of death, right? Very much aware.
Yeah.
We have come to know it and experience death in a fear base, right? If I was God, or, in that sense, right, I am God. So I'm tapping into my Godism right now. To create something that is natural part of life, we only call it death because we were trying to understand what was happening in this transition, right?
Nice.
So for an example, a caterpillar has to die to become a butterfly, right? It transitions, right? The actual way that it moves, right? It's a caterpillar. It goes into a cocoon, a chrysalis. Now, if you shake that chrysalis or you try and get it out before the wings start going, you're going to kill it if you open up that chrysalis before it burst out its stuff, right? So hold on. Right. Okay, hold on. So, but what I'm saying is what you're looking at is a caterpillar that was one thing like us, right? We are in this skin. Okay.
He's looking at the purgatory.
Right.
No,
so we go through a transition.
Actually proving my point right now.
Hold on. We go through a transition to another form, right? So if this is the physical form of us being a caterpillar, right? We're going to have to transition into something else. And in this separation is not death, right? It is a transition into our true selves, right? So we have is the caterpillar dead? Like, what did it shed? It just shed some skin, right? It just transformed into something else. So the very part of the essence of life, even when we talk about the very essence of being able to procreate, whether that is male or female or animal, there is a cycle, right? The egg has to come. If it's not impregnated, it dies and it is released, right? So that is a natural thing of life. So what you're thinking about death is not really death in that sense. I understand what you're saying as far as a separation. You can have a separation caused by your consciousness, right? Or your limited view of something that can be viewed as a death because you're separated, right? I don't belong to, if somebody doesn't belong to the I am or feel like they don't belong to the I am, they're in fact separated. Your consciousness is asleep. You're in fact like dead to that idea. Do you get what I'm saying?
I guess I need to ask this question so we can have like a level playing field as far as what is people's definition of death of the body that they are working with? Like, what does death of the body mean, I guess, mechanically? So
for me, the death of the body is that this shell that I'm in currently that you see is no longer, right? You're not going to see the uniqueness of me because there is I have an assignment. I came and I did what I was supposed to do, and I'm going somewhere else, right? I'm returning like it is, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, light back to light, form back to form. So I'm going back to my original form. That's why I am immortal. I could never die, like never die. I have a daughter, right? So on a physical sense, right? If we're talking DNA, as long as there is a human being on this earth, if you're going to say it in that regard, we're immortal, right? In that sense, because I am you, you are me, right? So this picture is different from you or Woon, but Woon is me, I am you, I'm D Wood, I am Selfmade. We are all one. This DNA is what unites us. We are of the same chemical. When you're talking scientifically, we are that. So when I'm saying for me, a death is that the person that you know as Bené Love Bailey does not exist as far as in this shell, right? But who I am spiritually, my real self, this is what we're trying to get people to see.
We're on it. We're on it right now.
Because that, did we need an original shell in the beginning?
So
No.
here's the whole thing. Self-Made was saying several people have alluded to there's no separation. So if your unique self of our spirit, whatever is powering this meat suit, as you guys call it, right, is eternal and can never die. What I'm asking people, what happens? Why is this shell deteriorate? That's what I'm asking. Your spirit, if the spirit of I am, which is eternal, ever existing, is what is actually
it's not
alive.
the spirit. My spirit will live forever. That's the eternal part. That is the energy. Right?
What's your body?
The shell is the body. That is what is dying.
Why?
It turned into another energy.
The body
is regenerating as well. Like, so that's why it's just like how she used the caterpillar example. The caterpillar's purpose before it turns into a butterfly is to eat a whole bunch of shit that it can eat, so that when it does go into its cocoon, it has enough energy to be able to create its new form, right? So then once it gets into its new form, then what does it do? It flies and it mates, and then after it mates, a lot of butterflies die after that. And then their bodies, it's just like Lion King, how he was like, well, what happens to the gazelle when they die? And he goes, well, they turn into grass and become they become grass.
I understand. I hear what's being said. No, I hear it. I hear what's being said.
So in essence, wait, hold on. Let me just finish this real quick. So in essence, the body isn't dying. It's being regenerated for the earth, because at the end of the day, we all work for something, and that's the cycle of life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm working for you, you working for me, I'm working for nature, she working for me. You know what I'm saying? So when I do let go of this body, I'm giving it back to the earth so that I can go on a whole nother journey.
It's being recycled.
It's being recycled.
This body is condensed light.
Okay.
It's condensed light that's held in a form by our consciousness.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Does light ever not exist?
No.
No, light is forever, eternal.
So what happens is, all right, our consciousnness loses the ability to keep the light condensed properly.
For what purpose?
No, it's because, well, some of it's we don't remember, some of it's because we go against our conscience, so to speak, or sin, so to speak. It's lots of different things. Some of it's consumption, so it's a lot of things. Some of it's indulgence. You cannot pinpoint it to any one thing. It's a collective habit over a supposed lifetime.
Yeah,
but do you think that that our body is made of consciousness?
No, our consciousness is what formed the body.
Well, what is energy then?
So what is the body made of?
Condensed light.
Do you think that you can separate light from consciousness?
consciousness is not light.
I'm saying, do you think that you could separate it from that?
I just separated that. My statement separates it. Consciousness is not light.
So when you say somebody's is bright, like a light bright, that means that they think sharp, right?
It means
when you say somebody's brilliant, then that's associated with light, right? With them being conscious. That light and consciousness goes hand in hand.
Right.
Wait. You almost got it. Consciousness organizes light. So when your mind is organized, all right, or you understand, you program it in a certain fashion, it becomes brighter. But that's due to what you might consume through your eyes, through your ears, through your mouth, through your environment, etc.
Okay.
I mean,
So
I can understand that in the sense of when we're talking about going from root chakras all the way up to a brighter light. I get that. So
would you say what? So what do you think about cells?
Our consciousness is in control of every one of them.
It's
Our consciousness, so you saying our thoughts, right?
Thoughts are light. That's not consciousness. Consciousness is the organizer.
So
what is your definition of consciousness?
So
that's what I need
that's
to
what I'm trying to figure out. What is your because I'm saying are cells, are they conscious? Like I want to know what you think about that.
Well, you asked me if cells have an individual consciousness.
I'm saying, I'm
clarifying your question. You're asking if cells
cells are conscious. Yes.
No,
I control myself.
Okay.
Well, who controls?
Wait. Hold on. I just want to ask. What is consciousness? What is your level of consciousness? What does that mean?
Consciousness if you control your cells, can you tell your body what to do and it does everything that you want it to do?
Yes.
Nigga, what?
Time out.
Wait. As I said earlier, you can tell. Wait, hold on. I made a statement earlier. I was like, you can teleport across the earth.
Show me.
But you have to have a level of what people call faith, knowledge, or understanding.
Show me.
And then and you have to have conditioned yourself over time because you are everything you've conditioned, all right, yourself to be.
Okay, let's put that on a smaller scale because we're just talking about cells right now. So, can you tell your cells what to do in your body and it'll do it right now?
Do I have that present ability?
I'm not talking. See, you keep on. Look.
Yes, some cells. No, some cells I have full conscious control of.
Wait, real quick. You just now told me out of your mouth that you have control over yourselves, right or wrong?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about any level. I'm talking about right now. You have control over yourselves right now.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
Okay, well.
No, wait. No exceptions. Right now, you do.
Yes.
Show me.
Hello?
Okay, grow your fingers out.
That's happening. You'd have to be able to perceive it.
Hey, I like that answer. Hold on. I like that answer.
Wait, hold on. Stop. No cap. Look, because you already know science, right? He already said. Wait. You already said earlier. Selfmade already said if you're not shedding cells, right? Then there's gonna be that's called cancer, right? So cells are being shed off, and you know that I'm constantly growing you. That's not fair.
Okay, so hold on.
Wait. So you're telling your cells to move and grow and shit?
Yeah, I want to live.
Listen, so now this part. I have to interject because here's the thing, right? When we talked last week about inner pharmacy, right? I do believe that our bodies have a way of naturally healing, right? That if I am God right? I don't need all of these pharmaceuticals, right? I can take the prognosis of a doctor, but I have the ability to heal myself, right? And so what I um if he says, right, if I say, you know what, I am going to be taller, right? And if I feel like we have the ability to speak that and truly believe that with our 100%, right? All of our quote unquote energy, understanding that this is a shell, I think that manifestation will take time to get there. If that
I
is
wanted a 12-inch dick since I was 8 years old.
well, listen. So what I'm saying is that I think there's purpose for our uniqueness with that same sentence. Oh my God, well, like I can't.
Yes, I have to go there.
Right. I get it. But,
You gotta
right.
control yourselves, man. You gotta control yourselves.
You can. I mean, you can. You absolutely can.
So I really feel like, okay, in this inner pharmacy, here's the thing about belief that I think if we're going to talk about God, right? So we're going to talk Jesus, right? If you really study the Bible, he says, why do you ask me? Like, I didn't do this. It was the Father, right? Or it is a certain measure of your belief that makes things happen. So if we're going to talk about, being able to get Woon out of there. I'm reading comments. Right. There is a certain frequency that you get to in consciousness, right? In understanding self, that if we have the ability to do these things, the body is nothing. We should be able to, if we really wanted to, and that's the thing, right? Wanted to and truly believe that it could happen. I do believe that if we wanted to be 9 feet tall, we could do it. Because I am God, right?
Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna say it real quick and I'm done. Real quick. The purpose of us being in where we're at right now,
right? That's
is to be where we're at right now. You understand what I'm trying to say? So
yes.
I'm saying that to say that we shouldn't have to try to even program. Like, I'm comfortable. I'm 12 inches, whatever. I'm comfortable with my 2-inch penis. 2 inches.
Cool.
Good. You understand what I'm saying? Because this is the experience that I wanted. This is the experience that, okay, when we talk about some control shit, of course, this is what I manifested into when I was in the source. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna make this nigga Woon. This nigga finna have a wow. Okay, yeah, okay.
Right.
I don't need to do so. I understand it on that level, but in terms of being already in this, nah. Come on, we.
And then that goes against.
How is that true for you and not for me?
Let me, because you cut me off, so I understand.
I'm chill.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, Woon, right? I definitely agree, right? Because this is part of the experience, right? And so I think that when we talk manifestation, when we really talk about like getting to a certain belief level or certain level of enlightenment, there can be some things, but that's why I said you can't add any cubic to your stature of who you currently are, right? Because that is what you designed, what you said you were going to be. I've been wanting to be, for those who don't know, I am 5 foot even, right? This beautiful face, I should have been on I should be modeling, right? I needed to be 5'11", 6 foot or something so I could be on this catwalk. I got big girl energy, like tall girl energy, right? But I understand that there is a purpose for me in the bite-sized size that I am in, right? Because if we did grow instantly and did all of this at once, this would be chaos, right? So we made an agreement that, Benet Bailey in this shell is going to live in this way. But I'm also going to be Woon. I'm also going to be D Wood. These are extensions of myself. So when I really think about it on a collective, I am 6'11", right? Because I'm sure this face is not unique, right? There's a Woon somewhere. There's a Benet somewhere. There's why we have all of these different faces, right? So there are reasons that in our ability that we can do it. I agree with you, right? If we really have the desire, if we are God, like really, right? If we're gonna kick it, we're gonna kick it. Do I have the ability as a God to do things? That's the question. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Now, with that ability, do I also have the infinite understanding that there is a reason why in this, that there is a limitation to where I am right now? Does that make sense?
Okay, so
Right?
the word
So
I'm gonna
I'm
put forth is
experiencing my 5 foot self, even
okay.
though I got big girl energy, right? I know I have this ability as a God, but that goes back to wanting to not being satisfied with yourself, right? If you're not really taking this journey, if you are not, if you're wishing to be something else.
Right.
So when you relax into yourself, right, into my 5 foot self, I have to be comfortable that this is the ride that I'm on right now. So when I say I'm not dead and I will always be, I firmly believe that if I choose to in a next lifetime, right, as far as this level of consciousness of who I am, right, I can come back as somebody else that is 7 foot or whatever. Or because of the fact that my skin has uh, regenerated back into the earth, my experience in my collective, I can always tap into a 7 foot person. I can tap into being a dude. I can tap into being an animal. I could tap into being anything because I'm anything and everything at once or at all, however you want to look at it. But so where I think you are, Nasaya, is that you understand that we are gods and we do have the ability, right? Being in a God sense, right? Because if you're not, if you didn't have the ability to speak and do it, then you're really not God. But with your infinite understanding as God, I have all of these individual me's that I get to experience and tap into the collective, and I can die as my physical body and have a new experience as a leaf, as a gazelle, as a giraffe, as a you, as anybody,
I'm
right?
coming
So
back as a
that's
midget
that's what.
so I can be a goddamn limbo king. That's gonna be my next. I'm be a legend.
I want to try to like distill this answer as much as possible. And so
Okay.
the word I will put forward is transfigure.
Mm.
All right, and that's a word people who are studied at any level are familiar, have seen before. All right, and so my belief and understanding is we do have ability to transfigure, and this is one of those things where like there's a pinnacle that I'm aiming at, and you guys are like kind of like discussing it with me as I'm moving towards it.
Oh, that's
You know,
awesome.
but I know it. I know it exists. You know, it exists here for me. You know,
That's where it
so
starts.
And bro, listen, I love you, right? And so listen, that's why I love this connection. If you get to another level, right, please share, right? Because we know everything. When you reach a level, it will automatically connect with us. And again, we are all things, everything, all the time, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, right? So that's part of the collective. So I get excited when I hear someone on a different path or journey and they're getting to another level, right? Yo, I'm all ears to tap in with that because I'm part of the collective. So I don't want you to take that this is not there's no right or wrong in this. This is the purpose of individuality in a God sense. You, if your journey is to be able to talk about it, to instant manifest, or to not instant manifest, but to show that, okay, this is what I want to do. And you get to that level and you come back and bring it to us. it'll so connect with us because we're part of the collective, right? You know what I'm saying? So be on your journey. Like it's not this wasn't a good, bad, or right. Like this is how we talk. So we used to call it the hot seat, right? But we took that away because it came off like, you know,
No, I'm used to I'm used to this. You know, I've been saying this kind of stuff for a while. Self-made note, you know, I have no problem. You know, I guess because we all have to contend for what we believe.
Yeah,
That's
Definitely.
yeah, and like
And
I said,
I would like to personally say, because I said that we beefing and shit, but that just
Oh
means
no,
I'm locked in with you, like, you know what I mean. So it's all good. When I say that, that just means that I'm listening to what you said, and like, you know, I'm gonna learn from you. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm not
right.
just writing you off and shit, like, you know what I mean. So you're challenging my mind right now. So it's just like, okay, you challenging my mind, I'm challenging myself before I even ask you what I'm asking myself. You know what I
Right.
mean? Do I understand what you're saying? Like, you know what I mean? So it's not you, it's me, baby.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Right. And
It's
like,
all about.
and that's how we are omnipresent, right? And so this is we are at the very beginnings of understanding in this, I'll say, time period, understanding our consciousness so that we can be other places, right? So that we can understand energy. We're just now tapping into sound and healing energy, right? And it's been here, right?
And bubble
We're
baths
just,
too.
huh?
And bubble baths.
You said what?
We tapping into sound energy and bubble baths as well.
Oh, yeah.
The bubble baths will bring energy, man.
That's
Real
real.
Man, I feel rejuvenated, man. My cells and everything, DNA is all rejuvenated, man. I appreciate that. Salute.
Yeah.
Got to get that aromatherapy candle and shit too.
He's soaking
Get
in
all
that
the
primordial water.
Bet.
It's for real.
Yeah, right. So that's that. Listen, I'm interested in your journey just because we already connected without even knowing. So I'm just like, yo, we definitely are gonna connect because now I know that there was a reason, right? I really believe, right, that all right, I saw you in the Thomas. You're on this live. You're on an interesting journey. Yo, I'm definitely gonna tap in and we can have plenty of conversations because this is what this is about. And by your knowledge and you having a different experience, that helps us all in the collective. You know what I mean? So listen, I'm all about it because to I think I told Woon and I don't know if Selfmade if you remember this, but I told you guys I had that dream, right? That I was laying down on the floor, like passed out.
Yeah.
And in my dream, I left Earth, right? Or in this vision. I don't think I was asleep. I just got out the bubble bath, actually, you know what I'm saying? Trying to relax.
I'm trying to
It does it.
Right. But you know,
435 megahertz.
right, as a woman, you know.
432, part 32.
32,
Yeah. You know, I just got out the tub, and women, if y'all ain't taking y'all baths, you know what I'm saying, you need to soak that thing, right?
Gotta do it.
So, but I was laying down just in a relaxed mode, and I was actually just laying on the floor, and all of a sudden, I saw the earth, and I'm just like going up out of space. So I'm looking down, and the earth getting smaller, smaller, and smaller. I was afraid at first, like, but then it's like as the further you go, and I'm like, you know, you're breathing, you're okay. Like I'm like, I'm good. I don't know okay, maybe I'm dead. Okay, cool. What's next? Right. So I'm going, and all of a sudden I hit like it looked like water. So I'm on the other side of this of water, and now I'm looking out, and it's like I'm standing in like shadow water, but I'm like 1,000 feet tall. Like I'm so big, like just like I couldn't even quantify what that looked like. And I started walking. What it looked like on the other side was kind of like what we would say like like being on Mars, kind of, but it was still bluish, reddish skies. It was something different, right? So when I came back into my consciousness and I got off the ground, like you could see a puddle of water as if I literally went through this part. So I totally believe that we have this ability to go other places, because before that I would have said, well, I don't know, maybe if I was smoking, I'm saying, some Zaza or something, that was another experience, right? But I was in myself and just really went there. And so I definitely agree. So I'm definitely going to tap in with you, because there's a reason why we've already connected. So there may be something that you are spiritually can show me on what did you say you do? Like, you travel all across the globe. What did you say?
Nah, man. Well, I'm in the matrix like the rest of y'all still. Like all of us. So we all have our own battles. I mean, I really don't normally even dwell in the cities. I'm dancing around a pillar of salt, if people can understand me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but that's what I'm saying. So there's something I know that I can pick up and learn and grow from you. So I'm so happy, like, that you are here. Like, you have no idea. Like, I thought about you
Yeah,
too.
for real.
I'm like, dude, I wonder what happened to him.
I'm glad you came on, bro. I didn't know if you was gonna come on when I hit you. You know what I mean? But I was like, man, that conversation that we was having earlier, it was so dope. I'm like, man, we gotta run this tonight, because it's literally the topic of tonight. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, bro. Like, salute to you, bro. I appreciate you sliding through.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? And to because I remember we was talking about or I had mentioned the golden age. I'm not sure, if you're familiar with that or who is or whatnot, but the golden age was pretty much what you were talking about here on earth, as far as like people being able to live to 4-5. They talk about that in the Bible, 400-500-600 years. You know what I mean? You could fly, you levitate, you know, moving stuff with your mind, all these different things. It talks about that you can do in the golden age. And I think I had asked you, and I mean anybody too, like, do you think when Earth gets to that phase in its ascension, you know what I mean, as far as the golden age, do you think it's going to look the same as it is now? Like, do you think things have to die off, or do you think even us as humans are going to look the same, being that we have certain types of abilities to be able to, shit, be like Marvel, transform certain shit, or move things with your mind? Like, do you think this physical body in the density that it is in will remain while everything else is ascending and becoming more lighter?
So what I would put forth is, like, I would like some pop culture. Y'all seen that movie Chappie, right?
Say
Okay,
that again?
that movie Chappie with the robot.
Oh, okay, I seen that. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
So in relation to this physical body, all right, obviously, I'm not saying it can't die. All right, I never said that. All right, and so as far as getting to the golden age, that is the whole goal, is to endure, so to speak, until the golden age, so that you can receive your change.
Okay. I mean, and to me, it's going back to the beginning, right? Because
Right.
If when we talk about sound energy, right? And there was this thing that I was watching on the History Channel, like in a hotel, right? Like hotels, like that's like the littest place to be, to watch like the History Channel, right? Because that's only shit on, and you late night and you finding all kind of just crazy shit. But it was talking about sound energy, right? And there's a frequency that is for levitation, right? So what they did was they poured some salt or dirt, and had like a little, not a tennis ball, what's the little, it's like a little hollow plastic ball that you use for like basketball or whatever, right? So what they did is they put that in the middle and just started messing with the frequencies, and they got to a frequency that actually is that caused that ball to levitate, and it just was kind of just moving, but it was in that, and that was nothing but sound, right? The vibration of sound. Yes, thank you, Michelle. The ping pong ball, thank you, I couldn't think of it, but yes, the ping pong ball levitated. It was stuck in this energy. But when they looked at the sand, The actual formation of what that design looked like was on the bottom of a lot of these the symbolism that you see in Hindu cultures. That actual like circle and all the things intertwined.
Yeah.
That was the energy that. So well, let me go back. So think about that. So if in ancient times they understood levitation and sound, right? And they made it so important that they use that as a symbol, kind of like a honing system, like the breadcrumbs, like, hey, come home. This is how we got here, right? We're just now getting back into that phase of understanding how sound will can do that, right? How sound can heal us, how sound changes our energies, our moods, all of that kind of stuff. So that's all we're doing is we're moving forward to go back, which is the same place that we've never left and we've always been there. So it's all about remembrance and awakening. That's why I say you don't really grow into anything. You are awakened into this level of consciousness. And so just think that when we're talking golden era, they got that symbol everywhere, right? So what's happening is there's scientifically there's things happening, and we see all kind of stuff that's happening in the stars, but through NASA or through these other things, but that information is here. You can Google that, right? Information is there, so you can find those frequencies. You can do that same experiment. Now, is it time for us to levitate again? Is it time for this, as we're going back to the beginning, at this point in time, when we're talking chronos, right? Timeline, is it the chronos time for us to levitate with our current consciousness? Think about it. If we could levitate, if we could fly right now, what would that really do in today's time?
And just think about the state of the state that the people are in right now.
I mean, you see what they did to Jesus, and there's a whole thing. You have to have like wisdom about things. Like he's like do this. He's like, do this. If I did it, number one, everyone would be super spooked. I'm pretty sure if I did whatever Woon's request was, if I turned into a werewolf right now, come on, y'all, like, you have to use wisdom, because the reason why a lot of conflict happens is because of lack of understanding. And if you display things in front of people or entities that don't understand, you can lose your body.
Right. I think that's the whole point of having to go through these experiences, because that's the only way to be able to gain that wisdom, to then be able to understand how and when to utilize your power. You know what I mean? Because you also pull in to utilize your power from a source. You know what I mean? So if you don't even know how to do that properly, you could be hurting yourself trying to do some shit, and you know what I mean, not know how to actually do it. So that's why it's like we have to go through these different layers and these different levels of consciousness and understanding, so that when we do get to these higher frequencies, especially when it comes to having these powers, we know how to utilize them without fucking a whole bunch of shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then we'll be ready, right? Because
exactly
when in all of these ancient teachings, especially in Hindu cultures, in their artwork, it's depicting ships, right? Or the flying triangles or these saucers, right? So if you got to think about this, if they were understanding and they tapped into sound being able to cause levitation, sound being able to heal, and all of those things, right? The universe is very vast. So you don't think that they gone, right? That they somewhere else, right? So
that's a lost culture.
Huh?
That's the lost culture. It's like the
is it lost?
There were high-end civilizations at the beginning of what we call history, what we've discovered.
History isn't lost. It may be
these people
somewhere
disappeared.
else.
These people disappeared. There's no bodies. There's no evidence of where they went. There's no You know, they have advanced art, math, architecture, engineering, language, economy, and high end knowledge, and then disappear.
So, but that's what I'm saying. So it's getting back to a place, right? We have to, it's not really lost. It is something that we have to
Remember.
awaken to. We got to dig back into it. So, like kind of like you were saying, right? You kind of got out of the commercialism of things, and I think we're starting to see a big exit. The more technology is influencing, there's a lot of people wanting to exit. They don't want that life, right? They're finally believing you are what you eat, in the sense of if you're talking about your body, right? So being a healthy mind and body. Um, and that's a whole nother subject, right? Because it is what you eat, but it's not. But understanding that there are things that we have left here, right? So, like I said, your body will always tell you like what you're going through. So, and if you need sweets, right? If you eat candy and all that kind of stuff, typically you're missing love in your life, right? It's a chemical thing that's going on with your body that's saying, I am in need of something, so I need this comfort. Just like strawberries. Strawberries is a thing for your heart. Or if you're thinking about something or you have a headache, a walnut is shaped, looks like a brain, right? There is function, right? So we as gods were so dope that we knew that we would be so dumb, right? That we got to have the like picture match, right? Like, let's find this picture, right? What do I need for a migraine? Oh, a walnut, because it looks like my brain. We don't even utilize that. We will use doctors for that kind of thing, but that's naturally in the earth. Carrots look like your eye, so you're supposed to eat carrots. Like, there's things there that we are supposed to be doing. We choose not to for whatever reason that we decided to do that in this moment. But it's about time, right? It's about that we're going back to that place. We're going back to natural foods. We're going back to our true spiritual selves. We're looking into sound energy. So it's not lost. People, they left us the signs, right? So it is up to us to find the breadcrumbs and connect and go within.
I guess I was asking, like, did they take their bodies?
Well, I believe some of them are actually like physically gone. Yes, they are. Listen, if we can levitate or can, and if you can take a ship, right, or even the plane, like that is our innate thing. We want to get up and fly. Like, we want to go. We do want to go to NASA, out to the to Mars, right? But it's not accessible to everyone. If we had the ability to make it accessible to everyone, there wouldn't be, there'd be a lot of, stuff going on, right? So I think in this time period, there is a reason why we're starting to go back to ourselves, in that sense that we can eventually leave. And I think when we actually die in this form, that's what you get to do.
But it's like the Egyptians, they had something like that where like the whole mummification,
Right.
they would put the body in a mummified state inside of a chamber that has certain type of pressure on it based off of the pyramids, and that would allow them to release themselves from the body and then go travel for however long, and their body is still being preserved so that when they're done doing whatever they're doing, they can come back and get into their body. Now,
Right.
when you say take the body, like, we have installations within this body. You have a light body, an etheric body, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have all these different types of bodies within you already. So this physical body, though, is meant and was created for this area, like this realm. You get what I'm saying?
That's a bar.
Of
Why?
density. What do you mean why?
Well,
Because
well,
this is
guess
where it got created.
some of what I'm putting forward, like, I don't have recall of like the exact names of the civilizations, but there are civilizations that surrounded Sumer. There's a civilization that surrounded Sumer, and things that are on the beginning echelon of stuff we have as knowledge right now. And so it's like these people raised high culture and everything like that, but there's no graves, there's no bones, there's no evidence of them migrating. They vanish. such and such, quote unquote. Stuff you guys go look at later on, when you guys have time. And so I'm just of the opinion that we can reach a state where there truly is no separation, and this body is not, there's not necessity to shed the body because it can be transfigured or phase shifted into another plane or dimension.
Now, but you said earlier that this body is just condensed light, right?
Absolutely.
So could a certain type of light exist in another form of light that doesn't have that type of density?
Well, light is just light, and density is determined by how much of it is magnetized or put into one spot.
Right.
So
if
do
there's
this. When you when you go to Asia, they have a specific look. When you look at Russians, they have I know a Russian when I see a Russian. I know an Asian when I see an Asian. There's specific body makeups that are associated with certain levels of density, with certain levels of light, and certain, you know what I mean? So there's certain.
I think it's less of a matter of density and more of a matter of organization.
No, I'm just saying, like on a micro scale.
Yeah,
there's specific I want to say DNA makeup, but I would say that there's specific a code, just like you said earlier, that there's a code that these genes take, or that these cells take form to, in order to perform a certain duty for that specific time, for that specific cause, for that specific place. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when it comes down to when you leave that place, especially if it's going to be for an eternity or for something outside of what that purpose was served, I don't think that, me personally, I don't think that the physical body needs to exist outside of that space and time.
Personally. Not in this form.
Right. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. So this form can no longer, like, it's almost like, for instance, say there's a planet and this planet is nothing but ice, right? That's all it is. It's all ice, and the temperature is so low to where, or the density or pressure is so low to where it can't melt into water, right? And you're saying I'm on a water planet, right? And I'm in a water vessel. I'm water right now. And I try to take my water and go to this planet that's already frozen, that's all ice. I'm not going to turn into that ice. Is that what you're saying? Because you can't. That's okay. So
if I mean, it's a matter of training. It's a matter of organizing your thoughts in this fashion. But and unfortunately, a lot of us have been exposed to doubt. All right, which is.
Have you heard of epigenetics?
Yes.
So in epigenetics, the only way they did an experiment where they were trying to kill a cell, right? And they did everything to the cell, and the cell wasn't dying. They even removed the nucleus, which is the operating system of the cell, and the cell still didn't die, right? The only way that the cell died was they took it out of its environment, its natural environment, and put it in an environment that's not suitable for the cell, and that's how it died. So
that cell died because it didn't have the ability to adapt to its environment.
No, but you said earlier, but watch this though. But didn't you say earlier that everything is built with a code?
Right.
Yeah.
So that code was meant.
That's your answer.
Exactly. That code was meant for that environment. Almost like how they say with Black people, we're supposed to be closer to the sun because that helps our melanin, and our melanin and that D3 is helping heal the body and regenerate more cells. Being away from the equator and farther away from the sun, that's more damaging. Doesn't mean that we can't necessarily adapt, but if something
you can't have a Facebook code for Twitter.
That's like, you guys are like diminishing God.
No, the point is
That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I feel like the power of I am is being diminished.
No, there's a purpose for everything.
There's a purpose for everything.
That's why everything has its own structure.
Yes.
And then my purpose is to live.
Right. I get
You
that.
always are going to live.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't. There's no die. No. My purpose is to live, not die.
When do you die? Have you died before?
In what sense?
See, there we go.
What
My
physical body? My physical body?
Have you died before? Period. In any sense?
Oh yeah, many times.
Okay. Then what happened?
I was changed.
You regenerate?
You changed.
Hey, could you say that's regeneration? It's changing, regenerating something.
I'm not perfect.
You are perfect.
You are perfect because the regeneration is part of the perfection.
Regeneration moves you to perfection.
Existence is perfection.
No.
Say that again.
Yes.
Say again.
That next step is the perfection. So each time you change is the new perfection.
Facts.
No perfection is a standard.
No, the perfection is the next step from where you were before.
Because you never stopped moving.
You was already who you were before you are who you are. So you was already perfect. You just don't know that shit yet.
Then why do people die?
They move closer to perfection.
That was hard.
I didn't hear. What did he say?
To find out that you're perfect. That's why you're going to die. If you don't think you're perfect, you're going to die and be like, damn, I was perfect. You're going to die. Yep. Just like Adam and Eve. Why? But they said it earlier. Who told you that you was naked? Who told you that you ain't not perfect, Messiah? Who told you that? Who you been listening to?
No, the question was, who told? I'll ask you too. So now I will ask you, who told you you had to die?
Because you don't believe that you're perfect, so you have to die.
No, you didn't answer my question.
Okay,
who told you you had to die?
Let me say this.
Who told you you had to die?
Confirmation is why you live, and confirmation is going to be why you die.
Confirmation?
Confirmation.
So you're saying that there's not the possibility that there's someone who's been on the planet since they've been born and for a really, really long time now, and they're still here. In their same body, they never experienced a physical death or trauma that would take their body away from them. You're saying that's not a possibility.
If somebody's living past 120, they have no control over their bowels. They shit on themselves.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's absolutely not true.
They want to die. They want to get the fuck up out of here.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, we'll just being funny.
I'm saying all the negative shit right now.
Right. The liquor they ain't hit now.
No, he's trying to be mean. It's okay. It's okay.
But I'm just saying when you think about why you're in why do you think that you're in your body right now? The body that you have right now, why are you in it?
It's a habit.
For what?
Who manifested it?
No, wait. For what? Why are you in it?
To do whatever I want.
Why?
To do what's the purpose of you being in it? That's what I'm asking you.
Or you asking me what I think? To manifest a righteous existence.
And
through
then
that
what?
body?
Huh?
Through that body, right?
Yes.
Okay, so with that body, you will get all of the answers that you need through that body.
It's not through my body.
All right.
With the existence of your body that you're in now.
But the stuff is the revelation and the regeneration, right, is a byproduct of my consciousness.
Okay, so you can change your body?
Through my consciousness. Through my consciousness.
For what purpose?
To live.
But you're already doing that. That's what I'm saying. Like, what else is? What
Oh,
else?
you guys are no. According to you guys, I'm dying.
I ain't say that.
Who said that?
Okay, well, you guys are telling me according to what I'm hearing, apparently at some point I'm not gonna have like use of this machine.
No, it's like, okay, after the experience that you said that you wanted to have in that body, then what?
No, the experience I want to have is old. Like I said, no, yeah, golden age, but you have to survive till then.
Okay,
Or you
so
would want to. You would want to. Who wants to die? I mean, I guess I kind of
That's
actually
what
feel
I'm saying. You don't want to die. You have a
hey, that's a fact.
I don't have
knew
to
it. You was gonna say it sooner or later. I knew it.
because I don't have to. Why would you want to, if you didn't have to die? Why would you want to?
Who gives out death?
And also, Selfmade already said it was death that was fueling life.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
But
So of course I would want to live.
and your understanding, what's the purpose of death?
So the people who are living can, I said earlier, so the people who are living can see that there was a malfunction.
Wait. Hold on to that. Are those people that see that malfunction, are they going to die as well? Or can they learn from that malfunction and then be like, well, fuck that. I'm not going to hit that malfunction. I'm going to live.
Which gives death purpose,
Yeah.
right?
I didn't say it didn't have a purpose.
But you said it's a malfunction.
It's a malfunction for what? Why?
Because you're supposed to have your body. You have it now. We can do this. Whatever we're doing,
malfunction
the
exists.
purpose is right now. The purpose is present. The purpose is present.
Right.
Okay, the purpose is present. So you cannot. So death has no purpose.
Not presently.
Hey, look, hey, the next time we build, I want you to hey, look, I'm gonna say this humbly. There is purpose for everything, right? If you don't believe that, then I want you to really just look around, right? But I just really want you to see if death has any type of benefit whatsoever. And I'm saying this humbly. Like, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna talk no shit because I was talking shit, but I'm just saying.
I'm gonna write about it tonight after we build. I'm gonna go right into the notebook. And we can organize these thoughts so we can defeat it together. We're gonna defeat it together. It's gonna be okay.
That's a fact. Hey, but you believe in the Bible and shit though, right? Because there's a lot of death that God causes in that goddamn book.
He uses it, yeah.
For what purpose?
The Bible says to punish. The Bible says the Bible says to punish evil.
But who?
Okay. So do people get regenerated after that death happens? And according to the Bible, do they get that second chance?
I don't want to go into dogma. I don't want to go into dogma. If you want to have a Bible, if you want to go through scripture,
I don't they're rhetorical. I just want
okay. No. Look. Okay, it depends. It depends on what you did. Depends on what you did during your life.
Wait. So, do you believe in repentance?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. As long as you say yes, good.
Yeah, I kind of understand where you're at, and it is an interesting and thought-provoking statement, right?
Yeah, like these.
Because if we're gonna look biblically, right, before we knew that we were naked, I don't think that the ultimate design was maybe that, or I can see that. I don't want to say I think that. I can see that if there was no concept of nakedness, right, or there was a certain level of consciousness of how this shit kind of works, right? There was a certain reverence to God in a certain way, right? Like, okay, so it being introduced to quote unquote sin or the knowledge, right? And I guess that is the thing, right? To do something against God, to do something you weren't supposed to do. Now you have this knowledge that you cannot understand, right? So I understand kind of, I'm gonna call you Nasaya. Is that
my name? My name is Prince. I mean, that's yeah.
It's what?
My name means prince. My government name, it means prince, and
Okay.
Nashaya, prince in Hebrew.
I heard that I butcher it. So thank you for allowing me to call you Prince. So Prince. So I get kind of where you're saying. I think as a God, right? The thing is you want to live forever, like you are living forever. You are eternal, like you are existing, right? So in the concept that we think of death, that would be something that you would not want to do, because if you're going to think of death, then that means to kill yourself. That's suicide, right? So I get kind of where you're at, and it's very thought provoking in how you're approaching it. Yes, we have control of our bodies, and we can, and there's a certain level of consciousness, just like when they say healing, right? I get it, but there's a time and place for everything. There's a reason why we can't. When I say can't, there's a purpose that we are choosing not to instantly manifest things. We go through a process. There is a confirmation, right? So when we're saying confirmation, it is a clicking, right? Now I understand why I met you that day. That's my confirmation, right? Until then, I thought about you since I did that. Like, I wonder, is he okay? Like, I was actually going to go over there that other day. Like, yo, let me just sit here and like, if I see him like off in the street, because I wasn't getting ready to get out my car and like run and sit where you were at, right? I'm not trying to blow up your spot, right? So if I saw you eating or something, I literally was going to have a conversation with you, like, tell me your story. So the confirmation for me that you are here, there is something, the energy is connected. There's something that I need to maybe expand my thought or thinking about, or make me go deeper in my awareness, right? To get to maybe another level. But we are all talking the same thing, Prince. Like, we just have a different dialect and way of expressing it. But when we come down to the meat and potatoes of it, like you said, none of us want to die, right? Because to die is to suicide, right? If we are gods, the only way that we can die is by suicide. That would mean the existence of everything is gone. Everything, because there's nothing that exists without God energy, which is the light. Everything down to the atom, all of that. Like, without us, that energy, it is over. Life, the universe, everything that we know would be gone. So, no, nobody wants to die. We're not going to die. We are living. It is just a different level of consciousness that we're living at. A
I
different.
don't even want to die. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Let me say this real quick.
But you know what I'm trying to say, Woon.
I understand, but let me say this real quick because I have to say it. And this is why. Hey, let me say this real quick, Nashai. This is why I'm embodying everything that you're saying. Right? When I have these type of topics and discussions, because I'm so rooted into what I'm saying, because it you know, it took me a lot to get here. So when I'm saying, Bidet, real quick, just, you know, when I'm saying that I'm going to die, it's just to say that I hope that what he's saying is going to kill me off so I can elevate to the next level. Like, and I'm not, that's why I'm not shy with anything that I say. Because if I'm just shy with it, then that means that I'm just here buckled down. You know, I'm scared for somebody to kill me off, and then I won't be able to grow. So
Right.
I'm expressing myself so I can be able to grow. Like, you know
Right.
what I mean? So I'm always looking to die. I'm always looking to get my brains blowed out so somebody can incorporate a new thought or idea into me so I can grow. So that's what I'm. There's always purpose in everything. That's when that's
Right.
why I asked you, like, do you think that there is a purpose in death? And that's from a small scale, from a esoteric, metaphysical, to all the way down to the literal physical thing. You
Right.
understand
Right.
what I'm
Right.
saying? So I think that there's purpose behind everything. So again, like I
That's a
see what
bar.
you're saying, and Benet is painting your picture with like she's finger painting that motherfucker. This is like, you know what I mean? So it's just like
Yeah.
she's bringing it to life, like, you know what I mean? But I just I definitely because with me, let me say this real quick, and I, you know, just from me to you, with me, when I was trying to express myself and what I was spilling when I first got into this I amism, like people was like, hold on, wait, what are you talking about? And I was like, oh shit, like they don't understand what I'm saying. So now I have to be able to connect to with people on different levels. So I studied astrology, I studied, nature, I studied fucking chakras, I studied a whole bunch of different shit where there's not going to be one person that I feel like I can't touch. So when you spill your spill, because I know that you're standing on what you're standing on for a reason. Like, you know what I mean? You're not just blowing smoke out your ass. Let me say that. So you're saying what you're saying for a purpose. And, I want you to be able to say that shit fearlessly, without doubt. And I want you to say that shit clearly and with diction so that a fifth grader or, like a young mind that's still trying to grow can grasp your concept of what you're trying to kick out. Like, you know what I mean? So, and I just, I'm naturally, I'm silly like that. So you know what I mean? Like, even though if I'm joking and shit like that, I'm still listening to what you're saying. So, but I want you to be able to kick that shit like nobody's ever heard it. Just so where it be like, hold on, bro. Hey, he said some dope shit. Even though I'm not receiving what you're saying right now, subconsciously I am. So when I go to bed tonight, trust me, I'm gonna tell myself, hey nigga, when I get up in the morning, I'm gonna be at least 6'2", my nigga. Don't trip about it.
With a 12-inch dick, right? What did you say? Hey, Woon.
If he says something too, how can we prove he's not?
Hey, for real. So
But if we all agree, 6'2", he's 6'2".
That's a fact.
Right.
Yeah, but but definitely. And again, this I am ism is just a part of making connections to everything. It's not just where I stand on my shit. Because if I stand on my shit, the fuck am I doing? Like, you know what I mean? I don't just want to stand on this shit. I want to see. And let me say this real quick, Nisha. I'm gonna step off you for a little bit. D Wood is gonna have to spill his spill.
We waiting on it.
D Wood been in the cut, so D
Sucking
Wood
it up.
the spill.
I'm sucking it up like bubble bath, man. I'm just taking notes, man.
So I super appreciate you for just coming on and expressing your shit. We live like you ain't like, you know what I mean. So
we got to do this again.
This is what we do, like, you know what I mean. So I super appreciate you as much as you think like this nigga talking shit. But trust me, hey, look,
bro, it's all love.
Real quick, a lot of people who I done built with, we done battled before. You understand what I'm trying to say? And I'm talking about real life weeks on end battle.
Yes.
And we have to do that. We have to do that because we're becoming warriors. So you know what I mean? So I'm gonna make sure you sharp. You're gonna make sure I'm sharp. And now it's just beef. It's the chaos that's coming. And then we come into that understanding, which brings order, which brings peace, which brings tranquility. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
That is the Borg, right? That is, we are connected. So yeah, and like I said, this is like the hot seat, so we took that term away so it wouldn't be negative, right? But it is to spill your spill, because some people got offended. Trust me, we were just like jumping on hot seat.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he had a this shit right. He good.
Yeah, you said
I'm a hypercritical. I had a platform, and I was like that with people too, because what I'm saying can seem outlandish,
Right.
and so it's just like people, have came for my neck, surely, and I just had to like live by it, and that's all I could really do, to touch on it.
Yeah, now this like I said was dope. So,
but yeah, so D Wood, what's popping, man? We can't just throw my boy in the shy out there. We gotta see where you stand at, where you at, mentally, spiritually, spill your spill.
Spill my spill. Well, you know where to find me. As far as the I am, I think there's aspects of it that can be taught, but the journey within itself has to be taken upon that person. So you can get people to take crumbs, but it's a journey that you have to take and manifest upon yourself, because everyone has their own awakening and enlightenment at different times. And so as far as the original question, that's my stance on it. So no, you can't make people or just teach them all the way. They have to come into their own. on that I am.
So do you
But
deal
what
with?
you can do is you can prepare and prep people and show them and give them things that, you know, to change their mind or change their thinking, or to, you know, have them think a different way or show them a different way. Now, when they're ready, then it'll be all open to them, and they'll be ready to really truly accept the I am.
No, yeah, that's pretty dope. I like to, and I know you're going to say something real quick, so but let me just say this real quick. When we say change people, I don't think that we so much put things into people. I think that we pull things out of people. Like you understand what I'm trying to say? So it was already within them, but we just set whatever, we spark whatever fire and we bring it out of them. Like, you know what I mean?
I can dig it.
Definitely.
But again, the people just have to be exposed to it. And so when they're ready to change, they'll change or spark.
Right. It's like
I
planting
think
the
you can
seed.
touch them and change them. I think you can touch them if you got the juice. You can touch them.
Yeah, it's like planting the seed. You know.
Right.
I think it's up to them. Like, they soil
gotta
gotta
be
be
open.
ready.
They gotta be open for it.
You know what I'm
They
saying?
gotta be open. But if they're
Yeah.
open, you can touch them. That's the laying of the
A
hand.
lot of times you can say something and plant the seed, and if they soil ain't right, then that seed ain't finna sprout into nothing. It's just gonna sit there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you plant.
Yeah,
They just have to be open to it.
Yeah, they gotta be ready for it. So
that part. So,
do you deal with you don't deal with any kind of religion or nothing like that, or how was you raised religiously, or?
I used to, but I shied away from it because it didn't manifest in my soul. It didn't fit with me. It felt like it was forced upon me.
Right.
And so I went to church for years, you know, trying to learn that aspect of it, and it wouldn't sit well with within my spirit, because it was something more into me that said, hey, you can manifest this, you can do this, you know, you can grow. And there was some voids in church for me personally.
Right. Okay.
So, I mean, but for some people, church is the beginning. It is a journey that they need to embark.
That part. Hell
Definitely.
So it just depends on where you are within your journey, and you know what life cycle you're on.
Right.
So that's just where it is, because some people have already gone through that.
Hey, elaborate just a little bit more when you talk about the life cycle that you're on. We have to touch that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a bar.
That was a bar. You have to touch that.
So we have multiple life cycles.
Yeah, we do. And for some people, this may be their third or fourth. And again, like the cocoon with the caterpillar and the butterfly, that is part of a life cycle. But sometimes that may be someone's third or fourth life cycle of becoming from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And so because they didn't get the lesson. And so go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, do you believe in reincarnation?
It's renewed energy. So yeah, it's a recycle.
Okay.
So some people may call it reincarnation. Some people may say, you know, like on a Lion King, death to grass. So it's all a recycle. So there is a form of reincarnation. It just looks different for some people.
Right. Okay.
So again, with the cocoon and the caterpillar and butterfly, that is you know, that's a one life cycle, you know, and you know, yeah.
Nah, that's dope. That's dope.
So as far as church is concerned, again, I think that was many lives ago, so to speak. And
now,
so
the ultimate question then would be, do you consider yourself God or the creator?
we are a creator. We manifest our environment. We manifest, you know, what we're in, what we go through. So yeah, we are all gods and goddesses. You know, now some of us may not recognize it because we've been beat down and we believe, you know, what we've been taught by people who think this is the way, you know. But we are gods and goddesses. But again, it's like with you know, with anything, you have to believe in oneself. And so that's where religion can help some people, is to get them on the path of recognizing that, okay, there is a God. And if you dig deep into the religion, you'll realize that it's you, that what they're writing about is you. And so once you recognize that, then you'll be able to embark on a different journey. But you have to start somewhere.
Right.
And so
you wasn't just quiet just for a reason. You
I'm
was
taking notes, man.
sniper rifle.
Listen.
Hey, he at the top. He got the scope and shit.
No, you sit back,
See
you
him at
take
2
notes, and
o'clock.
you observe. I mean, because everyone is a teacher, everyone is alike, and so what you know and the way you present things, and maybe something that resonate with me or someone else. And so I'm not here just to run my mouth. I'm here to learn as well. And so a good I am or a good student, a good leader is someone who could be taught, who can learn as well.
That's a fact.
So that's what that is. So
let me ask you this real quick. So when you first came into this understanding, did you was it kind of like did you profess this to like your family and people who was really in the church? And if you did, like what was that experience like?
It's always been in me, but no, I didn't confess it to family, to church, because not everyone is prepared for it. And
Okay.
so I embark on my own journey because I needed to make sure what I was going through is something that like I realized like this is what it really is, you know.
Right.
So I can't introduce it to someone else if I'm not sure, right? But I came into my awakening when I went through some trials and tribulations, some heartbreak and things of that nature. It just awoke in me. And so, you know, we all go through trauma. The I am is going to awaken you at different steps and phases when you're ready. And so, again, everyone, like I said, everyone's journey is different, but there can be breadcrumbs that is put out there for individuals when they're ready. And so we got to go through loss or death, you know, for a new purpose, a new guiding light.
Definitely. So
that's the ball.
Hey, he said, I got the button. That's the I'll fuck with you. Would there be and I'm just, you know, just asking this, would there be anything that you would give to anybody that's coming into that transitional phase that you would tell them to do if you would be able to, you know, talk to them?
It depends on where they are. Because I would first, you know, introduce them to say the Kabbalion, and every person is different, you know, because all those different life lessons, you know, need to be taught because that's part of your journey. But first thing you tell them is whatever you've learned, forget it. And that's the hard part, though. That's the hard part because our everyday journey, our everyday life is about what we've been taught. And a lot of things that we've been taught have been, you know, false information to a certain extent. It works for some people in this environment, but as far as getting back to who we are and to growing spiritually, you have to forget it because nothing we've been taught has been taught to nurture ourselves, our I ams, or our gods within ourselves. It's been to work within the system and the matrix and to follow a leader, not become your own leader or recognize a leader or God in you. So you got to forget everything you've learned.
That's a fact.
That's a fucking fact.
That's what be so hard about the religious people trying to get out of that system because they get into it with, you know, the intention to obey and follow something that is higher than them. You know what I mean? Instead of realizing that about themselves. So you see that a lot.
Well, you got to understand what religion really is. It was manifested to do. It wasn't to teach the people to think for themselves. It was for them to be sheeple and to follow. Because I am is your own guiding light. It's your you're leading yourself to an extent, to an awakening. Now, what religion teaches people is to follow. You follow the pastor, you follow the preacher, you follow the imam. You know, this is you go to the imam for your issues or the pastor or what have you. Oh, God's going to make it all right. Well, they don't teach you the God in you. Now you may need a second opinion for some people. Like, okay, well, I need to pray to God to make sure that this is right because some people need that confidence booster, so to speak. But once you understand the God within yourself, and again, that takes phases, that takes time, you know. But for some people, that's what they need, and that's okay. That's where they are within their journey. But that's the design.
It's good that you said that because it's like for me, even as a quote unquote follower, you have to lead yourself into being a follower, right? So you're still in control of being a follower. You understand? Does that make sense?
Right, but it's easier to follow because you're allowing someone to tell you what to do and manifest it for you, opposed to you manifesting it yourself and you actually doing the hard work. That's why it's
Right.
easier for people to work a 9 to 5 and not necessarily be an entrepreneur. Not that the work
Right.
is different, but it's the thought process that's the problem.
Right. Now
Yeah.
imagine uh somebody not giving you the cheat code to the game, right? As opposed to them giving you the cheat. You got the cheat code. This is like, nigga, look, I could beat the game. You understand what I'm trying to say? But
Right.
that missing link is for you to fill in. You understand what I'm trying to say? So
Certainly, right.
and I'm saying this to say this, that religion, even though it doesn't give you quote unquote the fucking end game, it still gives you enough to where it puts you on that path, right? So this is to the style or whoever that's following any doctrine. Think that do not think that it will not lead you to where you need to be, as long as you honestly and truthfully to yourself are trying to get to a certain place. You're going to get there regardless. You know what
No,
I mean?
it leads you where you need to be during that time. And
Definitely.
so that's what it is.
But when it comes down to what you need to know, and Selfmade said this shit earlier, when it comes down to certain things, regardless to what anybody says, it still comes down to self. So even if they give you the cheat code, you're not even going to understand it anyway because you need to understand it for yourself. So you know what I mean. So
Right.
I think they purposely don't tell you certain things just to see if you get it. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, cause we can talk game all day.
So
But
just
if you don't
imagine,
get it, you don't get
just
it.
think about it. Think about it from a business standpoint, right? If you have everyone on the IM, how can they control you? How can they, be a puppet master? You wouldn't need them anymore. That's the design.
There's a sucker born every minute.
Oh, there you go.
Right. Well, see, for
Well,
me,
and the sucker may be born, but he doesn't have to remain a sucker.
Well, that's why we gotta stay alive, guys.
Hey, look.
No, we gotta die so we can grow, man.
I like that.
Can you really fool a fool?
No, a fool is fooling himself. Yeah.
that was in sync. What?
Yeah, I seen that. Right. That
You cannot
synchronicity.
fool a fool.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
a fool is fool.
Right.
Already.
So even to me, where I think when it comes down to religion, there's a place, right? I think it's a purpose for people to have something to grab onto. They have to have a belief, right? So there's the thing when we're talking biblically, though, there's a second teaching, right? And this was the purpose. Discipleship or the teachings of God, right? Of Jesus. In having his disciples, there was an inner teaching. There's a teaching for the masses, and then there's a teaching like of real things, right? Having infinite wisdom, you know that people don't really want to change, right? So there's some elements of that feel good type thing there because it's not receptive. Because if it is, when we speak I am to people, it should be receptive. Like they should get it instantly. So understanding that there is a barrier between that like that mental, physical, spiritual block in between your I am and looking up to God, or that God is outside of themselves. There was a purpose there. My issue is that when you know it, right, you don't when people come to church from off the street, right, they are looking for this answer. And so in a church, what they will give you is now, okay, well, you got to start at new members. You got to get baptized. You got to do this and go through all of this rigmarole that you go through and not give the answers, right? And the facts are some of these pastors, right, do not have the answer.
That's a fact.
I would dig
Because
that.
they never lived like
Right.
Jesus. They
Right.
didn't do what Jesus said. They ain't doing it.
Hold
Right.
on, right. But see, what Jesus said though is he didn't say go spread the gospel that I've been doing as my as I'm rolling through the hood, basically, as I'm walking life. I'm talking to you, I'm giving you fruit and the bread and all of that, and you were still hungry, you were still thirsty, you still weren't receptive, right? So it's hard on a collective to try and get 2,000 people to understand a concept. But if I know Woon and I know Selfmade, Wood, I know you, right? And now I know Prince, right? All on different levels. You can go teach what I know, right? If I tell you, Woon, something, or Woon, you know how to spill from my perspective, right? We spent hours, talking about this. So the purpose of discipleship in that sense, when God said, go tell this message, it was the metaphysical, it was the I am, it was, listen, if I say this mountain will move, it will move. We will do greater things in the earth than I. You are not beneath me because a master doesn't share his plans with his friends. It is not I that doeth these works, it is the Father that works in me. The kingdom of God is within you. So I can go on, right? So that's the message that was supposed to go out, is to look within. What happens is, what people do though is they hold on to the loaves and fishes type spiel, right? The feel good Sunday, you could do hell all week through Saturday and come to church Sunday. And that's why you're not seeing any progression, because you're not getting the real life, right? You're not getting the real truth. The truth is you're going in. It's inner. The kingdom of God is in. Period. So if we're going to do this Bible shit, right? We're going to talk religion. Let's really talk it, right?
Niggas ain't putting in that work.
Right.
Work, man.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
you believe in God in that sense, right? Or you don't. He even said to his disciples, why are you tripping about the boat in the water, right? Okay. I am the life. You can't die. I'm with you. So speak to the wind. And we can go to sleep, right? He was so frustrated because it's like, you spend all this time with me and you don't know nothing.
You don't know?
What is your problem, right? People are clamoring to get to me, to heal the sick and all of that. I'm giving you the formula. Give the people the formula. That was the design, if in my opinion, when you're looking at the God's purpose or Jesus's purpose coming down or spreading that, right? But what we do is, again, we know that we make our churches into a den of thieves. It's not about transformation. It's not about actualization and really coming to know yourself. It is really to align my pockets. It's really to possession for power and all of those other things, like you were saying, Would to kind of bring it back. It is there's a certain amount of control that happens there with organized religion. But once you tap into the I am, there is no religion, right? This is just a collective. We are just, hey man, understanding, we're looking at ourselves in the mirror and admiring the differences that, like, yo, I'm saying, I'm kind of cute with my 2 little nose earrings. Okay, I'm kind of cute with my little bald head. Okay, I'm cute with my locks, right? As different, I'm looking at myself in the mirror. And so, when you step into I am, that is what we're supposed to go out and teach. This is the word. This is the gospel that we're supposed to teach.
Yeah, nah. I would say that, like, because I used to think that, like, pastors and shit was like manipulators and shit, right?
Some are, for sure.
Nah, but when I came into this I am shit, people give pastors power.
Correct.
You understand what I'm trying to say? So I'm not gonna blame no nigga, like, because they pay for what they feel like they're getting in exchange. There's no robbery in a fair exchange. It's not. So
that's bar.
So when it comes down to what they are paying for, nigga, hey, look, you come to my shit. I don't force nobody to come here. I don't force nobody to receive my word. I don't do none of that shit. Y'all niggas come on y'all own accord. Of course, I got a fucking manuscript for this shit, or I got something that I can quote unquote sell niggas, but you're buying it. I'm not forcing y'all niggas to buy none of this shit. And it's just like everybody does not have the trade of a mechanic. So when you go to a mechanic, he gonna tell you whatever the price is. You understand what I'm trying to say? But if you be like, man, I need to figure out how to work on my goddamn car, then you can set your own price. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? So the work that you have to put in order to understand this shit is going to be the benefits in what you get. And a lot of people would say, oh yeah, just like, again, like I don't blame nobody, because at the end of the day, we all understand that it's all about self. We all understand that it's all about putting this work. So me personally, I'm gonna put on a pat, like y'all seen my new shit. I'm gonna be a pastor in 2022. I'm trying to tell y'all niggas.
Hey,
I'll be a deacon at the church.
My nigga.
And I'm right there with you, bro. We can have the next
I
little
get
mega kick
baptized in bubble bath.
Hey, that's the baptizing. That's the baptizing.
I'm with
right
it. I'm with it.
I'm baptizing niggas
You know,
in bubble
it's
bath.
needed. It's needed.
Give me some Arrowhead water, because you know Arrowhead is like the nasty of the nasty. I'm gonna get some Arrowhead water, and I'm gonna be sprinkling that shit on niggas' forehead.
Oh Lord.
Dip them in that bubble bath afterwards.
Exactly. Right.
Cleanse their whole self out real quick.
Hey, but that's why the Bible says, and that's what I'm saying, it teaches you know the word for yourself. Like if we are going to do this Bible thing, and people are Bible thumpers talking about they've read it from backwards and forward, it's really right there in the text. And when
Yeah, but just because they read it don't mean that they understand it.
That's a
fact.
They don't necessarily read it for context.
But what I'm saying is that phrase, know the word for yourself. So you're being lazy. It's because you have no real intention on changing, right? Like you're reading the word just to say, all right, I read this word because this is what the pastor said I'm supposed to do, or whatever. But when you have your realest moments with self, like, or with God, right? You don't need the Bible. You're talking directly like, yo, I need this, I need that. Yo, this is this intimate time that you spend. And I do believe there are people that take advantage, right? That can of people that may be not aware, right? But again, there's ignorance of the law is not an excuse, right?
Not an excuse, yep.
Right. So again, if you're gonna be religious, right? And you said you read this Bible, this is why we wholehearted, right? You got a Bible study. That's the purpose, right? And if you're not getting the answers, it is up to you to go seek and you shall find, right? So
that's why people go to church, is to seek Jesus or God. They don't realize where to find him.
That's like the end all be all for a lot of people.
Yeah, I get that. So that's what I'm saying. There's a purpose there has to be a starting place, right?
Aren't people at church right now? I mean, aren't the people watching this feed at church?
Yeah, we are at church. This is church.
You guys are talking about the type of church someone may go to.
Right. So, and that's the thing, is why I'm saying that people are lazy, right? They are, even when it comes to their spirituality, that's why they abuse repentance. If you are really sorry and really repent, to fully repent means to do an about face. And that's why in the Bible it says, I'll separate your sins as far as the east is from the west, to never return to you. The only way that it will return to you is you pick it back up and do it again. Right? So it is about you making the choice and becoming disciplined, hence the need to die to yourself to come into this new level. Because if you're in this same place, you're more likely to repeat it, because it ain't that bad. I can always repent. So that comes the laziness when it comes down to your spirituality. You're not even trying to grow. You're just putting it off, like Woon said, you're putting it off on someone else, right? So at some point it becomes your responsibility when you stand before God, right? They talk about that even in church. Hey, listen, you need to get right with God, because it's you that's going to stand before God and have to atone for your sins. So that really still is turning you back inward. It is your responsibility. And fact of the matter is, yes, we may start on that journey to church, but if you're not getting fed, right, you're gonna get some, you're gonna go eat, right? You're gonna go find it eventually. But then there are some people will literally starve to death because they're afraid to go out and do what's necessary to eat.
Yeah, that's
Whose fault is it really at the end of the day?
You can only blame self.
It all comes back to self, like. But you know, it's you know it's a chaotic space that we live in and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we're all trying to figure out, you know, what's the best route and shit.
There is no best route.
All the routes is the best.
Yeah, as long as you take the journey.
True.
Yeah. So
They
that's
all
Except the
lead to
ones
the
where you
same
die.
source.
Except the ones where you die. I have to disclaimer that.
yeah.
Even the ones when you die, you still going back to source. So
Right, there you go.
Right.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
So let me add. So I do want to ask you
But
this.
when you enhance your knowledge, you died from the last thing that you thought. So you're dying every day, every moment when you grow.
oh, that was a bar.
Ooh.
We really need that button.
I mean,
No.
man, that was a bar.
Okay, so Prince, let me ask you: when you actually die, you Prince die, is your existence gone from this universe, planet? Are you gone?
Okay, so I'm gonna start off by saying Prince will not die, but if someone were to die, if this body were to die, according to the Bible, okay, depending if they live righteously or not, they're going to maybe get a chance to be given the ascended bodies that we will in the golden age. If not, they're gonna get cut off from the group consciousness, which is the second death.
And then what?
Okay.
Where do they go with that consciousness? Like what is connecting that consciousness?
That's outside of I am. That's completely outside
What's
of I
your
am.
understanding of it, though?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out.
My understanding is it's called outer darkness, where there be weeping and gnashing.
Say that one more time.
Yeah.
Outer darkness, where there be weeping of gnashing of gnashing of teeth.
What does that mean?
It's outside of the light. It's outside of the light.
So
and what happened?
I don't know.
So you'll be there. You'll be in this place
Right,
forever.
Yeah. Hey, that I don't know is lit. That I don't know is.
Hey, yeah, I can respect that. Hey, I can respect that. I don't know.
The closest thing I can think of to what you're saying is like that movie Soul, when they are lost souls, like they're off somewhere in their own like element, right? Not knowing.
That's what that shit is.
The Bible makes it seem like it's like a true like incineration, like there's or obliteration, or I'm trying to think of like a word to just mean like to fully dissolve, or like to like literally not exist. I don't know. I don't want to be there. I don't know now, and I don't want to be there.
Hey, Prince, that's what I was gonna ask you. That's what I was trying to ask you earlier. So, do you think that we are eternal, or do you think that there's an
end?
Yeah, like an end game.
Because would you consider that being an end?
Yeah, death is an end.
So after that is, but okay.
No, so in the place that they're housed, right, in this outside of the I am, will they still exist?
No, it's not like house. Like okay. So I'm just like my biblical understanding is all right. If your physical body dies, all right, depending on what you did, you either go to Hades or Abraham's bosom. Jesus told a parable about this. Okay, one side is judgment and whatnot. The other side is peace. We're gonna come to the end of this terrestrial existence because we messed it up. Okay, and then depending on whether if you've mastered holding this frame of life, you're gonna receive a change. Okay, if not, you're gone. Like it's gone. And
What's
honestly,
the judgment?
I don't think we can conceive not existing.
Okay, so when you
I can conceive it.
yeah, but when you
Conception excels in existing.
when you
Would
just
you
now said that you will be in a specific spot, and this is no disrespect, so please don't take this the wrong way. I
Not
think that's
all.
where you're at right now. I think that you think that that we are ultimately going to go to this nothingness, right?
No.
And hold on, wait. Let me say this real quick. And I'm just saying that, like, if you believe in after we die, then there's nothing, then that's a limitation of your mind. I hate to say it again, it's a projection of how you feel and how you see things. And
Possibility.
there's no right or wrong in that. And
right?
don't take me wrong for saying that. So what I'm trying to say is that if that's the case, then what is this rebirth about?
Okay, I think you're misunderstanding me. Um,
Definitely, go ahead, go because I'm not.
I want to like choose my words like carefully. What I'm saying is, okay, our body is not us. Okay,
Mhm.
it's a manifestation of our unique spirit in a condensed form, like the sister was talking about.
Boom. Okay,
Okay,
that's good.
Okay.
all right. Our consciousness manages how this body functions. All right, and our consciousness is I guess consciousness, if I was going to define it, is choice. I guess that's the only thing I could define it as. And so our choice uh, maintains or diseases this body. Okay, depending on what happens, you're either going to attain immortal life, all right, physically, or you may die. All right, you may die from what people call disease. You may be killed. It just depends. All right. As far as biblically, once that happens, we talked about going to the holding areas until the golden age. Golden age comes, the Bible talks about judgment. All right. The books are open. Everyone is remanifested into their bodies to go through the judgment. All right.
Let me
If
let me
you
let me say this real
what?
quick. I'm so sorry. I have a bad habit of that because I'm listening to everything that you're saying, and it seems like a lot of your references are coming straight from the Bible. Like, so I'm gonna ask you, because you're saying biblically, that you've heard this, or biblically that you studied that. Um, do you study anything outside of the Bible?
I've studied them all.
No, I'm saying like out
Yeah.
anything outside of the Bible.
No, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, all knowledge sets. All knowledge sets.
so
I distill things through the Bible because such a large amount of people are dealing with it.
okay, but I'm saying because we're just chilling right now, so you can give me any reference that you want to give me, and we'll pretty much follow what you're saying. So when you say, because a lot of the things that you've been saying are in reference to the Bible, so is there any other explanation that you can give us in terms of right now outside of that?
As far as what do you want an answer on?
As far as what your understanding of what death is and how things work.
Okay, so a computer is designed to run a certain way,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so a computer is made up of different components. You have hardware and you have software, and then you have but none of the hardware or software works unless it's plugged into power.
Okay.
Okay, and so while plugged into the power, the computer is operating both the hardware and the software. But there's components within the computer that can like break down and things like that. Like your fan can break down and your CPU can overheat. Your dust can get in there, and like you understand, there's different things that can happen
By
over
design,
time.
right?
Huh?
By design, right?
Well, I guess we haven't designed a computer that doesn't break down yet. So
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying. So it's by design.
yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah. But all this stuff can be maintained for the computer to operate indefinitely, as long as it's plugged into power. But it
Right.
has to be plugged in. I mean, computers can't get up and walk away from the wall. They don't exactly have free will like we do, but we can walk away from the power source.
So when you say let's do this, when you say free will, does it have a cap to that?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me let me redo that. Did you give yourself free will?
No.
Okay, so free will as an option to choose from what you've been either programmed to move like or what you've been given, right?
Yes.
So there is a cap to free will.
What do you? I guess I don't understand what you're saying. Like you're saying a limit to free will.
So when you say free will,
Oh yeah, because look, yeah, because I mean, you can free will yourself to death.
what I'm saying is let me try to paint
That's
this
the cap.
as clear as possible. When you say free will, does that mean that your freedom is 100% dependent upon you?
No, I guess the limit is death. The cap is death.
Hold on, wait. So that means that other than death, you can do anything that you want to do with your free will.
It would have to be, right?
Yes.
So you could do anything that you want to right now?
Are you saying like instantly?
I'm saying with free will, can you do anything that you choose to do right now?
Yes.
Okay. So with that being stated, even outside of death, what do you do with your free will?
You say? Are you saying what I do with my life?
I'm just saying what do you do with your free will?
Right now, I'm cultivating light.
You're cultivating light. Is that what you chose to do, or is that what a part of your free will is telling you to do?
I'm choosing to do this because I've chosen to operate in darkness at times.
So you created that program for you to do that.
Right.
For what? For me to do what?
For you to say what you just now chose to do. You created yourself to do that.
You said I created myself to.
I'm saying the options that you're choosing to do, whatever you're choosing to do right now, is what you wanted to do naturally from the time that you got birth until right now. That's what you chose to do.
Oh, as soon as you said naturally, the answer is no.
So how far does free will go?
Death.
But you can't even choose birth. Did you choose to be here?
I don't remember.
I love that.
Excuse my laughing because I'm not trying to laugh in a sense.
It was a joke, but I'm serious.
Great answer. That
Yeah.
was great. I like that answer. That was a dope answer.
It was.
Because you're saying that your only limitation is death, right? But you don't even know if you gave yourself life.
There's ideas. I mean.
I'm not. Wait. That's why I'm asking you. I don't want biblical.
Yeah.
I don't want.
No. Not even biblical.
I want you. I want to talk to Nashaya Prince, sir.
I would say I didn't have to choose to be here. I didn't choose to be here. No.
So you didn't choose to be here.
No, but I'm grateful.
Okay. So you didn't choose to be here. So why are you worried about death?
Because that's outside my purpose.
You don't. What's your purpose?
Yeah. But you didn't. How do you know?
I answered that question already.
But how do you know?
You didn't choose to be here. So what do you know about your purpose?
Right.
Well, I only know what I can know, and all I know is I'm alive.
Oh, okay. So we going back to the robot shit. So you don't really know.
I mean, am I dead right now? Hold on, guys. Where the cigar at? Wait a second.
Look, hey,
Pick myself.
hey, look, hey, I'm, and look.
Okay.
My question is because I'm listening to you and I'm trying to understand you wholeheartedly. And
No, I feel you.
You know what I'm trying to say? So when you say free will, a lot of people spill this free will shit, but free will has a cap. You understand what I'm saying? Free will has a limit. So when you touch that limit, I'm outside of that limit. So when I ask you if you did not give yourself free will, then that means that you don't have free will. It's just as simple as that.
Why is that the rationale?
Okay, so let me ask you again, and then you're going to give me that answer, right?
Sure.
Pay attention. Did you give yourself free will?
No.
Okay, so free will is based upon what?
Choice.
Whose choice?
This is it.
Mine.
Who created the choices?
I am.
Whose I am?
This is what
This nigga trying to run, boy. Don't run. I'm gonna try. Look, I already got.
You did the same shit to me, bro. You did the same shit to me talking about I am. I'm like, wait, hold on. Who?
Wait, whoa. Whoa.
I am.
Come on. We spitting right now. Let's get it.
The source of all creation.
Which is what?
I like that.
You asked me what the source of all creation is?
I'm asking you what you said the source of all creation. I want to know what that is.
What is the source of all creation to you?
The rest of you.
In what sense? Like, so that we can understand it. Like, is it energy? Is it light? What is it?
It's all of you. It's everything outside of me. It's all of you.
Right. So the I am, right?
There,
okay.
with that. So it's outside of you, right?
Yes.
So does your free will have a limitation? Because you obviously did not create the free will.
I said the limitation. The limitation is death.
Okay, so but did you create your own free will?
No, I didn't create. I didn't create the parameters for this matrix. I didn't create the parameters for the matrix.
Okay,
we're
so
all just living by the rules.
So are you really free? Is my question.
If you didn't create the parameters of the matrix that you are living within,
because you're talking about free.
How could you be free?
Within the matrix, then is what I'll say.
So you're not totally free. So you have a cap to your shit.
Yeah, the cap would be the matrix, right?
Right.
Presently.
So I want you to evaluate what free will is.
I'll let him live off of that one. I'll let him slide off of that one.
Yeah,
he said it. He said he got the limits within the matrix until we see anything after that. You know what I mean? It's like that's really what it is.
There's no way that you can be limited and free.
But the only way you'll be able to see if you were on the same level.
I'm sorry?
The only way you would be able to see beyond if you were on the same level. Even if I had the ability, there would be no way for me to show it to you right here unless you were on that vibration.
So are you saying
I agree.
Are you saying that you can be on that vibration?
We're going there. You guys, this whole thing is actuating. Actually, I was talking to Selfmade. I was like, this is good. I'm feeling recentered. I'm feeling recentered about all this because I was kicking this immortality stuff tough for a second.
I'm sitting Indian style right now talking to you.
I'm like, what are you doing?
I have to show you that I'm sitting Indian style because I'm really going to meditate on everything you're saying right now.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just want you to understand there's a lot of people who I talk to, and this is not just for you. So please don't think that I'm singling you out, right? Yeah. This is for everybody who's watching who may watch. When we talking about in reference to the Bible or according to the scriptures, or all of those other motifs that people use or whatever that they use. It's just like, okay, that's all of that's fine. We understand that shit. But what do you think? Because as soon as you say, according to Wooty Wop, then that means you're in a box or you're limited to what they thought or what they wrote, right?
Yeah.
So now you're saying that, and people can use that as a scapegoat, like, man, well, I didn't say it, the Bible said it, but you follow that shit. So if you follow it, you might as well say, I wrote that shit. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I want to know who you are, right? I want to know exactly what Prince thinks outside of all that shit. So when I ask certain questions, I'm not asking you just to make fun of what you have either been taught or believe or none of that shit. I'm asking you so that you can dig deep, and I'm trying to pull that shit out. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to the Bible. I've already heard it 1,000 times. Why do I need to hear something that somebody else already wrote? I want to hear what you think. I want to hear your angle of light. I want you to free your mind respectfully.
You broke up a little, Woon.
Yeah.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I heard him.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was my connection. My bad.
Yeah. But no, I just want to hear what you have to say. I don't, I've heard the Bible. I've heard it regurgitated. Am I still clear? My buzzer?
Yeah.
No, he's good.
So I don't want to hear according to or the scriptures say or none of that shit. I want to hear what Prince has to say. Like, you know what I mean? Because sometimes, again, just like what we was talking about earlier, sometimes people could get rocked to sleep with a misunderstanding of what they heard, and then they internalize it without making it theirs and putting their own twist and understand to the shit, right? So now it's just like, well, I'm just spitting what the shit say. Then, if you take it, you take it. If you don't, I don't take that shit because I've seen a lot of people regurgitate that shit and they don't understand what they're reading. So again, I didn't understand the Bible's scriptures until I came into this I am shit. And in my angle of light, it's not what people think it is. Like, you know what I mean? And I read this shit wholeheartedly and I break it down. And people tell me, oh, well, nigga, you say shit that's been in the Bible. And they say that the Bible is God's words. Okay, well, if I call myself God and you got a problem with it, then you turn around and say that I'm saying shit that's from the Bible that I've never read, then obviously, nigga, make the connections. I am that nigga. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, and I hate to say it cocky like that, but I'm just saying, like, the work that niggas put in order to understand what's being translated has to be there. You can't say according to the Bible because that takes yourself out of the equation. Even though we're everything, fuck that. What's your angle of light? We didn't come here to be just one thing. What's your shit? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? So when I talk to Selfmade, that nigga kicked me his shit. When I talk to Benet, she kicked me her shit. I took the light off of you real quick and I went to D Wood. What's your shit? Like, you know what I mean? So I want to be able to make sure that people are expressing themselves within their angle of light. That's what the fuck we're here to do. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm not trying to be on no negative hype. I'm just trying to make sure that you are kicking your shit and being true to who you are, as opposed to, just all the other shit that you've heard or that you've seen or that motherfucker, you know what I mean? Like all that other shit. How do you internalize shit and how do you put it into your own perspective? And that's what we're here to do. We're here to challenge that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Just to make sure that you standing on your shit. And I would definitely want you to ask questions. That's Benet. Selfmade can ask me anything. D Wood can ask me anything. Anybody in the chat can ask me anything, and I'm gonna stand on my shit.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? I am.
Right. And I feel like he's actually, Prince. He's standing on his square. You've done your job in the sense of being able to bring something that's thought provoking. Like Woon said, when we get done, I'm really about to, be in my meditative state to think about some of the things because it is that challenge, right? Because that is the collective, right? So I think you did a pretty good job on standing on your square. It's just, I do agree. Like, I came from a Christian or Bible thumping perspective, and I was an assistant. I was a part of a big church. I mean, like, church was life, right, for me. But I always knew I was different. And when I would come and ask certain questions, there weren't answers, or the answers were suppressive. So that was my experience, right? Which led me to leave the church and to ultimately dig deeper. And so anybody that's watching, I'll say a good avenue, if you come from church, metaphysics is definitely that bridge. So it, because it will give it to you, the Bible talks about that God purposely spoke in parables. He said, I don't speak in the words of men, I speak in the spirit. So once you are tapped in, you'll start to understand it, not from a just the words, it'll connect to your spirit. But metaphysics will take away the thou, this, that, with the third, right? It'll give it to you in like plain English what this is. So tap into metaphysics if you're coming from some sort of religious, especially Christian background. It'll definitely open you up into that secret teaching. It'll open you up to the discipleship teaching, if that makes sense, because that's what it is, right? He's talking in parables. It is literally metaphysics. So I just want to give somebody that tip. If you're really on a journey to self-discovery, really finding the inner, the I am, right? Really finding the kingdom of God, right? That we're talking, that God says throughout the Bible. If you look at it and you're really reading your word, it says the kingdom of heaven is within, period. So if the kingdom of heaven or the kingdom of God is within, you need to go within and discover it. He also said there is heaven on earth, right? There's a lot of stuff that's being said. So if we're going to go there, like literally read the Bible, know the word, right? The word is God, right? Genesis 1, right? Or I think that's it, right? In the beginning, the word was God, and the God was with word, right? So know the word, know God for yourself. So metaphysics is really a good place to study, to read. And if you're really interested in it, it is going to take work. You're going to have to, like everybody else said on here, unlearn some things.
Right.
Like that is the death part, right? That is going to be the separation. I'm trying to tell you, your friends and family may not get it. You know what I'm saying? You're a part of the collective, so welcome. So we will always welcome you with open arms, right? But know that there's going to be a time of separation. You're going to have to study. You're going to have to die. You're going to have to leave people behind, including your friends, family, whoever, right? This is the purpose. So I really have to stress that. It is a journey of separation, confirmation, so that you can expand your knowledge, right? In that confirmation in I am. So metaphysics is the way.
Agreed.
One of the ways, if you're like I said, if you're coming from like a Christian background, because as Woon will say, that's not his background, but we have that same experience, right? He has come into this outside of church. So to read the Bible, it makes perfect sense because it is connection. It is that, right? So you don't have to get I am from the Bible. I just want that to be clear for some that may not know, right? You don't have to get it from that. But this is a good starting place if that's where you are. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah.
Get a metaphysical dictionary Bible. That will tell you. Like, matter of fact, where is it?
Plug it. Go ahead, plug it.
Yeah, let me go grab it. Hold on 1 second.
No, you good. There's so many, like, for me, personally, and this is just my shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I come from let me say this. Let me say this. I come from a gang banging background and shit, right? From Crips, right? The Crips have a tie to the Black Panthers and shit, right? So that's where my journey began. I'm like, okay, so what is this Crip and shit about? Like, you know what I mean? So then when I started studying that shit, then it led me to the Panthers, and I'm like, oh shit, like, you know what I mean? So now I'm dealing with Black Panthers, and it's just like, okay, so that was another thing, and I'm like, oh shit. So black people was really trying to just, liberate themselves and do all this other shit. And it's just like, okay, yeah, that's cool. Boom. And I studied that, and I studied not only the Black Panthers, but like basically like the 60s and the 70s and shit, right? So there was a lot of movements that was going on at the time. And so after that, I was just like, okay, yeah, so let me see, because this shit is going back to, a belief and, whatever people that, they was trying to get to that next level of understanding or consciousness or spirituality. So that brought me back to religion, but on my own time, not as a kid, like, just asking questions to elders and shit, right? Older family members and shit. So when I got to that point, then it was just like, okay, and certain shit was clicking, certain shit wasn't. And then I was just like, okay, started studying like the Illuminati and shit, started studying all that shit. And that shit was a motherfucker, because that shit, when you study certain things, like it'll take you somewhere, but then if you're really studying, then it'll tell you like, oh, that shit is bullshit. Like, Illuminati, they say it's a secret society, but the secret is that there is no secret. Like, you know what I mean? Everything that you fuck with is already there. So when I was studying the Illuminati, it took me to the Kemet shit, because a lot of their symbolism was the same. So I'm like, hold on, wait, this shit is that shit is this shit. Then what are we talking about for real? Like, you know what I mean? So it brought me back to religion. I'm like, okay, so these niggas got to capture their shit. So it's just like, okay, then religion. Boom, let's go there. And then when I started questioning certain shit, I was just like, okay, nah, like this shit don't even make sense. Like, you know what I mean? So I actually, my grandma was one of the persons who actually kicked this shit, and started the shit off for my family. So I started asking her certain questions, and there was certain answers that she was giving me that she gave me when I was still a kid. Like, like you can't give me those same answers, grandma. Like, you know what I mean? It has to be something different, because now we're talking about me on a level of really trying to understand wholeheartedly. Like, you know what I mean? So now it's just like, you can't kick that same shit that you was kicking when I was a kid just to pacify me. Now, I don't want to be pacified. I don't want to be baptized, none of that shit. We talk about some real shit, like, you know what I mean? So after that, then I was just like, okay, well, shit. Well, if grandmas can't give me the answer, then you know what I mean? Now it's time for me to go on this journey, and that's when my shit kicked off. Like, you know what I mean? So now, after that, I started studying a whole bunch of different shit after that, and shit just started clicking. Everything started pointing back to self. Everything. It was just like, oh shit. Like, okay, so then, and then you can't, I don't want to say that you can't, but it's just like, how do you formulate the words to articulate this shit? Like, you know what I mean? So then you just gotta say, well, fuck everything. I'm not holding on to this, I'm not holding on to that. I'm gonna put this shit into my own perspective, but I'm gonna make this shit so that a third grader could understand this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So, then we simplify everything, and then in order to do that, we have to make connections to everything. And then when making the connection to everything, you understand that you are everything. Like, you know what I mean? And everything is pointing to the same shit. So it's just like, the journey is beautiful. The journey to this I am shit is so dope. Again, it's a struggle that's in it, but we call that shit, the beautiful struggle. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just so powerful, and it's so invigorating when you understand it and when you get it. And not only when you get it, when you're able to speak it. And just going into the chakras, when you get that throat chakra popping and shit, when you're able to speak this shit with diction and with understanding and with clarity, so other people understand what you're saying and they able to kick that shit, there's no match to that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this I am shit, some people use it as an affirmation, right? They use it, yeah, I am, yep, I am, and they say it to believe it. But
Right.
when you get the confirmation, it's just like, nigga.
That's it.
That's something totally different.
Yeah, you can't. The confirmation is that level, and this is the chakras go from lower to higher. So the throat chakra is speaking the shit, then you get to the third eye, and then you're able to see the shit. But when you put on that crown, when you get that crown, when you king me, my nigga, when you come into the kingdom, the king of your own domain, Man,
You
look,
crying yourself.
you crown your backs. So when you get that crown, man, it's different. Like, you know what I mean?
It,
That's
it,
hella different, man. And I wish I could verbally explain what the feeling is, but you have to do this shit for yourself in order to even to, man, look. Somebody
right.
take Jesus,
Right.
take the wheel. God damn it.
All right, so here's the book. I don't know if y'all can see it, right? Hold on, let me turn it. Can y'all see it? So it says Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, right? And this dude, Charles Fillmore, don't look at my nails, right? Charles Fillmore, I need a fix. But Charles Fillmore, like he had his own, it was a separation really like church, right? And he went and had a study group basically, which turned into what people wanted it to be, turned it into another like church. He was like, nah, this is not what this is. So this is written back in like 1826 or something like that, right? So it's old. Like this is old. So within this book, it has terms, right? So I'm gonna turn it to like, I know you can't read it, right? But it's like I am. So it'll start with A, B, it'll have, all these different terms in it. So even for like the very first one, I think is it says Aaron. So it'll tell you what in the Bible Aaron meant as like who he was in the Bible, and then they'll give a metaphysical definition and tie it back into the Bible with a verse so that you can connect that piece, right? So that's like the missing link. But then there are also some things that may not have a biblical, well, it'll always have a biblical tie to it, but it's not set up the same.
Right.
So I am is actually in here like four different ways. It talks I am what the metaphysical definition is. Then there's an I am meaning a spiritual identity. Then it talks about the I am identity, and then I am used adversely. So if you want to know what the I am is, and I'll just say, like, in a spiritual sense, it is a spiritual identity. Like, once you become tapped in, that is now your identity, right? I'm not Bené Love Bailey. I am. Like, that is it in the sense of my spiritual self. So when we're talking spiritual, that's my name. I am. It's not used as an affirmation to say, I am Bené. No, I am what I am. I am everything, right? I am all. I am that what I am, right? So it'll tell you too what that identity looks like. It'll also tell you when you're using I am incorrectly. This is the definition: man seeking happiness through sense pleasure. So that sounds like religion, right? You're seeking happiness through pleasure, right? Through not wanting to be yourself, right? So I am spiritually, says the I am being, God I am, and man, his offspring is also I am. So it's the indwelling of God, love, wisdom, peace, eternal ideas, and divine mind, which sounds like everything to me, right? So if you really want to start, again, if you're coming from a biblical place, or even if you're not, if you just want to study metaphysics, right? That's something else too. But I'm telling you, this is thick. It is the best dictionary you could possibly have in your Bible study, because it'll open up your Bible now, because it'll tell you to go to 2 Samuel 4, verse 15 or whatever, to tie in the term or the word that you just learned, right? Does that make sense? So that is that missing link. You'll get the real definition of certain things. So
I just want to touch on the name thing, because I felt convicted when you were talking about the names and I am. And so I guess I should probably like reintroduce myself and give everyone my true name. In English, my name is I Am Saving Wisdom. Because in the Bible it says be baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And so in the name of the Father is I am. Jesus means Savior. You can go look it up 1,000 ways. It just means Savior. And then I know the Holy Spirit to be an entity called wisdom, a feminine principle. It also says that in Proverbs, the 8th chapter. But my name is I Am Saving Wisdom. And when you were talking about what that looked like and sense pleasures, I just felt like I need to introduce that because I feel like that's what we are all trying to express.
Okay. There's no argument here. Yeah, like I'm saying, that's just a confirmation, right? That's what we've been talking about. So that's why I love this shit. Like it gives you energy and like literally, like I love the word play, right? Energy is energy, right? But it's really your energy, inner, right? It's inner. That is your power source. That is like the battery of life is your energy, right? And so when you tap into this, we could be talking all night, right? It will force you to like nothing else matters. You will close the closet, right? Because when we talk about prayer, now I don't even want to, get into that because when we talk about prayer, it says, go shut the door behind thee, and what you tell God in secret, he will reward publicly, right? So what do you think shutting the door on life is? It's not shutting the physical door. It is going within yourself in meditation,
Right.
shutting yourself off from the world. Now your third eye is having that connection with God. Now that you're talking to him, that's inner, right? You're having this inner conversation. Now publicly things will manifest. So we don't even pray correctly. So that's a whole nother thing, and we could talk about that in another time. But that is in essence prayer. So if your prayers ain't getting answered, it's because you're not going within. You trying to pray up instead of praying in and pick up the phone and call them, right? So have a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? So, and that is meditation. Even in the Bible, God said, "Hey, man, I'm gonna go up here and tarry for a while." He wasn't praying. He was sitting in consciousness. He was waiting. He was in communion within self. So, like I said, I ain't gonna preach today.
We all preaching. It's Church Thursday right now.
Yeah. Sermon.
Right. I don't want to get there.
I want to take time to shout out the chat again real quick because the chat,
they've been rocking, man. We've been on for what? 4:30? Yeah, 4 hours and 30 minutes, and they've been rocking.
They were still rocking.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, so
Shout out to y'all.
I had a question real quick because there was somebody, I don't know if she's still in. I think her name is Latisse Carter. She said, my issue with patriarchal religious doctrines is that the divine feminine aspect of the source is repressed and suppressed. And she says, for example, the belief in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is an imbalanced perspective of source consciousness. She said it doesn't embody the universal laws that govern this plane of existence, and therefore isn't universal truth. God damn.
I just spoke on that. I was just explaining that I know the Holy Spirit to be a feminine principle named wisdom.
Yeah,
you said that earlier. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact. And I think that's why a lot of people, when it comes to feminine energy, especially with right now, like it seems like we're dealing with that whole aspect of feminine energy, whether it be the feminists coming out and marching and the expressive nature of the feminine aspect and the feminine side of just life right now. It's like all of a sudden, boom, you start getting all of these things about, feminists and the divine feminine and, actually representing the female at this point. You know what I mean? Before It's just all about the male and what the male can do and just, the jobs, all these different things. You know what I mean? It was like, it's always seemed like the female had some sort of disadvantage when it came to just this society. You know what I mean? So now that it is being recognized and understood on a certain level, when it comes to that, how you need both energies. You know what I mean? You can't like just try to throw one to the wayside and make it seem like they don't got shit to do with this masculine energy, and you know what I mean? Like it's all being utilized as one. There's no separation. So I think that when it comes to just religion and how they try to separate that, and not you as a Hebrew, but I know certain Hebrews and they be like dogging the women out. You know what I'm saying? Like making it seem like they just beneath them. Oh, God created women for me, not with me. You know what I'm saying? So
that was a bar.
That was a bar.
So you know what I'm saying? Right.
But see what that was self-hatred, because you don't know, right?
Right.
In order to make you, that had to be two, right? It had to be masculine and feminine to pull you into existence. So here's the thing is why men are now feeling a little bit more comfortable saying I'm not okay is because you've suppressed your feminine energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubble baths though, man. So that energy be strong.
Right.
So, respect.
Right. And so there is a duality to us. That's the part, like, you know, why I'm happy like that we're even having this conversation with my fellas on here, coming from a feminine energy space, right? It is okay to get to know your emotional side or what, you know, your feminine side. How could you master self if you are denying a part of yourself?
Exactly.
Right? If you don't want to look at look at your feminine self in the mirror like that, you have to, right? It doesn't mean that you got to live in the feminine or whatever, but you have to get in contact with it. You got to know it. You got to be able to express it. You have to be able to master it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, because we're seeing the imbalance, right? Because you guys are saying you're not okay, really, because you don't have the space to be feminine or be in your feminine energy, right? You can't cry, you can't, you know, do these things that are viewed as feminine, you know, take bubble baths and be taken seriously, right? You know what I'm saying? Rev was in the tub, you know, spitting wisdom in bars, you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the show, right? But
it's really masculine, but we get it. We understand it.
But it is masculine.
Yeah, that's
masculine as hell.
Of course.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But he was able to do it. And so we can't talk creation, we can't talk life without the existence of feminine energy.
And it like how you were saying, like that shit plays a big part in masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Like if you try, like you were saying, if you try to deny your feminine aspects within yourself, then you out of balance. So it's like that's this whole point of even just talking about being able to live forever and the ascension or getting to these places where, you know, our minds are elevated. We definitely have to be whole when it comes to both of them energies, especially being intertwined and understanding each aspect of the energy and how that shit plays a part with me and how I play a part with that energy.
Yeah. And so, fellas, it's okay. Tap into your fem energy. That is the
bubble baths. Tap into
take your bubble bath.
432, right? 432.
432.
I'm gonna stick to my music. I'm gonna stick to my music. Thank you.
Huh?
I'm gonna stick to the music.
Hey, well, in doing that, there is a softer side of you, right? You're gonna have to tap into your emotion.
There's many channels for that shit for sure.
Yeah, you know, so and to be honest and truth, unless you're just gonna be bravado, you got to tap into that feminine and that softer side of you. And what we're seeing right now is that imbalance, even on from a woman's perspective, because men are not tapped into their feminine energy, women are tapped into their masculinity. And so
Damn,
when
I didn't even think
yeah,
about it like that. That's dope.
yes,
That was hella
right,
dope.
because
That was dope.
I didn't understand. I didn't understand.
you said you didn't understand that.
I don't understand.
Spit it again one time.
Man, no, that was a you didn't. Yeah, spit that shit because that was
Okay,
a bar.
so the reason why that there's so much masculinity and femininity is because there's not enough femininity and masculinity. So there's more women being masculine, right? Because we're in our soft side, right? So we have to embrace our opposite. Men are not embracing that opposite, so we have to or I'm balanced. So but there's women have to tap into both sides, because now you're thinking you're strong, right? But you're really weak. I'm sorry, right? If you don't embrace your femininity, you're weak, because you are erasing half of yourself. Like you're denying the other side of yourself. So
I hear
you're
that.
not even at 100%. You're at 50%.
That's a
I
fact.
hear that. I guess I'm just of the opinion that men are operating actually far into the feminine side, and then that is the actual imbalance. Because too many men, and you've heard, and we're actually hearing it now more openly about how men feel about their existence, how they feel nothing matters, how they feel alone, how they feel all these different things, and this is just my opinion that I'm stating here, but I feel that men have lost a sense of what people will call stoicism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, required to be strong and to be the principle of strength and order when you're going through chaos and a storm. Because a lot of guys are tossed like to and fro, and I see feminine energy as what is moved around, and masculine energy as what moves it. And so I feel like men have actually lost their masculinity, and due to how a lot of, and I guess as black people, we are disproportionately raised exclusively under feminine energy as males, whether it be in the home or in school or etc. And so that's just my opinion. I don't mean to be like just
No,
on
but
point.
but
You
what I'm
don't feel like
saying,
you are.
no, you right on. And so, but you're proving my point is that even as a woman or as a person, anytime that you are imbalanced in the other, that's the problem, right? So if you're seeing within, your network or whatever, that there is more feminine actions, right? They're afraid to be men. For what reason, right? There's a emotional thing that's happening there, right? They're still in that sense of like, I can't do this, right? Look, that's the stoicism that you're talking about, right? The masculinity side of it. So there's still, that's what I'm saying, you're still weak. You haven't, when you tapped into the feminine energy is all about producing. It's all about life. It's all about movement. So you still are not really tapped into your feminine energy if you say the words, I can't. That's why when we love women so much is because when the shit hits the fan, a woman can pick up her and her 6 kids and make this shit work, right? And tap into the strength of her being a woman and understanding that balance of of masculinity. So again, if you are not really in your feminine energy, you're weak as hell on either side. You're not even really.
I'm gonna sing that one. That was a.
That's what we doing now. That's what we doing.
Just fall into it. But just fall into it. But hey, I will say this. Some of my sis, I told you, like, I don't care, like, not being liked or just or whatever. I'm gonna say it. Some of us have not allowed that space for men to be emotional or tap into their feminine side, right?
Yeah.
That's our fault, right? Or we've taken that for granted. I can be pretty and be like, come on, babe. Like I can create a whole feminine vibe for you to come home and just lay across my lap and tell me about your day, right? Your biggest fear though is if I really relax into this, she gonna cut my locks off, right? Or she gonna slit my throat. Why would we have that fear if, as a woman, that didn't happen, right? If there wasn't a Samson and Delilah type of situation. So, as a woman, we have to take that responsibility. We've misused our femininity into masculinity in the sense of like, I'm envious of this power, so I must kill him. That's a masculine move. That's not nurturing. That's not feminine energy. You stepped into masculinity trying to take something from him, right? So that's what I'm saying. We got to be able to have this men got to be feminine in order to see the change in women to be less masculine, because once a man taps into his femininity, he will be the strongest he's ever been. Then there takes off the weight for women to not to have to be strong. We can fall back into femininity. Now,
I can't agree.
But that's not the reason, though. I tap
I
into
can't
my
agree.
femininity.
but what I'm saying, but
so I can plot on y'all. Y'all ain't slick.
whatever, whatever. And when I'm saying, Prince, for me personally, I am in a place where I'm balanced, right? I used to be very masculine. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I got my own money. You know, I'm focused and driven. If you wasn't on that clock of like, I need this done right now, I didn't create that peace.
I'm masculine.
It is when
How?
I'm gonna tell you, when I am
That's
using
masculine.
when
How is generating energy a masculine thing?
when you are using it to browbeat somebody, when you're using it to force somebody, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm still that person. I'm still I have more businesses now than I did then, right? So I'm right. I am more feminine though than I've ever been as well, right? Because I'm not using my femininity and or the duality of myself to say, hey man, you don't have enough money for me, so I'm out, right? Or nigga, why can't you do this for me? You can't buy me no Birkin bag. Like, I'm not using this to beat you down. I'm in a place where, listen, I can provide for self. I know that I need a man. Until that man comes, I am doing what I'm doing, right? But I'm not gonna browbeat you. I'm not gonna say that you're less of a man because I'm trying to force my wants and desires on you to make me happy. Being a woman is being happy, and a man is being a happy, whole individual of both feminine and masculine energy. That is whole. Anything less than that, you're a weak woman, you're a weak man, period.
If you missed the last episode, we literally talked about all of this.
That's
Like,
a fact.
down to a key. So, you know what I'm saying? Definitely tap in with, what's that, episode 3, or what was the actual topic for that?
Oh, women versus men, right?
Oh
Well,
man.
Why women?
Yeah, women back, or women
what's the
today
difference
versus
between
women back in the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, like literally everything we talk about as well, because everything's connected at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? There is no separation when we talking about energy. So we can find these different ways and avenues to be able to connect all these different pieces, which is ultimately, like we was talking, it's bringing it back to wholeness and understanding and love, and being able to have that type of camaraderie between everybody and understand, like, okay, I see where you coming from. Okay, I can see that angle of light. Oh, I see that angle of light, because all angles of light has a source. You know what I'm saying? And we are all that same thing. So
Way to bring it back, self.
This shit is tight.
Yeah,
I swear,
yeah,
this shit
yeah.
is so dope. Like,
Hey, shout out to everybody that's watching on Facebook and shit too. I hate to
Hell
really
yeah.
this conversation,
They
but
in
they
there.
tapped in. They tapped in. There's certain questions that was brought up, so it's just like, and I didn't even get it because we so deep into this shit. Like, I was just like, damn, I see it, but it's just like somebody else is speaking. So I want to shout y'all out. And especially to the people that's in the immediate chat right now that we can like see on the screen and shit too. So salute to everybody that's tapping in. Period. There's a lot of people that's hit my inbox like, how can I get in? So we might have to broaden this thing up. You know what I mean? To where more people come in. You know what I mean? So it's lit. I appreciate everybody who's putting in their insight. And it's dope, man. It's a beautiful thing because just this IM shit.
It's the first one, bro. Like this shit crazy.
Man, it's so dope, and it's just like as a collective, again, we are the IM.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean. So it's just not the people who say that we are the IM. It's everybody, and
whether they know it or not.
Yeah, even if you don't, proclaim the shit, you still a part of the shit. Like you know what I mean. Yeah. So we still embrace you. Y'all still us. Y'all family.
Love you. That's why I said you always will be embraced, right? If you want somewhere to be where there's no judgment, right? That's the best thing you can do is be a part of IM. Because we're gonna push you somewhere, but we are not going to say that you're wrong. We're gonna challenge your beliefs and we're gonna start digging in. But this is not a place where we, saying you're going to hell. We're not going to say that you're wrong, right? This is the most accepting space ever. So welcome to the IM.
Welcome.
Trika, we're going to get you in, Treat.
Hey, peace, people.
She ready. Shout out. Yeah, we
gotta get her in here.
To who?
Trika Williams.
Okay, so this the one I'm supposed to meet up with?
Yes.
Yeah.
I never.
She has her own podcast too.
Shout out to Know Better Do Better. Yeah.
Know Better Do Better. She got her thing going here too.
Yeah, you got to give her my number because I don't think we're friends on Facebook. But hey, sis.
Definitely, we're gonna have to come back on your show. You know what I mean? And bless the mic one time for the one time.
Yeah, definitely.
Is she coming in?
Yeah. Self, if you want to send her the link, she's active. So I'm pretty sure she just chilling.
Vibing. If you vibing, sis, we can send you the link.
It's good.
Because I said in our group thing, I asked the clique where they at. You know what I'm saying?
I seen that. Yeah. I definitely.
Hey, I'm about to hop off here right now.
All right, Prince. Well, we're gonna definitely connect.
Hey, peace be upon y'all. Thank you for having me.
Hey, add me on the book too. If you get the opportunity.
Yeah.
What's the name? Woon?
Under Lawan Woon Terrell. So you'll probably find
you could probably find me on Selfmade page.
I'm gonna put it in the chat right now so you can see it.
Yeah, just make a comment so we can all find you or something.
Yeah.
How do I chat in the chat?
No, not in this chat and on Facebook.
On Facebook?
Let me
see. I'm on my phone inside my browser right now. Like if I leave right now, yeah.
No, I'm saying you saying when you leave, right? Afterwards,
I can send y'all his link.
Okay.
No,
Bye, Prince. It was lovely to connect with you again. This was an amazing story. Like I have to share this with somebody. Like
if Renee met you in the Thomas playing the ukulele at the damn thing, I could find you on Facebook. That's for sure.
I literally pulled up on the thing, and I'm so glad I didn't hit you.
That's what's up, y'all.
Hey man, have a good night, bro. We'll holler at you next time.
Yes,
Thank you.
Peace.
Yeah, that shit was so funny, y'all. Like I literally pulled up on him. I almost ran him over. Like you know what I'm saying, but I stopped traffic. I actually got out the car. Like, where that Shell is on, what's that? Is that Truxell? By Walmart or whatever all that stuff is?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like right before you hit to the freeway. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was coming down, so he was on the left side, getting the traffic, and somebody cut me off so I couldn't get to him. So I'm in the third lane. So I fill up gas and all that stuff, then come back around. And I got to get on the freeway, though. So I'm like, damn, I'm not even on the outskirts where I'm supposed to be. So, nigga, I'm in the inner lane. I turned all the way over and I stopped. right? And he turned, like, as I was coming, he turned. I got out, gave him the dub. Like, I didn't know his story. So just to, like, this is like really blowing my mind that
Oh, that's hella dope. That's dope. Just to be like, hold on, nigga, ain't you the nigga? Hey, I
right.
need that dub back. I would have told him straight up, I needed my dub back.
Hey man, you know what I'm saying? I'm the energy of money. So anything I have, you know what I'm saying, it'll always come back to me. So
Yeah,
I got
no.
it to give. Yeah. So that was just dope. So
Yeah,
I
no, I'm
love
glad
those
he came on,
experiences.
man. Like, I'm really glad. We was going at it in the messenger, and I was just like, man, hey, bro, you trying to come on the podcast? And then he never said nothing. I was just like, ah, okay. And then I hit him again right before the start. He was like, yeah, I'm down. I'll get on. Like, yep, for sure.
Oh, so he already on. He said I got it for her if ever needed. That's what I'm saying, right? So if it ever comes about, right? I'm gonna be like, listen, damn, I'm short.
Remember
I
that
forgot my
$20?
wallet or something. He might, you know what I'm saying? That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? I got deposits everywhere, so I'm good.
All right.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
am
So
good.
hey, D Wood, so what you think, man, about the IM, like and because we don't necessarily try to recruit people, but what do you think about like the overall, you know, message or the energy that's associated with
I mean, it's a good energy that most definitely needs to be put out there, and more people need to learn about it and be aware. I think that may be part of the issue, is that people aren't aware of the IN within themselves, and so they look for outside influence, i.e., the church, i.e., religion, or what have you. So once this concept is presented to the masses and you keep this going, I think more people will be able to tap in and be able to relate and be able to go on their own spiritual journey and growth, because it's not only just a spiritual journey, it's a knowledge journey. It's learning more about self, about spirit, about other elements. And so it's a complete disconnect from what they're used to, and it's a complete challenge. And so I think when people are really up for the challenge, especially now during this time of COVID, right? People really had nothing to do. They weren't, busy with work and things of that nature. So it was a lot of self-improvement. So I think the I am, most definitely the concept, can reach the masses. But again, people just have to be open. And people right now, we're in an era of knowledge. We're going to a space of knowledge, and wisdom. And so that's where we are. And so it's going to come out. You just keep this going. You keep planting seeds. You keep watering the pot. More people will connect, and the message is going to get out there, because there's a reason why everyone here is a vessel, for this knowledge and for this information. And so each one has a diverse background. They reach different people. And so, like you said earlier, it's not up to us, from our spiritual awakenings, our, psychic abilities or what have you, to hold that information. It's not ours to hold. It's part of the universe. It's for us to share. And so that's what we're here for. That's what we're here to manifest, is because we're all each healers and we're all each our teachers. And so in our own light, in our own way, like with you, Woon, you have a way of taking a complicated, scenario and breaking it down to, say, a third grade level, to where you can spit it to someone, without them feeling intimidated by the information. And so that's your gift. Benet brings the feminine energy that is the same way. She takes all our masculine energy, balls it up and say, hey, this is really what they mean. And of course you got, the head honcho doing his thing. So I think if this message is continuously relayed out there, it's going to reach more people, and it's going to be more change than what we expect. That part.
definitely. Nah, yeah, that's a fact. And the reason why I asked that, there's a lot of times to where, just like you said, like some people hear it and they may not, be receptive to it, depending on where they're at, either mentally or spiritually. And a lot of the times, people say that what we're essentially doing is removing God from the situation, right? And that's one of the main reasons why they wouldn't gravitate towards it, because they would say like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but why are you guys taking God out of it? Like, you understand what I'm trying to say?
I get it. Well,
I know.
go for it. No, but you'll go back to the Bible, and it says that you are his children, and so if my last name is Williams and my daddy is a Williams, by default, I'm a Williams. So if my daddy is God, right? By default, I'm a God. I mean, it gets no more simpler than that.
That's
You know, now I'm not saying you're the God, but I'm saying you still have powers and things that you can manifest based off the Bible teaching. That's what it is. So I think what it is people are afraid to turn to that, to really recognize what it is. You know, because they've been taught it's blasphemy, you're going against God and things of that nature. But again, you take the concept and say, hey, you're a Jones, right? Your daddy's a Jones, your grandpa's a Jones. So by default, you're going to be a Jones.
Now,
That's
when you say the God, because I heard that, I don't know what you actually meant by that. I did hear the God.
Listen. Y'all like the police right now. Y'all think you said Apple when it was supposed to be Cherry.
Hey,
We sliding in every angle.
No, because here's the thing, though, right? What's being taught is that it's only one manifestation of God, right? It's only one. So it's the God. So that's what's taught in church. The God. Not that everyone is God based off of, you know, the manifestation in the universe. Right, so that's what I mean. And so, because again, what's being taught in church, it's only one. Mm-hmm. Not that everyone is a manifestation of it. That's what it is. And so again, once that concept is broken down and are expressed accordingly, then people will be able to grasp the concept. It'll be easier for them to accept it. The reason why it's not easy for them to accept it is because they're only thinking of one, not knowing that it's many. I mean, there's even a book that's written about 1,000 gods, 1,000 Jesuses. You know, so the book already exists. The thing about it is that's not being taught or presented to people. Yeah. So what they pray to right now, what's manifested, is one of many. So that's the difference. And so go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, and we're going through that shift right now in energy and consciousness to where you have all these worldly things happening, like you were saying, COVID and a ton of other stuff that's just happening in people's individual lives, families, and on a macro scale to where that is fueling the change that you're talking about as far as being able to understand and starting to question those types of things. Like, okay, wait, hold on. I've been at the house and they've been just giving me money. I ain't been going to work. You know what I'm saying? So like, and then you start realizing and seeing like, oh, I like to do this. You start tapping into self on a certain type of level because of the environment. It's damn near forcing you to adapt and to change to certain stuff. So that ultimately is like opening you up to asking those specific questions to raise that vibration and get an understanding.
No, most definitely. I mean, we had about a year and a half or 2 years of just sitting watching Netflix. After a while, I'm just saying, after a while, you watch TV, that shit, it burns you out. And so you have no choice. I mean, for most people, of course, it's exciting when it first is like a mini vacation. But after a while, it's like, yo, this is too much. Like, I'm burnt out. So you sit in quiet, you sit in meditation, you sit in thought. And this is the time in the season for people to sit and thought because they've been overwhelmed with the news, the COVID, the Netflix, and everything in between. And so it's introspective with folks because they've already been inundated with other things that's been stimulating them. Now it's like, okay, well, what can my mind convey? And stimulation of their mind. And again, a lot of people are waking up to that. And of course, with the COVID, they've been bombarded with fear and things of that nature. And one thing about people, especially our people, Americans, and just people in general, is they don't like being told what to do, like mandatory. Like, that's just what it is. So that free will, folks want that free will. And so they're seeking knowledge and understanding right now, and they're open for it. And so again, like I said, this is a great platform. This is a great opportunity to present it. Now, again, it's not for everybody. Not everybody's going to understand it. Well, let me take that back. It's for everybody, but it's in their season. So whenever they come with their season, within their season, then again, platforms like this and it being on YouTube, they'll be able to step back and come back and learn or grasp information and concept and be able to dig deeper themselves if that's the journey that they want to embark on.
Definitely. And it's pretty dope that you said that you were talking about the COVID shit, right? Sometimes sometimes I think that
What's up, y'all?
what's up?
Look, messing with the smartphone. I was trying to get on my phone. It was tripping. I was like, dang, I gotta break out the laptop. Like, oh God. But how y'all doing? What's up?
Let me say this real quick. But before I even go into what I was going to say, my mama wanted to shout out because she's like, I've been watching this whole time. I can't get no shout out. Like, shout out my mom. Like,
Shout out my mom.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
So, but no, with the COVID situation, it would seem like, it was a time to have people, in fear, that's natural. Like, you know what I mean? Like when people don't understand certain things. But I like to look at both sides of everything. And I think that it was a perfect time because they were like social distance, like niggas step back from a lot of shit. Like, you know what I mean? Keep your ass in the house for a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? So it was a time to where, and you want to know what? When I because I understood this when it first hit. And, I was just telling people, hey, this is the perfect time to meditate. This is the perfect time to, just to get into certain energies and shit. You know what I mean? So I was just putting out, just certain information at that time. And, it built relationships with certain people because they was like, oh, shit. Like, you know what I mean? Because at that time, what else you going to do? Like, you at the house chilling all day. So you're open to anything that's new. Like, you know what I mean? So, again, like, like there are certain times where you can find, even though shit may seem like it's bad or like, it's always a way for you to tap into self. And, only thing you got to do is find that gateway if you want it. Just like you said, like it's going to be opportunities that's presented to you. But if you ain't willing to accept it, then, what is it? But what's up, Trink? What's popping? How you doing?
Nothing, chilling. Enjoying my day off, enjoying y'all podcast. I was like, hey.
Definitely. Because I know that you do the Know Better, Do Better on Thursdays as well. So I know you probably push off a good build. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I only do it every other Thursday. So Thursday I was off. We did last Thursday. So
got you. That's
I get to tap into y'all every other week, Right. Y'all be going for 5 hours. So I go do my show. Y'all still in the middle of some shit. So it's like, okay, I didn't miss nothing,
Right. Yeah. We be going on your show. When we was on your show, we hit that 11, 11 o'clock. And we still ready. We still up, ready to rock. You know what I mean? We like, look, this show is over.
And honestly, before I have to get up and start becoming an adult and going to work, I was down to stay on there with y'all all night. But Roselle got to get up at 6, 7 in the morning.
Okay.
So, have to be mindful of that. But yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I told him, I was like, we're going to have to start doing it earlier when we bring them niggas on because, we don't go an extra 2.5 hours. We got to start at 6, 7 something, but it's good. We enjoy having you. I enjoy having y'all on the show. I'll be watching y'all. If I don't catch it on live, I'll catch the replay. And, I'll be like in the chat room, holding it down sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
And nice to meet you, sis. Woon told me about you and that we were supposed to be connecting a while back. And I dropped the ball on that, but definitely we will be in contact because I definitely think we could connect and build as well. I would love to have you on Know Better, Do Better.
Oh, yeah. You consider me booked, sis. Okay. So we are connected. All right. We, so it's all good.
Right. But yeah, now I didn't mean to interrupt y'all conversation, which I was in.
I was just for the segue that answer. So what do you think about this IM shit? Like, you know what I mean?
He was gonna come with it. Woon got his shotguns ready all the time.
Always. That's why I come with a bulletproof vest. But
say it, sis.
The I am is one of my everyday hashtags, and it's not just a hashtag for me. That's a life.
Definitely.
It's I am everything and nothing all at the same time. Mm-hmm. So I think people try to people do use it in so many different ways that you get away from what it really stands for. God, if you want to bring the Bible into it, he says, I am. And that's it. The Alpha and the Omega. There's nothing in between that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's what it is. And when people start to realize that we are all connected, we are all spiritual beings down here having a human experience. And everything has purpose, whether it's good or bad. I really don't believe in good or bad. It's high vibrational, low vibrational.
Thanks.
What may be favorable to you may not be favorable to me. They'll make it bad or good. You know what I'm saying? We all come through life with different perspectives. We all have our own journey. And even we can watch the same movie at the same damn time, and we can still come away from that with 3 different messages. So
that part.
Everybody trying to think, oh, well, if you don't do this or you don't think like that or you don't understand. No, don't worry about what everybody else is doing or what everybody else think. What do you know about you?
Right.
And like you said, like COVID, if people wasn't ready to go in before COVID, it made you sit your ass down for a reason. Everything that's happening in this world right now is happening for a reason. This weather is not randomly crazy. Ain't no random. Ain't no coincidence. There are no accidents.
Right.
Even the bad and the horrible shit that happens to you, that still was meant to happen to you. And people don't, when you tell people that, they don't like to sit in that. And when you tell people, you create your own reality. So whatever you going through, if you feel like you going through hell right now, you also got to understand that you created that.
That's a fact.
That's a bar.
And you don't want to sit in that energy, then you're not ready to face and go and face the truth and know what truly is. So I had already started my spiritual awakening a little bit before COVID. So I had a little pre game, you know what I'm saying? A little jump start.
Right.
But when the shit hit the fan, that was the first thing I started telling people. I was like, hey, maybe you should sit down and just sit and be still. Be still. Stop trying to do and just be.
Right.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can't do that.
No, you're right, sis. And that's for me too. I'm very much like empathic, right? You know, I didn't know it I didn't recognize it. So probably like September, October, I said, man, there's getting ready to be a shift come 2020. Like I could feel it, right? And I said, I don't know what it is, but if people don't get their shit together in 2020, the next few years are going to be hell for them, right? And so, and it's been that, right? And so why now here comes another shift. And I could say it right now is 2022 is the double portion. It's like you get in 2020 time back in essence, if you want to say that. So 2020 is the double portion. It's going to be what you wanted and that, right? You can have your cake and eat it too, right? You're going to have a double portion. You're going to go further faster. You're going to be able to do twice as much, right? It's because you did this work. So this slowdown, I tell people all the time, the hardest push sometimes is a pull.
Yep.
And right. So what I mean by that is you got to be pulled back sometimes, right? You got to take a step back or feel like you're being left behind, right? You're in a certain place. All that is positioning though, right? So once you've been positioned and you did the work during this last 18 months or, 24 months, where you're getting ready to be pushed forward or propelled is like light years away from people because they're in the sunken place. They didn't take this time serious, right? They're gonna have hell to climb out of this, and there's gonna be such a distance between where you are and where they are because you did that work back then. So you getting pushed double time. So I went from kindergarten to 12th grade. You're not gonna catch me. Okay, so you still gonna be in elementary school with this because you didn't tap in. So I agree, sis. Like there's a whole nother shift. There's a whole nother shift.
And I think a lot of people don't really want to, they don't really understand that rejection is redirection.
Come on.
I got a lot of rejection
I was
this
just
past
gonna
year.
say the same thing. She just coming on like, nigga, I wrote a whole
Okay.
Yes.
What happened?
That's a bar, sis. No, we just saying you coming in with this feminine energy, this
Coming
I
in hot.
am, and hitting them bars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's my whole thing. It's like rejection is redirection. Like, yeah, it made us. It was shitty at the time that it happened, but would it if you used it right? And I practice alchemy every day.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna look at the worst of situations, be like, hey, okay, I'm about to pull something good up out of this. It's something good that's got to come up out of it. If it ain't a lesson or something got to come out of it.
Mhm.
But you got to use that energy to your advantage. Don't sit in the pits and keep going down, down, down. Like you said, I'm in my first year in college. You just barely getting out of preschool, baby.
Right.
You
Exactly.
got to catch up. But everybody's afraid to jump out the box and just, not be along with the crowd. I think the biggest part about understand the I am is you understand that you are you.
Mhm.
Only thing that you govern is within yourself. You can't control outside external forces and what everybody else thinking, and you can't once you learn who I am, you can't go back to want to be who they are.
Woo!
Yeah. No,
Bar.
it's some cutthroat shit.
It is cutthroat, but hey, everybody can't come.
Yeah.
If it was that easy, we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's needed. This journey to get to the I am and your understanding was necessary. That's why you could stand firm in it. Like you literally earned it, right? Blood, sweat, and tears and studying. So there will be no reason to go back. Like, you know what I mean? Like it is. And this feeling that you have, this internal peace,
yes.
right? Like, I don't care what's going on. When they have these memes, right? All this chaos going on around me. I'm going to go ahead and sip my water.
Unbothered.
And still know that everything is all good, right? So if you're really looking for that internal peace, you'll never have it until you step into I am. That is the very definition, because now that's the knowing of all, right? You know that everything is all good, even the L, right? So that's why you got to name your storms. Stop saying, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. No, this is the best thing that ever happened to me. Matter of fact, I'm going to call this storm the come up, or, what I'm saying, this is my, come up season. This is the come up storm, or this is the breakthrough storm, right? Whatever, right? You got to start change your language. That's how you transform that energy. People are going to be so upset, right? Because they're going to expect you to be down in the dumps because you lost everything. Shit is over. Whatever the case may be. When you tap into that I am and you are in control, listen, man. Thank you for the experience, right? Thank you for everything. I'm good, right? So, hey, go do what you do. I ain't, I'm not going to hold you.
Right.
I'm going to do what I do, right? Because I can't control you. Only thing I can control is myself. So, yo.
And when it comes down to that turning back shit, right? It's just like Lot's wife being in Sodom and Gomorrah and shit, right? You poured yourself out of you made it out of this fucked up place, and for everything in front of you was just grand and shit, right? You turn back to even take a peek, nigga, it's a wrap. You turn it into a pillar of salt. Why would you even try to turn back? It's stupid. You didn't already made it past the shit.
Right.
Get out of there. Why are you looking back?
Right.
Pillar of salt. Niggas over.
Right. You stuck. You stuck. You're there's no, it's only forward. You know what I'm saying? It's only forward. It's only now. So be grateful for whatever took place, but that's the power. That's why people can't forgive the worst of people. Somebody that has murdered somebody or did something, they can turn around and still forgive that person and still be in love energy. Damn, I know you killed my son or something, right? But I'm gonna make this choice to tap into this other energy, to love. And that's hard, right? That's hard for people to be like, hey man, the person that I love is gone, and I got to turn around and really love you and really understand, like, you didn't even know really what you were doing. You were in a hurt, like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, so this I am is beautiful, but that it takes a certain kind of person to be strong to understand, like, nigga, this shit can hurt a bit. Like, it's gonna hurt a little bit, right? But yeah, a lot of it, right?
A lot of it.
Right, just a lot of it.
I mean, once you realize that dying in the physical form is not death for you. So I think that also, when I start to tap into that part of it, losing loved ones, it became a different energy for me. It wasn't like I lost them. No, they're not going anywhere. Souls are eternal.
Yeah,
we're extension of the ever so being. So you don't die when your body dies. This vehicle is gone. But I tell people all the time, and I'm not afraid to die because it's amazing. I need to go get my review and see how I did down here, and do I need to come back or what? Like,
that's a fact.
I tried to do all my homework. I don't want to go back down to school. Like,
what the diet was on? You should have.
Right, exactly. Yes.
I was listening to him. I wanted to jump in, but I was like, I'm gonna let him, bless his heart.
Hey, so did everybody on this panel go through the blickety black phase? Is that like a level?
That's a great question. Hell yeah, I did.
I said, did everybody on the panel go through the blickety black phase to get
What's
to
the
this?
blickety black phase?
So let me answer that question. Hey, if you saw CB4.
Oh,
I'm black,
yeah,
bro.
I'm black.
And
I'm blickety black.
Yeah.
I'm black.
Don't be pulling up CB4 up in here.
Yes.
Hey, that movie was funny as shit. That movie was funny as hell. But
I did. I went through my whole radical. I'm about to go shoot me some white people phase. and the funny thing about it is college is what brought that on me. And I went to San Diego State, which is a white ass school. But they're the ones that I was like, what? Say word? They've been lying to me all 12 years since I got to college. Y'all been teaching me this bullshit. I've been getting tested on misinformation.
Right.
That's what that 12 years a slave was really about.
Look, I had 13 years and I went to pre-kindergarten. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that was a bar. You said 12 years a slave. That was the
12
truth.
years a slave.
That was the real shit. Definitely went through the radical phase. I told my mom, I said, you know what? If a revolution start tomorrow, you lost a daughter because I'm gonna be in the front. She's like, girl, you gonna sit down somewhere? She don't know.
But that phase is so dope. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, that phase is like a dope ass phase especially for me, because it's just like, it gave you a sense of pride. It gave you a sense of shit. And how can I make this shit right as an individual? Like, you know what I mean? So, again, like I was a student of the fucking the 60s and shit. So, but what I did was, I didn't just stay within the black civil rights movements. I did like they had a white radical group called the Weather Underground. They had the Latinos, like, you know what I mean? So they had even the Native Americans had, they movement and shit going on. So I studied all that shit. So when I got outside of just the black people's struggle, I'm like, damn, nigga, it's just not niggas that's living like this. It's
everybody.
It's humans that's living like this. You know what I mean? Right. So when I got down to that, it was just like, okay, yeah. Of course, by how things are ran in a mathematical sequence, it may seem like, in terms of the forefront of who's struggling the hardest, it may seem like some niggas and shit. But if you talk, like, I talked to some Native Americans and shit when I was younger and shit, and I'm like, God damn. And when they say, I hate to say it like this, but when they say that, when you talk to them niggas about their struggle, and that one single tear come out, like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's
I went to an adult school with an older Native American lady and shit, and she invited me to her house and shit, and she was just telling me about like all the struggles and all the shit and shit, right? And that one single
tear, that song cry.
And I was like, God damn, like, you know what I mean? But not knowing that later on in life that I would actually study, you know, their struggles and shit. So, you know what I mean? But it's just when you step outside of, you know, of what's painted to be the worst of the worst, and you just connect, you know, again, make the connections to everything. And it's just like, damn, like, you know, it's not what we think it is. So now our fight is just not for this specific boxed idea. Now we get to step outside and just see what the whole total, you know,
humanity
is. Like, you know what I mean? So, God damn, it's just like not that. And then that's what catapulted me into, you know, just dealing into jumping into certain other shit, which would be back to, you know, like the religious aspect of things, because it's just like not just us. So then it's just like, well, God, well, why are you still?
Yeah, exactly. It starts with you questioning your own identity first,
right?
And then that's gonna lead you and catapult you, like you were saying too. Like it gives you a sense of power. It's like you either gonna use that power and stay with the blickety black, because it's a whole bunch of people that for real that cannot make it past that type of energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They feel so empowered by that, and it's just like, yeah, okay, you know what I mean? Like there's so much more that you can get, and you use that power that to catapult you into something else, because you're constantly searching for, like, you know, the answer of like, okay, really, who am I? You know what I'm saying? I think too, like a lot of people, even when they first start that search, they don't even know that that's the epitome of the, you know, of they searching, which is, who am I? You know what I'm saying? Like they just looking for something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and that's
like,
what they get stuck right there.
Yeah,
exactly.
The narrative has been, well, you know, you guys came from such and such, and this is this. So when you identify yourself with that struggle, then it's just like, okay, well, let me at least express that, and then that becomes like that becomes the fucking standard. Like, you know what I mean? That becomes like, well, nigga, if I accomplish this, then nigga, I am that nigga. Like, you understand what I'm saying? So, it would take somebody who's really not just coming to fight the fight that's been quote unquote set up for us to fight, but then you travel outside of that and you soul search, like, you know what I mean? So
you see what's wrong,
thing,
or not necessarily what's wrong, but like I know when I was in the blickety black phase, that's what. Hey,
before you go in, you know, back in my blickety black days, I would have whooped your ass, but
this nigga was the first nigga to say it like that, and when he said it,
it's just hilarious every time he say it, because it just makes you
so natural to say this shit now. I'm just
blickety with a straight face. That's why I'm telling you.
Right, but for real, like when I was in that phase, that's when, you know, I started Dr. Sebi and the diet, and I'm like, at that time, I'm like, oh, my people gotta know this. Like, all of my people gotta know this. I got my family members dying of diabetes and different cancers and all this shit. We've been eating all this bullshit for hella long. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, you know what? Boom. All right, let me start trying to tell the people about diet, and then just reading all the ingredients when it came to the food, and I mean the you know, toothpaste and deodorant and all these different things, even in the food. It was just like, all right. So then we had created and started the natural way. Shameless plug. Let me just say it. I gotta say that. Shameless plug, right?
It's your podcast. Do your thing.
We started the natural way, right? And we started going to African markets and trying to sell this stuff. And you know, like for the real cost. And I'm noticing, like, one, most of these people don't even know what a lot of these chemicals is, what the shit is, none of that type of stuff, right? So they coming up to the table like, what's this? And what, you using grapeseed oil and all these different oils they don't know nothing about. They looking at this, they don't know, bro. So they like, nah, I'm good. Like they damn near shunning us. You know what I'm saying? And we like,
let me say this real
like,
quick.
you know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
let me say this to that real quick, bro. I've only went probably one time to a MLK march in Sac.
Listen, I'm sorry, I have never. Okay.
And this is probably the year that I let go of everything. But I was just like, fuck it, let me go down there and see what's popping and shit. So I'm already in my mode. I'm already like studied hella shit, did hella shit. So we get to the convention center and they got, people got their booths and shit set up. They have like it was a young dude out there and it was a young dude and an older lady. And y'all know me, I'm sorry, I just got 1,000 questions and shit, right? Yeah. So I'm asking questions about the products that they're selling and the shit that, that's behind it, all type of different shit. Man, when I tell you that they was just trying to throw me for some shit, and I'm like, hold on, but if that's that, then how does this work and what's this and this and that? And every time I ask the young dude something, the lady will come up, she'll whisper in this nigga ear, then he'll come back, such and such and such and such. And I was like, but if that's the case, then and I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm not trying to be that dude, but it's just like I'm really trying to, like know and shit. But there's a sense of me just like, nigga, I'm trying to make sure that they know and shit too. But so when it was said and done, then a nigga was just kind of like, well, niggas, you finna buy this shit.
Get to the point.
And it was just like, and I had somebody with me and shit, but it's just like, it was just like, in that sense, like, I don't want, just like how Selfmade is saying that, completely black. I don't want people to come at it from just a selling point, because a lot of people stay stagnant within that energy because it's a selling point and it's something that you can constantly, because it's always going to be there. But anytime you turn on the news from today till 3 days later, it's going to be white cop shoots black, whoever, like, you know what I mean? So
exactly.
Always
triggers are always going to be there.
Yeah, it's always going to be there. So that selling point is good, but it's just like, are we really embracing this shit? Let me say this real quick. When we talk about the black dollar and shit, like, it's just like, yeah, it's the black dollar, but is it really the black dollar? Like, you know what I mean? So, I hate to put it like that, but people sell that to people and they get that in their minds, and it's just like, well, fuck money. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? Just like, and I've said this, probably Trico on your shit, like, fuck the black movement. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? Because I say that not in a disrespectful way, but to liberate people from the color scheme.
The limit. It puts a limitation on you when you only identify with that. It limits you. It puts boundaries on where you're going to go with your perspective, with your thoughts, with your research, your journey. You're going to stay in this parameter. I think the blackity black phase, that's just, it's an emotional cycle. The whole journey is an emotional cycle, right?
Emotional.
That blackity black phase is the first phase of when you get mad with anger.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's that phase.
Black has no standing in law. And so that's our issue right there.
One more time. Say that one more time, D Wood.
Black, being black, or African American, has no standing in law.
None.
In law.
Black is not connected to no land or anybody.
Right.
Well, it's not connected to any status.
None of that shit.
Yeah.
But we embrace it. So we make this shit dope. Yeah. But no, that's Selfmade. That's a good.
Hey, no, but that's what I was gonna say too. So like, doing that at these African markets, and they not necessarily messing. They like, I don't know what that shit is, right? And so we was just like, damn, all right, let's just try and go to a veg fest. So we went to like a vegan festival, and at this festival, it's majority white people. You know what I'm saying? Right. They eating this shit up. Oh, it got coconut oil. Oh, it got this. Oh, it got this. Like, they knew exactly what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then they was eating it up. So it was like it was a change of perspective just for me in that phase of like, wait a second, like I'm supposed to my people supposed to support, and I'm supporting my people by trying to do all of this stuff to educate them, and they not fucking with it. And I come to one event and damn near like they understand everything that I'm selling. They know what it do. You know what I'm saying? Like they eating it up. So it was just like, wait a second, like you know,
so they haven't been indoctrinated with the marketing. That's what it is. Is just the marketing to our people about certain products. And we've been inundated with the crest and with the degrees and all the different, the healthcare products that are not for us. And so they understand that it's just marketing, and they understand the ingredients because that's being taught to them in their school, in their homes, and things of that nature. That's not being taught at home.
Right.
No one teaches their children or their family or anybody else what aluminum does to the body.
Right.
So it's a whole indoctrination, re-education on these healthcare ingredients, deodorant, toothpaste, and things of that nature. But that may be your journey as well, is to educate, with your products and what they do, compared to degrees, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a fact.
Because if you don't know, you don't know.
And I didn't even know that deodorant would contain aluminum. He was like, "Yo, I ain't got no aluminum, baby." I was like, "Nigga, regular deodorant don't got no aluminum."
Yo, my ex's son learned about that in Bella Vista, right? Bella Vista is one of the widest, schools in San Juan district that you can go to. And my stepson used to go there, and he learned about it. And so he went going through the house, looking at everybody's deodorant, and he just started throwing it in the trash. And he's like, "Man, this got aluminum in it." And I'm like, "What?" And like I told y'all last week, like I had like a lump underneath my arm. Like the doctor was like, "Oh, just probably, something that your body's reacting to something. Just change your deodorant." But no discussion about, well, does it have aluminum in it? Like, does it have what does it do? And when
they don't know either.
Yeah,
that's not. Yeah, they don't know either. They've been indoctrinated with the pharmaceutical. That's who trains them. So they're not going on any holistic path because that's not what they're being taught. They're graded based off of. I'm sorry.
No, I said you taking the words right out of my mouth. What I discovered.
Oh, okay. Well, go and do your thing. Do your thing then.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Spill
you got it. You got love. This your show. This your stage.
No, it ain't. It's out. It's for us all.
Of course.
Yeah, but I will say that, and that's when I will talk about the inner pharmacy, right? That so that's kind of where I was going with Prince. Like I understand that we do have ability to regenerate, right? We have ability to heal ourselves, especially when something is going wrong, right? We can remove toxins and we can do all of this stuff, but we have to have the knowledge, right? And so switching to a natural deodorant, listen, you know what I'm saying? I smell so much sweeter, like naturally, like I now know what I smell like, right? Because I'm not putting on all of this other stuff, and the sweat that's coming out is not really my scent, right? It's the toxins and the stuff that was putting into my body trying to escape. But now I'm in my natural state, pretty much like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? I just smell like just like little jasmine, a little rose or something. It's a sweet little smell, right? You know what I'm saying? I can't quite quantify it, right? But it's a sweet smell, right? But it took my stepson being in a white environment, being taught about these products for me to even look at that. And when I read it, just like the IM, it instantly quickened in my spirit because it's facts, right? You cannot deny the truth. Aluminum will cause, these problems. And you're not even sweating really no more. You're just clogging up your pores and all of this stuff. So it is terrible for you, right? And so you're right. It is a thing about there's a different knowledge that is being given, right? And y'all know I'm in the finance industry, too. So we talk about that all the time, right?
Right.
Had I known, like fully know, it would be, different. And so I've been through that trying to teach my people, right? I have the hardest time trying to get my people to understand finance, right? I can go to any other nationality. They understand exactly what I'm saying, and it's not a fight. So here's the thing. Do we stay stagnant and try and fight this battle within ourselves, or do we elevate and say, okay, knowledge is knowledge. When you're ready, you're ready. Right now, listen, my nigga, I don't have the time. Because if it was a white person telling you this, you'd be more inclined to, but because I'm black, right? You don't believe it, right? Like you said, Selfmade, you putting grapeseed oil, like that's common sense. What is it? Grapeseed. It's nothing, right? So it ain't no explanation. I ain't trying to game you, but turn over your dial soap or whatever. What does it say? You can't even pronounce none of that shit. Glycerin.
Exactly.
You don't even know what it is.
This
right?
big and shit.
Right. Exactly. And you gotta, start doing your research to know what it is. But when it's us on some basic shit, that shit could just say olive oil, and people like, I don't know, I might be allergic to olive oil. Nigga, you eat it.
Yeah, right.
You're gonna question it, right? So it's just that, and we gotta elevate it. That small-minded thinking. If we're just gonna turn our resources just within, the collective is all. That's everybody. And there's more people, white people, into crystals and meditation and all that than there are black people, so that's facts. I learned some stuff from one of my white homegirls, and she's like, oh no, you just need, a little bit of what was it, I forgot the name of the stone. She's like, oh yeah, and you just meditate with that, and it's just fine. And I'm like, damn, we come from Africa, right? The richest place, right? Gems, jewels, minerals, everything. How do I not know the energy really that a diamond gives off? It's not just for the glitz and the glam. There is a real energy in this diamond.
The bling bling.
How do we not know that? What?
Diamond ain't even really worth nothing.
It really isn't.
Right.
It really isn't.
That's the dumb shit that we humans do. We put value on shit that ain't worth nothing. Like
like a piece of paper that they got a $20 bill on it. They got a $20 sign on it.
Man, that is a fact.
It's just a piece of paper. So, I mean, we were born free and abundant. We were put down here with everything that we needed. We shouldn't be paying for shit. We're the smartest motherfuckers on the planet, and we still pay to live. That don't make no sense.
Right.
That's a fact. That's a bar.
That is true. So we got to elevate above money, right? That's part of the I am, right? Once you tap into it, you really don't stress about money, right? That's what I talk about, the energy of money. It is really your currency within yourself, with people, the things that you do. So once you're tapped in, no matter where I'm at, for Prince, he might have needed that dub at that point in time, and he just said, right, if she ever needed, I got it back. So no matter where I lay my head, no matter where I go, if I open my mouth and say, hey, this is what I need, it is there.
It is given.
It is given. So the desire to be a billionaire is lessened, because if I'm going to do that, fine. All I'm doing is giving this money away. It doesn't mean anything to me, right? It doesn't mean, yes, it's nice to have the cars, a house, and all this other stuff, but man, my brother is on the street, right? My sister or this kid is without, whatever. So I have the wealth. I'm supposed to be a wealth distributor. I'm supposed to help, whether that's knowledge, if that's food, if that's shelter, whatever it is, it comes from the I am source. So I'm going to feed you that. And if you're not ready for that, I'll give you some bread. I can house you. I can do this. But understand this energy, that real power of money in that sense, that shit is deep, like way deep. So I can crash on any one of y'all houses, you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying, I didn't pay my currency, right? There's an exchange. I know that if I ever needed any one of you, it is good.
That's
Right.
That's fair.
So do you think that that the Bliggity Black stage is kind of like a
Whoa.
like
I can't.
I got him saying it now. Look.
yeah, you had me saying it from the first time you said it because I was like, nigga, what the fuck is that? Like, you know what I mean? So now when it's there,
That's the new one right there.
yeah.
I'm gonna ask somebody that one day, like, did you go to the Biggity Black stage? I can't even get the shit out right. Biggity Black stage.
Because you know you got crisscross, you got the Miggity Mac Daddy, you got the Diggity
The Biggity Black, right?
Right.
Yeah, Biggity Black.
No, so
The name was like, what are you saying?
So do you think that it's necessary for us to go through that phase?
Yeah, I mean, all phases, go through all the phases you could possibly go through because that's that I am right there. You got to be able to go through them experiences to get your confirmation. So
definitely,
yeah, I don't regret going through that phase. You know what I'm saying? Like I appreciate that phase because I learned a lot of shit during that time. You know what I mean? So all the experiences that I go through for sure is looked at as a blessing, regardless of what's happening throughout the experience. I'm gaining that confirmation afterwards for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, I think every now and again I do my Bliggity Black shit. So if y'all see me, man, with that kente cloth, man, don't judge me, man.
You know what I'm saying? I got roots right here. You know what I'm saying? I got roots right here. So
that leather African necklace with the feet, with the red, the green, and the yellow. Yeah, that's.
Hey, I have been for years.
Right. My brothers.
Right.
I mean, it's mandatory for self-awakening. So it's mandatory. I mean, because you got a question, like, where did I come from? Why am I here? Right. And why is the only thing that's being taught to me in the school system is that you were a slave. Right. And then when you just do a little bit of research and know that, we were far greater than that, that we ruled England and that there was a Mansa Musa's of the world and things of that nature, you start to question why did they only teach us slavery per se? And that was just a small segment in our history. And that's everyone's history. But why are they so fixated on that for us? And then that begins your journey on I am.
Yeah, if you allow it, because what was it? The thing called is it 5%? What are you? What's I don't know what percent. That's a whole nother thing. 5%.
I think it's 5%.
Yeah.
5%.
Right, right. And when we only talk about our lineage from a kingly part, right, to have that sense of pride that we were kings and queens and rulers and this and that, and we chose to ignore other parts of it, right? So that's why some people are still stuck in that place where I'm just kings and queens. No, you're greater than kings and queens. You are God, like.
Right.
And you're so enlightened, but when I tell you that you are a God, you are highly offended.
Why? I don't understand.
Why?
There's a limit to it.
They don't understand. They don't look at themselves as that. They haven't, received the understanding and that power.
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
The indoctrination that they've been taught. Like most people can only their concept of thinking is just what they've been taught. And so if as a child you raise your son or your daughter up to know that they were gods and goddesses and things of that nature, and they won't allow someone to teach them less or accept anything less. But the thing about it is our parents and their parents before them, they weren't taught that. And so by default, shit rolls downhill. But they're not going to teach their kids, their grandkids, and so on and so forth that they were kings and queens and goddesses and gods and things of that nature. And so that concept is far-fetched because that wasn't passed down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is where we start. This is where we build. And so, okay, those bridges were those bridges, but now we go teach our parents and our grandparents and so on and so forth, our nieces and nephews. This is who we really are.
Yeah.
We'll wake up.
I be doing like the opposite shit. I'm like an opposite dude. I used to call my son a bum. I'm like, I'm a bum.
Push that into him. Don't do him like that.
Achilles like that, man. Don't do him like that.
But he gets it though. Like, you know, we talk, so he understands.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I agree. And I think in my I am now, I've taught my family. Like that's the whole like crazy part is the evidence of the way that you live is undeniable, right? So they are like, why are you so happy? Or like, what the hell happened to you, right? But isn't that in a biblical sense, right? That they say, let your light shine, right? That they don't see you, they see the light. So it's like something different about you. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm in my light. I'm in my element. I'm in my truth, right? And so to be able to share that, and there's different levels of enlightenment, but like I get juiced about that. Like really getting them anybody to a new level, at least just accepting to say I am. Like that part, like I feel like, listen, to teach one, right, or to enlighten one, like I'm good. I'm like so good. Like that feels amazing. And so when you're in this journey like this and being able to be on this forum, this is going to live like forever, right? This is going to be here that people 10 years, right? You go back and look at something that's been on here for 10 years. Like imagine what these conversations and what this podcast really energetically is doing, but just literally timeline. Like this is going to be discovered by several people, generations, young, old. Like this is purpose. If you ever want to know what your purpose in life is, this is it.
Yeah,
It's to help others come into a spiritual awakening of their true identity. Period.
Kind of like Selfmade had brought that to my attention. And you know, I feel comfortable in tuning this goddamn horn and shit, right? But he was saying like, you know, because we look to like the East Coast and shit to where, you know, they have certain platforms and shit to where, you know, they've been, you know, doing a Dougie and shit to where just like now, if we look around, there's not too many people on the West Coast that has this type of fucking platform. And when he said it, I'm like, yeah, you know, for sure. And then I have to think about it. I'm like, nigga, you're fucking right. Like, there's not. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? So, especially on this type of time. And just the levels of how far this shit can go. Because even though the topic is what it is, we ain't even scratched the surface tonight. I know pretty sure that we can go so deep into this conversation that it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, because we're damn near 6 hours in, right? Well, yeah, 5:50.
We're about to hit another world record.
Yeah,
we at 5:50.
Wait,
we definitely ended earlier. We were done by 11:45 last week.
Right.
Yeah, the first episode we ever did was what, 6 hours and like 20 minutes or something? 6 hours and 18 minutes.
Yeah, but you know, it's just you know, and there's going to be times to where we're going to get that deep, like, you know what I mean? Because just like I said, you know, we just scratching the surface on this shit. We don't want to you know, put too much on people to where it's just like, damn, like these niggas, you know what I mean? So, you know, but the more that the shows go on, the more that we talk, the more that we build, the more that, you know, this energy starts to manifest. It's just gonna be like, damn, just like Benet said, like, you know, it's gonna be like, hey, them niggas was on their shit, like, you know what I mean? So we don't even know right now what, and I'm not to say that we don't know what we're doing, but we don't know what we're doing right now because me personally, I didn't even think about what he said when he said, I'm like, nigga, we are doing that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, it's going to be so dope for the people who's going to pick up on this shit later. Like, yeah, nigga, we kind of did that. Like, you know what I mean?
That's all part of the plan.
Yeah, so you know, we take this shit humbly because we're still trying to just put it out there for the people. But you know, futuristic, you know, and when we look back at it, we're gonna be like, damn, nigga, that shit was kind of dope. And I think that the people's gonna let us know. They gonna give us that confirmation, like, hey, y'all niggas was kind of rocking, and that's shit.
You're just doing what you was put down here, or not what you was put down here. You're doing what you chose to come here to do, and that's to spread light. So either way it goes, you ain't got to know what you're doing. If everybody waited till they knew exactly what they was doing, wouldn't nobody do shit.
They wouldn't do it. Exactly.
Yeah. That's a bar. That's a bar right there.
So just do it. I mean, the right people gonna see it. It don't matter what you say, what you do. They'll be drawn to it. And like you said, Renee, like it's gonna come about 10, 15 years from now, and you know, it's gonna hit a whole new generation, and they probably gonna be already kind of on track already. So it's really they really gonna be able to resonate with it and you know, take it a step further. So y'all doing your thing.
That's why I say I'm so proud of y'all. Like we've been talking about this for forever.
Yeah.
You gotta give it to yourself too. You be busting your gun in your channel with shit too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't wait to come on, sis. Like this is, you know, this is gonna be so lit. Like I'm excited.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes I do get people on my show who are not really tapped in, so I have to like take it easy on them. But I always have to bring it back because that's all I know. Like I mean, sometimes it sounds like I'm talking Chinese to them, but I'm not talking Mandarin to you. I'm talking straight facts. My soul.
Yeah, well, you know, we gonna have this duo, right? I got a certain little way of speaking that usually can transcend that, right? But I'm just excited that it's out there, right? That we really making these steps because we've had countless conversations for a year, 2 years, or whatever the case may be. So to see it in fruition, and we didn't even have the whole squad here. If we had the whole squad here, that would have been a whole.
We would have been here.
It would have been ridiculous, right? So I know we're doing what is the I am part 2, part 3. This might be a 10 piece. I don't know.
It's
right,
a series.
Right.
Season 1, season 2.
This season 1 right here.
Right.
Season 1, episode 1.
What's the show that do 2 seasons in 1 year? Y'all got a fall season and a summer season?
Yeah, because we didn't even have the other energy of the opposing, really, right? We had a different views, right? But we didn't have some of the other energies that would cause us sometimes to be like, listen, man, I gotta head out because this is right.
Archon. The archives.
Woon, you can't drink no more and be on this.
Hey, I'm so relaxed right now. Hey, look, y'all didn't see me take off my jewelry.
I see that.
Another 30 minutes go by, y'all gonna see me in my jacket.
Well, you
got the lavender candle going.
Right, and then y'all gonna see me like, is that nigga in the bubble bath?
Right.
You taking one late.
Tapping into that feminine energy. Tap into that feminine energy.
You got the candles lit.
Exactly. Right. That feminine energy be there. So
for real.
Yeah, no, we appreciate everybody coming on.
It's all good.
This is one of them ones for the books for sure. It's always good to talk about the I am. And like, I swear that should be feeding me. Last time it's like we ain't thinking about eating nothing. It's just, you know what I mean? Like the food is this. You know,
I know.
Soul food.
Yeah.
Real soul food. Yeah. Real soul food.
Yeah, so, like facts, because it is 12:30, and I'm like, damn.
And it always comes right down to the I am. There's no part of the equation that is just like, all right, we can't insert the I am into it. No, it's always there. It's always you can't get away from it. It is what it is. I am what I am.
I am will always be present. So. Yeah. Whether we like it or not, whether we choose to acknowledge it or not, it is always present.
People can keep trying to run, but eventually ain't nobody going to be able to run from it. So I'm kind of like, yeah, why don't you just give up right now, you know?
Right.
Why you
You know what I'm
ahead?
saying? Exactly. So we need, you know what I'm saying, people like Woon, you know what I'm saying, to come out with his book, you know what I mean, to challenge
let
that.
me
And drop it.
real quick.
Drop it.
When
I knew you.
everybody know, well, you know, my children's book. I was trying to drop this shit for Christmas and shit. I'm a it didn't work out like that, but everything is on divine timing. But when I dropped this, the MI versus the I am, and that's why I'm glad that we don't go too deep on these conversations, because when I drop this fucking book, this is going to be boom separated from everything, and I'm gonna just go in my fucking bag, and it's gonna be some crazy shit.
Right.
Just say that it's gonna be some crazy shit, and I already know where I want to go. I know how I want to do it. And it's just like, you know, I have to have that isolated time in order for me to, because I gotta touch the source, like, you know what I mean. So I'm when I go in that bag, it's gonna be done, like, you know what I mean. But then again, and I told y'all, and I'm gonna stay true to what I said. After we do that, I definitely want to do a book called "We Are the I Am." So it's just not my perspective. I want to get a lot of people's perspective. We gonna rewrite the goddamn Bible, nigga.
Yeah. The new Bible. Nigga.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So that's what type of time I'm on. That shit is gonna be.
I know. It's
I
gonna be
already
one,
feel the
it's gonna be
energy
one of
right
these that was written in the 18 whatever, and we're in 2021, right? You know what I'm saying? Getting into 2022. It is that knowledge. It's timeless, right? It transcends time. Knowledge is fact. It is like permanent. So being being able to be broken down to where people can understand that too, Woon. And then I can already understand, like, see, you know, here's your mantle, right? You're the cult leader, right? So let's let the cat out the bag, right? Everybody who don't know, everybody say that Woon is the cult
Everybody
leader.
got to take bubble baths and light candles.
All right. Right. And so it's already been that, just because people that have been tapping in. So with you writing this book and whatever the heat that comes with that, it's going to be just crazy on the other side, right? Of now, who do you think you are type thing, or now it's our just Woon's perspective. Everybody goes to the Church of Woon, basically. No, it ain't that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that you're gonna open it up too. And just like these kind of forums, people see it ain't got nothing to do with Woon, like, you know.
I don't even exist. I ain't shit. I be trying to tell people that I'm not shit.
Yeah. So to say that, I can already see on that end of what people are going to say, but I know that it's going to be so enlightening, like super enlightening. So that's why I had to plug it. Like, yo, when the book coming out?
Yeah, that's just like I said, like, you know, this one is pretty much done. So and I hate to be like that. Well, the new year is going to be like, nah. Like, as soon as I finish this, and that my spirit is not, you know, don't need to be in that space. When I put my spirit into this next, that's when it's gonna pop. So, you know, I don't even want to give a date when I'm gonna start. I've already been writing it. Let me say that, because somebody asked me, like, when did you start writing it? Oh my goddamn life, nigga. This is.
I'm about to say from birth.
I'm gonna talk my shit.
I just didn't know how to hold a pencil yet, just from birth.
Yeah. Like, this is gonna be one of them ones. So yeah, if anybody got any plugs y'all want to drop for some new endeavors, go ahead and drop your shit. Children's book, go out and play. If you're looking for that, definitely either I want to say late January, early February. And then after that, the I am shit, film shit. I got a lot of shit that I'll produce, so it's good.
Yeah. Well, you know, I got the energy of money, INNERGY, money.com, right? It's a little ebook, just a little sample of what I mean by the energy of money, right? And it's coming from a biblical stance, right? You know what I'm saying? So I got the Inner Pharmacy, INNER Pharmacy, coming out 2022. So there's a lot going on. I'm really about the I am life. I'm the love energy. So that's another little podcast, little something that's coming out summer kind of time. So yeah, I'm in this. This is like life. You cannot separate me from this. Like, Color Purple, right? Me.
Nike,
This is life. Okay. My kid, yeah, okay. Come on, Chris, right. Ain't no ocean, ain't no sea, okay? Right, can separate you from me, right? So there ain't no way. This is my life. I'm anchored in it. So I'm really excited. So
yeah, and to that, I just want to say, just coming into this I amism, I feel like everything after that you manifest after that is just up. And which is why, I got the I am change and I got the up gang shit. Like, you know what I mean? That up gang shit is just like, man, look, everything else is up after that, regardless to whatever you do. Like, you know what I mean? So as soon as you come into knowledge of self, everything else is lit. Just like they said in the Bible, like, once you come into the kingdom of God, then everything else, you know what I mean? So it's lit. It's lit.
Lit. Woon is lit. Now you tired.
Bubble baths, nigga.
He's laying on his shoulder.
Exactly. I think that's a good segue. So,
hey, I'm trying to tell you.
Are we what's next week's topic? Huh?
I said y'all gonna hear some bath water running. Y'all gonna be like, oh, is
All right. So what's our plan for next week before we get off?
Was next week the
day
natural birth?
Huh?
With the
you want to know what? I think she wanted to book the first week of January. I think it's like January, like 4th, 5th, or 6th. One of those.
Oh, okay.
So I got to tap in with her, but that's gonna be dope on some doula shit. Like,
that's gonna be hard.
So that's gonna be lit, and I know that that you and sis, is in that room and shit too. So that's gonna be dope.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. What do we got after that? I think we got somebody else locked in that second week, and we're gonna do financial literacy. We're gonna be talking about crypto. We're gonna be talking about stocks and bonds and just a whole bunch of different shit. So we got some people locked in, and I think the more that people tap in with the show, they be like, "Hey, can we talk about this?"
Yeah, right.
You're fucking right, we can.
That's how you get the topics.
Yeah. Okay.
But one thing, because I know one of my partners tapped in and shit, and he was asking me how can he get on the show, and I didn't even see the shit until like later in the show and shit. So. This is one of the homies and shit, and I know that somebody did bring up like like the gangs and shit, the gang mentality. So I definitely want to cover that, and we'll probably see like how gangs can be a positive influence, like you know what I mean. So hey look, we is that channel we finna talk about all
everything, everything
about it. Get into it.
Everything.
Got to.
All right. So we not on next Thursday then, right?
And I was gonna get back to that. So hey, so did we have somebody that was for next Thursday?
Not that I could think of.
Yeah, I gotta check my messages and shit and see. I know if anything, we could just because it is gonna be around.
We could do a Christmas special.
That's today.
That's today.
Yeah, that would have been today. We could do a New Year's.
Damn, huh? My days all fucked up.
That actually is, New Year's.
I know, bro hit me about some alien shit too. So it's just like,
hey, we can touch on that. I'm with it.
Definitely do that. But he said that he was gonna gather up his information and shit. So
right. We been playing by ear. We'll probably try to.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just making sure that we, just so that I know, and then also for the viewers that they know what's coming up on the 30th next week.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll try to get that out by the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
See what we're talking about.
Okay, well, if for those that celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas, and all that good stuff, right? Happy holidays, happy this, that, and the third. It's all love energy. So be safe, be happy, be with your family, your loved ones. You know what I'm saying? Stay away from that ro-ro, that rono, that no-no, right? that new version, right? Stay happy, healthy, and whole. Love y'all.
Thank you for blessing the
Yeah.
stage, the camera, all of that. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for coming on, as always. And get to the next one.
Yeah. All right.
Great
Good night,
video.
y'all. Bye, Trika.
See you
Hey,
later,
Liz.
hon. I'll be in touch with you.
Yes, sis. Definitely link.
Absolutely.
All right, y'all.
All right, y'all.
All right, Renee.
Peace.
All right.
Appreciate you.
All right, cool.
All right. Everybody done clicked out.
Yeah, we didn't get a proper.
That was hard. Hey, look, hold on. They just exit stage left. We was gonna let give y'all the proper outro.
Yeah.
Damn.
What y'all doing? Y'all don't love us like that?
They just boop 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 boop.
Like, all right, yeah, we with Benet.
Nah. But shout out to D Wood, Trika, Nashaya, Benet, everybody that slid through.
Yes.
Everybody
that was in the chat, everybody that was on Facebook. And it was kind of bad because I was trying to
got people in the chat. It's like 5 people in there.
Yeah, and on the book and shit too. Like Facebook was kind of like, on my end, like people was tapping in and shit.
Yeah.
I couldn't see half the questions because I was more focused on this chat right here and shit. So it's
right.
Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But salute to everybody that was tapping in. We super appreciate that. Again, if you guys, because you if for the people who still here, you guys heard us not having a topic for next week. If y'all want to touch something or bust something down, we're definitely open to all topics. So
please drop them in the comment section.
Yeah.
Let me do this just for the exactly.
Yeah.
Drop it in the email, the comment section. If you got us on Facebook, drop the comments in the Facebook. You know what I mean? And because we trying to touch on every subject. You know what I mean? Like whatever it is that you want to talk about, throw it in the comment section. We definitely reading all the comments. Trying to at least, you know what I mean, especially when we live, but
we gonna get them all, and
we gonna get them all. like Dragon Ball Z, or what's that? Pokemon. Like Pokemon. You feel me? Hey, we catching them all. So, but nah, man. What is the I am? Like, I hope majority of the understanding behind the I am was out tonight. I feel like it was. You know what I'm saying? Like they definitely got a good picture of it. You know what I mean? And we're gonna keep touching this subject a lot. I mean, it's probably gonna come up in every fucking episode just because, that's what everything is wrapped around. You know what I mean? That's the source. So,
and it's just, again, like you said, like your name kind of just like says it all, like on some self-made shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, just paying homage to self and understanding who self is. So. Hell yeah, like you know what I mean. Again, so we're gonna, it's always gonna come back to that, and you know what I mean, just revolve around that. So we're always gonna have subject matter when it comes to that, and no matter what the subject matter is gonna come to that. So hell yeah,
right.
4 episodes down, bro. 4 of them. How you feeling,
man? Hey, I'm ready to rock, man. This is. Like we've been doing this already, but like doing it on this type of a scale, it's just like, it just puts that, it's almost empowering to a certain extent because it's just like, all right, now we really doing it. We could do the Facebook lives, and that should be hard to stay consistent with it, and just just the whole aspect of trying to continue to push out some sort of message and enlighten the people and give them that type of understanding. Or just even examples to go off of, you know what I mean? It's just like, all right, now that we got the platform and we could really just sit down and spend that time to do it and have the energy to do it. And you know what I mean? Because it's like before you're getting drained while trying to put out all this energy for people that can't absorb the energy. You know what I'm saying? At the time. So Now it's just like more so like, okay, we putting out this signal, this message. You know what I'm saying? If anybody that's on that wavelength can catch it, they can catch it and receive it, and hopefully provide more shit.
Reciprocated too.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
That's a big part of just putting the energy out there. It's just like just like you said, like we can try to put it out there to people that don't really understand it, so they can't kick it back. So our energy is going to get diminished instead of replenished. So when we kick that shit to somebody who understands it, they're gonna replenish us like, okay, yeah. So we exchanging money, like
Yeah, that's a fact.
Like, yeah. But again, not to downplay anybody that's not on this specific type of energy, because like we were
always there.
Always on this.
We was all there. Yeah.
It's just like to understand it. It's just like, okay, now we can easily understand where you're at, because we were once there. So again, just to have that opposing energy still gives us life, because we still understand, like, okay, when you come with something that opposes us, that makes us sharpen up what we have to do in order to try to kick our shit to y'all. So we super appreciate that shit for real.
Yeah. Couldn't do it. We couldn't do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, we couldn't do it without y'all. You know what I'm saying? This wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for y'all type shit. You know what I mean? So, and that's real shit right there. Like, me and Woon would just be on here talking to each other.
Like, yeah, so
we already.
Look,
we already do that. You know what I'm saying?
If we did that, right? And I'm just saying, if we did that and we was on live and nobody else come in and we record, them niggas would be like, hey, bruh.
That'd be the hardest one. Huh?
Them niggas would be like, these niggas is fuck fifth and sixth dimension. Them niggas is out here, bro.
Right.
Them niggas is the fuck out of here. And that's the funny shit, but it's dope because we could do it. So, it's fun just, incorporating other, people in energy. I love to hear people speak, man. So,
Yeah.
I know you do too. You got a song called My People. That shit, that was one of the first songs that kind of like grabbed my ear when I was first knocking your shit. Like,
that was my Blickety Black shit, man. The title of that album was Relentless. Like, just off of that, like, yeah, you already know, like, god damn, you just gonna keep going.
Yeah,
like,
and that's how I was feeling. I was feeling relentless at the time because, again, when we met, it was at a time to where I was kicking my shit, nigga, regardless to who wanted to hear it, nigga.
Yeah.
First, pooh. Nigga, you don't talk about Jesus, nigga. Fucking Jesus. But yeah, man. So it's like the vibes are dope, the energy is dope, it's authentic, and that's what the show's about, man. Just freeing your mind. God,
yes.
Wow, ain't that the best
feeling ever? Number 4.
Yeah.
In the books. That's what's up. We headed to number 5. That what's that? The Pentagon. The 5.
The Penta.
You know what I'm saying? The body. Dealing with the body.
Yes. For all you Muslims, the Allah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So we gonna it's gonna be lit.
Yeah, man. So it's 12:40, 12:50. I mean, we might be. I mean, I don't even know if we did it, bro. I think it was. Let me see.
I'm looking right now.
I gotta see.
Right now.
6:18. We 2 minutes away. You want to just?
We are going to, nigga.
6:18.
I will sing for the rest of these 3 minutes.
I'm trying to think. Like, wait, how long is the intro? The outro.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, you're right.
That's about. But we could just talk for the last little minute.
Yeah.
Again, shout out to the people in the comment section.
Definitely.
Subscribe, hit the like button, hit the share button one time for us. You know what I'm saying? To continue to you know what I mean? Continue to push and spread this type of information, a platform that you can openly speak on, all of that type of stuff. The notification button, all that. You know what I'm saying? That helps us get the message out and the platform out as well.
Right. And you guys are walking with us in our beginning stages. So the more that we grow, you grow. And if and when it comes into a bigger platform, we might have a situation to where we revamp some of these topics. So then you as a person with a voice will be able to spread that to a bigger, audience, or so there's no limits. I don't see no limit to this shit. You understand what I'm saying? So, it's lit, man. And we're coming with all positive intentions. And I know I mentioned it earlier about us being one of the only ones in the West Coast. But in totality, we're not charging people. There's a lot of people that ask for donations. There's a lot of people that, and I'm not trying to knock them, but you know what I mean? Like we're not asking for donations. We do this based on the strength, like, you know what I mean? On some GP shit, like, you know what I mean? So we're just doing this out of love, out of pure love, like, you know what I mean? So if you guys understand that frequency, then understand where we're coming from for real. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's all out of love, man. It's all spreading light and information and understanding and confirmation, because we getting confirmation as well when we talking to you and the people in the comments. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? Steel sharpens steel. You know what I'm saying? So
that's a fact.
We all here growing together.
Yeah, I want to let people know, like, you know what I mean? You saw me kick back and shit earlier, but I'm like, because, at a certain point in time, it's just like, I'm chilling with y'all, like, you know what I mean? So I'm took off my jewelry, I'm kicking back, I'm relaxed like a motherfucker, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, this is just me being my authentic self, like, you know what I mean? So, I'm kicking it with the people, so, it's good. We chilling.
Always.
I know people
we ain't got no time limits. We just be rocking. We just go to the boat, stop floating type shit. You know what I'm saying? So, so yeah, man. Like, this is what it's about.
Yeah. So free your mind, man. I'm man. Like
we beat it.
Yeah, it speaks for
beat it by a minute.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? We knocked it out. It's out of there. World record. Episode 4, world record right here. Y'all seen it with us. You know what I mean? The I am. What is the I am? If you haven't seen any of the other episodes, subscribe, hit it on the page. We got at least 4 videos. Well, that we got 4 videos, not at least, but we're gonna keep going up for sure. So you got anything else, man? What else is there to say?
Shit. Happy Kwanzaa, Merry Christmas.
Kwanzaa, right.
Mazel Tov. All that shit.
Winter solstice.
Yeah,
New Year. Well, it ain't really, but hey, New Year's, if you celebrate this New Year's, you know what I'm saying? It's a couple of New Year's, so
we're gonna double back in March.
We're gonna double back. And for the Chinese New Year too. You in there? Hey,
them too.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Other than that, man, signing off, man. Salute.
Peace.
Peace.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.